who is a shit poster, but also now a congresswoman. And obviously, shit posting is illegal when you become a congresswoman. So, ladies and gentlemen, it turns out there's something I need to come clean about. A lot of you may have yelled at me in the past saying, Hasan, why don't you press the communism button? It turns out there was a communism button after all. However, the button I was pressing instead of the communism button was actually the democratic socialism button. That's right. This entire time, I should have been pressing the communism button, but instead I was pressing, instead of the communist revolution button, I found the button. That's right. That's the button. But it turns out the button I should have been pressing was the communism one, but I was pressing the democratic socialism one. So we'll talk about that. Anyway, where are you? Looks cool. That's so funny. Oh, does this look cool? This background? It might be unfamiliar. I'm in a unique location. This is unique for me. For those of you who don't know, this is my home. I know I haven't been home all that much. And no, it's not in Bushwick. It's not in the Commie Corridor. I'm not in Astoria. I am in Los Angeles, California, an area that is actually not very communist. But we'll change that. We'll change that. Are you traveling? Yeah, no. I do have a home. This is my home. This is my home as in like you spend a lot of time there, so it feels like home, but it's not your residence. Okay. Get it out. Get the jokes out. Get the freaking jokes out. Yes. I know I'm never home, but home is where you make it. And you know what it is? Home is where you can build socialism. That's where it is. And guess what? You can build socialism wherever there are working class people. Okay? And they're everywhere. So you could take this as a vacation from my regular broadcast. That's what it's turning into at this point. It is funny that like I have traveled far too much, obviously. And I've traveled far and wide and so much that it has literally turned into a situation where like there might be newcomers and new fans on this broadcast that like are oblivious to the reality that I do have a home base that I operate out of, In any case, folks, don't ask me when I'm going to get a New York place. Don't ask me that. Yeah, we got a lot to cover, obviously. I'm going to the Turkey USA game later. So this will be a somewhat shorter, but not like that much shorter stream. I'm back in LA. Socialism wins. Causes panic in the Democratic Party. Senate fight against Trump. SCOTUS revokes TPS for 350,000 Haitians plus Syrians. Left populism rising. Time for a Maylot. Get in now. You're not streaming the game? No, I'm not. I'm not streaming the fucking football game yet. All right. Do we have a blast off meme? The World Cup only broadcast in Spanish in North America, or am I missing something? I don't think that's the case. Bro said gaming only for him. That's crazy. That's a crazy way to interpret me living like a normal human being. You know what I mean? I I am a normal human being, and sometimes as a normal human being, I'm going to do normal human being things, which is to go and do stuff with my friends in the real world. But yeah, as far as like personal news goes, you already know there's nothing going on. I'm a chud ass loser. I'm a chud ass loser like Fat Chud Kaya is. I'm a chud ass loser, and so is Kaya. Hello. 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 Hi. Don't stand so close to the chair. You're not a normal human being, to be fair. I know I'm not a normal human being. I'm a freak. I'm a freak. I'm a total freak. I'm a chud ass loser, but I'm also a total freak. I ended the broadcast last night and didn't really do much. Didn't really do much at all. I hung out with Daria Lisa, Bianca a little bit, and then I went to bed. I packed my stuff. I went to sleep, woke up super early, and flew to Los Angeles, California. Are you hungover? You sound tired as fuck. I am tired, yes. Is that surprising? Is that shocking to you? That should not be shocking to you. I did not get my gift, no. As a testament to my commitment and also confidence in Daria Lisa's campaign, I'm revealing this now. I demanded one of those like fuck Kamala Harris mailers as soon as it hit the timeline. I knew about them before they had even seen it. And I was like, I need one of these because I knew that she would win. Pessimism of the intellect, optimism of the will, as always. Early bedtime tonight, brother? Sure. You're not my dad. Let's see it. I don't have it. They forgot it. But in any case, folks, you're not my fodder. You're not my fodder. Drunk Hasan videos of the game today? Probably not. I did secure a copy of The Hateful Slate, though. They did bring me that as a gift, so that was a good consolation prize. The Hateful Slate, folks. There it is. Another one for the books. By the way, did you see the best California ballot props? Check the QRT. Maybe we need a little less direct democracy. What? Check out this. Speaking of
Richie Torres, I know you won tonight. I didn't even look at your race. You probably won, you piece of shit. Remember, I was coming for you, but you got lucky this time. But I'll see you in two. I'll see you in two, motherfucker. I know you stopped talking shit. I know you stopped talking about Israel, Richie Torres. What happened? I'll see you in 2 years, motherfucker.
Why is Hasan Piker talking like Suge Knight? Why y'all got Hasan Piker moving like Suge Knight? And that's why I told y'all. Oh, people be like, oh, we need Joe Rogan to the left. We need Joe Rogan. Work with what you got. You're looking at him right in front of you. That's Hasan Piker after what? 9 of his endorsed candidates won the primaries. Then with the left, you got to work with what you got. I have critiques of Hasan Piker. I think certain times, I don't think he really truly grasps certain race relation stuffs well, but I think he's open to learning. That's one thing I give Hasan. You know what I'm saying? We be critical here and there, but overall, I do find it suspicious, brothers and sisters, that I got establishment Democrats and Republicans teaming up to agree on one thing, and that's to get rid of Hasan Piker. You know, another thing them folks agree on is keeping that boot on our neck, keeping prices high, funding wars. So ask me to pick a side, I'll go ahead and pick the Hasan Piker side. Sorry, Sorry.
yeah.
Anyway, Richie Torres, brother, I would watch. I would watch my back. Seems Hasan Piker's really angry with you, brother.
It's so funny that Richie Torres low-key was part of the reason why I wanted to get more involved in local elections. And then my attention was unfortunately shifted elsewhere where there was a lot of high impact opportunities. So I think one of the inroads that the Democratic Socialists of America has to make with its organizing, obviously, is in predominantly black and brown neighborhoods, but especially black neighborhoods. These are some of the most underserved communities. Richie Torres is in the poorest district in the country, and it doesn't take much to win those races, honestly. But beyond that, I think that we do need to do, we as a movement need to do much better as far as aiding and abetting and helping these communities. Or working class communities are very poor. Richie Torres is not that guy, okay? But maybe this fire that is lit under his ass for the next 2 years will force him to be that guy. By the end of the next 2-year process, Richie Torres is going to be like the biggest anti-Israel voice in Congress. So yeah. It is really funny, though. It is really funny that he just kind of dropped everything. He just dropped everything. He was like Israel's strongest warrior. He was straight up Israel's strongest motherfucking warrior for the longest time in Congress. If you remember, he tried to get me deplatformed right before the election. And then, out of nowhere, he just was noticeably absent from the conversation around Israel for some weird reason. I don't know why. Because he spent every waking moment leading up to the general, pumping Israel, constantly talking about Israel, constantly defending Israel in the poorest district. But yeah. Them Hosmer checks started bouncing? No, I don't think so. Hosmer checks never bounce, buddy. They never bounce. You crazy? It's the one check that does not bounce. Anyway, so we'll, of course, be talking about Mallory McMorrow, who apparently is talking about me, your boy. I did an interview with Detroit Public Radio. They asked me to do it. I was like, you know what? Of course I'll do it. Turns out it paid dividends. It turns out it backfired on me a little bit because it caused Mallory McMorrow, Abdul El-Sayed's opponent in the Senate run in the Democratic primary, to straight up say heinous things about me. That was wild. She just straight up was like, Hasan and Abdul, Muslims. Synagogue attack, also done by a Muslim. I rest my case. Shit was wild. It's wild to unfold. It's wild to watch because, like, I'm expecting that from Republicans, but I'm not. I still get shocked a little bit when I see like a relatively progressive white woman who's like presenting herself as a progressive going on CNN and being like, well, you know, my opponent, his name is Abdul El-Sayed. His friend's name is Hasan Piker. You know, both Muslims. Put two and two together, ma'am. And it's like, okay. That's just a very strange thing. Love the racist liberals optics argument. Lamau, what will the racist think? I mean, the thing is, if you're a Republican and you're hitting that line, well, you shouldn't probably do that in Michigan regardless, but like, if you're a Republican and you're hitting that line, it's expected. But if you're a Democrat, and not just like any kind of Democrat, but a Democrat that's trying to like make herself be known as like somewhat of a more appropriate, more acceptable progressive in the progressive lane in the Democratic primary, that's a landmine you're stepping on for no reason. You're polluting the airwaves. You're making things worse for yourself. It's just strange choice. It's very bad instincts. I say this as someone who obviously eats it quite a bit. I say this as someone who's used to, being called a terrorist. Is all I get called, honestly. But it's strange to watch her in this like panic state and all this desperation, double down, triple down. When the question presented to her was, don't you think it backfired on you that you just like decided to smear your opponent's ally as a terrorist? And yeah, if you're black or brown, like they talk this way about Muslims, they're talking this way about you too behind closed doors. Maybe they're not saying it. Maybe they're not saying it out loud in public, right? They're not going to say that about black people on CNN, but they're certainly thinking it. There's no shot. You know? She says she stands on racially motivated business. Yeah. So yeah, let's start there. Let's start there. So there's some good Abdul news. Oh my God. This is my most autistic chatter, by the way. Like straight up. Zioan's the most autistic chatter. Like since yesterday, spamming this train clip over and over again. Like I'm probably not gonna get to that right now. Okay, take a second off. God damn. I literally gave you a verbal warning yesterday. I was like, I'm probably not going to look at that clip today. Like, there's a lot going on. And then now you're like, you have to do it today now. Went to the DSA orientation yesterday, and literally everyone in the breakout room I was in was a Hasanabi head. Kind of awesome. It's the least surprising turn of events. What do you think? This has been a... That's... Oh, you don't say. I mean, I'm not... I'm not officially, I'm not a member. I'm just, I'm an independent content creator. So it's just, when you say stuff like that, it's shocking to me. Yeah, go back to the last decade and you'll see that experience play itself out for the last decade or so. Yeah, 2,000 new members for the DSA. We got to get those numbers up. It's not high enough, okay? We're I think it's at like 100,000 plus at this point. We got to get the Democratic Socialists of America to like 200,000 members, 250,000 members. You know what I mean? Do you censor all your chatters or just one with autism? No, just autistic ones. We all hate a mirror shining back at us, Additional data from the New York Times Vote Hub confirms. Yeah, we're going to be talking about this. We're going to be talking about Michelangelo's analysis. But new attack ad featuring you. The socialist wave has hit Michigan and the stakes have never been higher. Abdul El-Sayed is dangerous, extreme, and has no place in the Senate.
Meet Abdul El-Sayed.
I'm the only person on the stage who said, and I have the courage to say that God apologized.
And that's not all. Abdul campaigned with anti-Israel radical Hasan Piker. He called to abolish private health insurance. And he's championing socialist tax hikes with Senator Bernie Sanders.
That's why we need Dr. Abdul El-Sayed in the Senate.
I like that they're just like they've just given up on trying to even disparage these objectively popular policies. And they're like, Abdul El-Sayed wants you to have a puppy. If you like dogs, if you like cats, he wants you to have a kitten. And it's like, what? No. What do you mean? I don't know if I can take care of a cat or a dog. It's too much responsibility. Abdul El-Sayed wants your steak to be juicy. Abdul El-Sayed wants your lobster to be buttery. Abdul El-Sayed wants your weed to be loud. No, I hate these things. I suck shit and I only deserve less. They said he wants to they said Abdul El-Sayed campaigns with radical anti-Israel content creator Hasan. Okay. Wow. Radical anti-Israel guy. That's terrifying. Abdul El-Sayed wants to tax the wealthy, and he wants Medicare for all. Dude, who is going to look at this attack ad and be like, this is fucked up. I can't vote for this guy.
Radical for Michigan. Too radical for the U.S. Senate. Reject Abdul El-Sayed.
This is awesome.
Meet Abdul El-Sayed.
I'm going to run it again.
I'm the only person on the stage who said it, and have the courts to say that God apologized.
And that's not all. Abdul campaigned with anti-Israel radical Hasan Piker. He called to abolish private health insurance.
By the way, he campaigned with radical Hasan Piker. So awesome, bro. They're like, they think maybe if they keep hitting this line over and over again, eventually people will be like, yeah, you know what? This Hasan guy is radical. But like, there are a couple things that I think I do very well. Okay. Where like my worldview might be considered radical by those in positions of power, but my positions are not radical amongst the working class, right? They're not at all. They're just like the center, if anything. And a lot of these guys end up showing their perspective, that their perspective is like unbelievably out of touch. They forgot the 80,000 laughing emojis of boomers on Facebook during the alleged Luigi moment. Exactly. And also outside of that, when you keep trying to say I'm like a radical jihadist terrorist or whatever, and then people actually encounter me in like a New York Times article or, you know, on the red carpet at like a Vanity Fair Oscars party or something, they go, this is the fucking radical guy. What are you talking about? Like every single thing that ultras yell at me about because I'm not Malcolm X is exactly the reason why the average Barbas and the Debras look to what I'm saying and doing and go, yeah, actually, I kind of agree with this guy. Sure, he might be a little loud. He might be a little bold. He might be a little rude at times. But overall, he's like, and for the record, I love Malcolm X. It would, you know, that's not, you know, that's besides the point. I'm not saying he was scary and wrong or bad. I think he was awesome and always on the right side. It's just, it's a little tough to present me as someone who is like an armed revolutionary when I'm a Twitch streamer and do actually have one leg in, you know, polite these polite company circumstances, if that makes sense. Why don't you go on the Joe Rogan pod? Joe Rogan will never have me on the podcast, even though, as you guys know, I'm the #1 fan of Joe Rogan. This is my mug to prove it. I'm literally drinking out of a mug. There's a Maylot. Diane DeGette. Maylot Kuros blames America for 9/11. Wait, what?
Inevitable in the sense that we destabilized a lot of the Middle East.
Maylot Kuros, everybody.
Oh.
Welcome to the broadcast.
America deserved 9/11, dude. I'm saying it. Like, we fucking totally brought it.
This is so funny. Dude, running this in Denver, the youngest constituency in the country, is so funny because this literally also hits in every other place. You play this, it's going to fail regardless. I can't think of a single I cannot think of a single fucking district where this actually works. Andrew Cuomo tried it. Mallory McMorrow tried it. So many people have tried it, right? They keep trying it over and over again. They played it in New York City. It didn't work. New York City is where 9/11 happened, and it didn't work. I heard from people. I have from canvassers that were running around Daria Lisa's district, and Espaillat had some ground game that was trying to tell the black aunties in Harlem about how Daria Lisa is scary and dangerous because she was associated with a streamer whose name is Hasan Piker, who said America deserved 9/11. And the aunties were like, what the fuck are you saying? They were like, I don't stop. Straight up. They were like, I don't know what you're saying. Get away from me. It's just so stupid. It's such a stupid attack line. And it's awesome because like it reeks of desperation. It reeks of desperation. And also nothing Maylot said is wrong there.
policy stuff.
She says she doesn't agree with my Hamas. Of course, she's running for Congress. One day, everyone will, like, the way that history books will reflect on these issues will have a very different perspective on the matter. But right now, that's not the day, okay? It'll happen. One day, everyone will have been against this and all that stuff you already know, but, you know. Anyway, so we're talking about, fuck, I just jumped over to Melek Kiros. I was going to do the Abdul El-Sayed thing. We'll get to Melek Kiros in a second. Okay? We'll get to Melek Kiros in a second. So, wow, I can't believe Abdul is pro-Palestine. In favor of abolishing ICE. Pro-Medicare for all. Pro-billionaire tax. Pro-taxing the wealthy. And in favor of abolishing ICE. How is this an yeah. You Mitch Voter said this about Daria Lisa. You Mitch Voter has come such a fucking long way.
Meet Abdul.
Yeah. They keep trying to do the 2016 Trump type attacks, even though that was an abysmal failure. Yeah. No, the right-wing Republicans have no answer for any of these policies. If you're running on a policy-first platform instead of like any of this other like random spiritual shit, you know, Republicans have no answer. And their attack ads turn into promotion. This is one of those instances where like this attack ad reads like promotional material. Like Abdul El-Sayed is like Abdul El-Sayed is not Israel first. Wow, that's devastating. I'm sure people in fucking Michigan are terrified. People in Michigan are demanding an Israel first candidate. That's what they were looking for. They're really, really shocked that Abdul is not Israel first. Is crazy. And then outside of that, he wants to take all of the additional funds that we're wasting on Israel and spend it on ourselves instead. Yeah, as absentee ballots are going out today, it's pretty funny to see this being like the big attack ad initially. 49% of Michiganders undecided with the absentee ballots going out today. Maybe McMorrow voters are abandoning her late and weighing their options. Weird poll, but the top line tracks recent surveys. El-Sayed leads, with Stevens not far behind, right? Candidate preferences at El-Sayed 22%, Haley Stevens at 20%, McMorrow at 9%. So what is McMorrow doing? What is Mallory McMorrow doing to make up for this, right? What is she doing to make up for this disparity? Well, it turns out she's hitting the same lines that she did already. There's pressure now coming in the direction of Mallory McMorrow to drop out. I don't think she should. She's my queen, and as my queen, we need to hear from swagged out and maybe a little quirked up, kind of pro-Israel, kind of ambiguously not pro-Israel voices that could potentially eat away from the Haley Stevens base. Okay. Yeah, I know we got Haley Stevens. We got the Haley Stevens the situation too. It's really funny. It's really funny. We're going to get to all of that. But first, let's start with hearing from female voices in Congress, okay? Voices that are running for office here. Let's take a look.
He's been endorsed by Hasan Piker, who has millions of followers on social media, mainly people under the age of 30. I mention this because he is a very controversial figure. And in March, you compared him to white supremacist Nick Fuentes. Now, Piker spoke to Detroit Public Radio about that yesterday.
So people can come to me directly and figure out what I'm actually about. So that was one of the reasons why that smear campaign failed spectacularly. People started looking at Abdul's campaign. People started hearing what he was saying, and they liked it. And lo and behold, he was in third place before this smear campaign started, and now he's comfortably in first place.
My opponent made a decision to bring in Hasan shortly after there was an attack on a synagogue here in Michigan where a man drove.
This is one of the most look. I'm going to repeat this one more time. Tying me to an anti-Semitic hate crime is one of the more insane things I've heard from who is otherwise supposed to be like a progressive Democrat. Okay. Notice how she's trying to get the attention of her producer.
Pickup truck into a synagogue where 140 preschoolers were at school that day. And had it not been for the security measures, the bollards in place, it could have been the largest.
Wait, why does she wave to her producer? She's like, get me off camera. This is crazy. She's like, I don't want to be a part of this. She's talking like a Klansman. She's like, this could be a lawsuit style situation. Can you please get me off camera?
At school that day. And had it not been for the security measures, the bollards in place, it could have been the largest mass killing of kids in this country's history. And to bring somebody in to represent your campaign, in my mind, is a very different decision than going on somebody's stream and talking to their audience.
Why? What do I have to do with... McMurrow also later said you're not anti-Semitic after saying you were the Nick Fuentes of the left. No real convictions, total fraud. Yeah, that's what's so funny. Here's what's so funny about these people that are trying to find like a moderate lane, a moderate progressive lane, right? They can't even get on board with like a smear campaign. They can't even do that appropriately. Like, pick a side. If you're going to go unhinged with it, you on the one hand can't imply that I am responsible for an anti-Semitic hate crime at a synagogue. And then also on the other hand, turn around and be like, but he's not racist. Like, if you're going to lie in one direction. They're so wishy-washy. They can't even fucking do the lie appropriately. It blows my fucking mind. I will say, though, I expect stuff like this from Haley Stevens. Maybe I'm too naive, but I did not expect this level of racial agitation from Mallory McMorrow, once again, who is like trying to occupy the relatively somewhat more progressive, but not super progressive lane. And I don't even think she knows what she's doing. I think she doesn't realize how fucking racist this comes across as, because Islamophobia is so super normalized. Producer legit said cut her off, then she points going, no, I'll let her finish her point. Source, background in live TV.
I believe in freedom of speech. People should be able to say and do whatever they want. But we have a very diverse population here in Michigan. We have the largest Arab American population in the country, alongside a very significant Jewish population. And we need to keep everybody together, not just to win, but to govern and to represent this state appropriately.
Hearing reporting about you having very soft numbers with black voters,
Yeah, I wonder why. I mean, this kind of plays into that, no? Obviously, there's like, Abdul's doing fairly well with black voters in Michigan. Understandable. But then also Haley Stevens benefits from the machine, the turnout machine that the Democrats are kind of turning on in her favor. But even then, Abdul's doing, I think, better than Haley Stevens is, right? The reason why Mallory McMorrow has found herself in the Pete Buttigieg slot is because she does stuff like this. Like, there is a lot. The way people talk about black people in mainstream media as like a reliable voting bloc, and what black people actually believe are two entirely different universes, okay? at least in my experience, I know it's somewhat anecdotal, but also black people are pulled on this stuff all the goddamn time. When you go down to like issue specific percentages, like black people are always more woke than the rest of the country on every issue. So I don't even understand why there is this weird attitude in mainstream media to present black people as this like monolithic voting bloc that's like incredibly conservative. There has never been a single instance where black people were not overwhelmingly way more woke, which they invented, by the way, okay? But overwhelmingly more progressive than the mean, than the average. It's so strange. Like, black people on the issue of immigration. There is this like concerted effort to make it seem like black people in the United States of America don't fuck with the migrants or whatever. And there's always this like destabilization. They're trying to foment some kind of like racial animus where no such racialized animus exists, right? And there's good reason for it, obviously, because, you know, white supremacy is a fairly powerful force, if not the most powerful force in American politics, even to this day. And guess who understands that force better than anybody else? Black people do, right? Anti-black racism is one of the most potent forces in American politics. So, of course, they're not going to fall for all this like stupid shit about how, you know, there are all this stupid shit about how, like, you know, immigrants are coming to take black people's jobs or whatever. Also, there's a real crisis with black immigrants too. We're going to talk about that later. The Supreme Court of the United States of America just revoked temporary protected status visas of 350,000 Haitians, advancing the whole Haitians eat cats and dogs nonsense, like that racist ass bullshit that the Trump administration, or the Trump campaign rather, was advancing in the electoral run. So, you know who understands that kind of racism? Black people do. J.D. Vance openly said he lied about that. So yeah, from where I'm standing, like this idea that, I mean, going back to like why she's performing poorly with black voters in Michigan is because I think the inauthenticity is palpable. People can smell it. So she's found herself in the Pete Buttigieg zone.
You have very low numbers overall, and the chatter is growing louder that you should drop out, that you are a spoiler candidate. Will you drop out?
Here's what I can tell you. We are being presented right now with what I believe is a false binary choice, that either we have to accept the status quo in Haley Stevens, a member of Congress who's taken tens of thousands of dollars in corporate PAC donations, who hasn't done any public events.
Hype Train level 2, by the way, and it's 35% off. 5+ gifted subs. We're at 48 seconds remaining. We can carry the flame twice in a row, and so close to one another. Subscribe to the People's Broadcasting Service, public broadcasting service, only sponsored by you, the people, for you, the people. Support independent media by subscribing for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime, and I will carry the flame again. You missed the level 6 hype train while you were blasting off? Oh. Damn, we're cooking. How about some tacos? Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. And Turbulent Pancakes, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Jay Lee, thank you for the 5. Joan, thank you for the 10.
With people, she's not taking tough questions.
But she has been on debates and on the debate stage. So people have been able to look at the three of you side by side. And right now, you're the one coming up short.
Certainly, I hear you. And on the other side, we've got a candidate who has never won a campaign before. In the last quarter, I outraised the Congresswoman by $1 million with no corporate PAC donations. I've got more grassroots support than my opponents combined. We are out there every single day with our message that we don't have to accept an either or.
By the way, going back to the Pete Buttigieg method, level 5 hype train, by the way, It is Liz Smith. Liz Smith is one of her advisors, and Liz Smith famously was Pete Buttigieg's advisor as well. So that's also interesting.
I am the only candidate in the race who's won tough elections. I helped flip the entire state Senate to Democrats for the first time in 40 years. And as majority whip, I've delivered on healthcare, housing, civil rights, voting rights, you name it. We've done it.
So, yeah, I mean, this is like a insanely racist attack, for the record. Like, it's just terror jacketing. It's fairly Islamophobic to be like, well, Abdul, Muslim guy, also Hasan, another Muslim guy, scary. Don't you feel like they might have been responsible for this synagogue attack? If you squint at it from far enough, doesn't it feel like they were responsible for this? So I said, yeah. So if you're horrified by the U.S. munitions being used to murder children in Gaza, Mallory McMorrow thinks you're responsible for attacks against synagogues. How is this any different than what MAGA says about us? And it's ironic because the question presented to her quite literally was, don't you feel like your attacks against Hasan Piker and Abdul El-Sayed backfired on you and it caused your campaign's approval to straightforwardly collapse? I've never seen such a clear-cut example of a campaign. I never thought that I would see such a clear-cut example of a campaign collapsing after trying this panicked attack. And what's so crazy is, like, she's doing a double down here, but she's also, again, wishy-washy on it too. Mallory McMorrow says Hasan gets dangerously close to anti-Semitism, claiming he's uninformed, and a lot of what he says is really hurtful to her family. No actual quotes or evidence from Hasan was provided with this claim. You know, this is for the Jewish Insider. I don't think that he is. Asked whether she believes Hasan Piker to be anti-Semitic, Mallory McMorrow said no, but added that it almost doesn't matter. Yeah, you can't. Here's the problem. And this is something that I was addressing in that Detroit Public Radio broadcast. If I was a college campus activist and I did not have my platform, if I did not have this platform that is large enough, that is competitive with other media platforms, with mainstream media outlets, she would be able to get away with smearing me like this. If I was a college campus activist, as many college campus activists were smeared in mainstream media, they could just go, yeah, this guy is crazy. Look at what he said. Look at his choice quotes. But because I'm in the media myself, I am a media figure myself, you can arrive at your own conclusions by looking at my background, looking at my history, looking at what I've said on this issue. And it's a really tough hill to climb if your job is to be like, this guy's a dangerous anti-Semite. And then people can actually see what I've done in this space. They can see the hundreds of hours, if not thousands of hours, I have poured into specifically combating anti-Semitism. It looks ridiculous, you know? And it's extra ridiculous because this is an issue that you are unnecessarily drawing attention to that is 90-10. When your opposition is saying, you know, Israel's doing war crimes, Israel's doing a genocide, we got to stop, you know, we got to hold Israel accountable, we got to stop funding Israel's war crimes, and we should fund, you know, Medicare for all instead. You are unnecessarily drawing attention to your lackluster approach to this issue that is a phenomenal litmus test for a lot of people. Yeah. She said I was similar to Nick Fuentes and then turned around and said, actually, he's not anti-Semitic. Like, and I get close. It's like Nick Fuentes is a Holocaust denier who openly loves Adolf Hitler. Nick Fuentes is a Holocaust denier or even a Holocaust enjoyer. Okay? You can't on the one hand say like, oh, this person is dangerously close to Nick Fuentes and then turn around and be like, but he's not anti-Semitic. Like, what are you talking about? What am I close to Nick Fuentes on? Nothing. Nothing at all. If anything, you're closer to Nick Fuentes if you actually equate Israel with the entire international Jewry. He does it all the time. You're closer to him than I am, fundamentally. Anyway, hype train is at what level? Did we reach another level or did it end? I wasn't paying attention. Sorry, I gave up on it a little bit, and I think you guys gave up on it too. Never mind, it's level 6 complete on the hype train. Level 7 hype train is here. At level 10, you already know we're going to be carrying the motherfucking flame. What is this? You want me to play the flamenco version? Sure. I'll play a new version. I'll play the newer version. Yeah, so it's not looking too great for Haley Stevens, and I think it's repugnant that she's doing this. But as you guys know, if there's one thing that I have a lot of experience in, right? It's eating shit. It's being, it's falling victim to ridiculous smear campaigns. So, I'm used to it. It is what it is. I can deal with it. I do not wish it on anyone else, though. And I certainly don't wish it on a lot of these wonderful people who have decided to run for office. And what is this?
What's interesting?
Yeah. Saying you support Palestinian freedom isn't just a litmus test of morality. It's a test of how easy it is for lobbyists like AIPAC to sway your opinion. Yes. Yeah. I got the tank build. I have had to withstand, presidential campaign level opposition research for the last decade. So I'm used to it. And I think more socialists and more bold or radical candidates have to get used to it as well. Because unfortunately, this is the treacherous nature of this territory. Okay? That's what it is. If you are outside of the confines of the American media class's permissible opinions, if you are advocating or advancing society in a direction that capital owners don't want, they're going to come after you. And if they can't find anything in your background, they're going to invent stuff, right? We saw this with Daria Lisa. They didn't have anything that they can hit her on. So they just started creating controversy off of her tweets. This is how these guys operate. So you have to get ready, and you just have to realize that as long as you got your people, as long as your people have your back, you're good. And you just keep growing that base. You keep growing that base of support. You keep growing that momentum, and you carry the flame every damn day. Level 7 hype train, by the way, almost done. Yeah, you call people who were stealing food from children, women, and men during a genocide inbred. How was the controversial beyond me? Yeah, I know. It's that one is the dumbest one, but it doesn't matter. Speaking of Abdul al-Sayed, the last thing I want to mention here is that Dr. Abdul al-Sayed has secured a coveted endorsement from one of my favorite U.S. senators that isn't like a socialist or anything, but I have been obviously very impressed with and have glazed quite a bit, especially in these last 2 years. U.S. Senator Chris Van Hollen is a determined fighter for working people, a statesman of the first order, and has shown what it means to lead with your values rather than beholden to corporate interests. Can you imagine if this was our Senate majority leader instead of Chuck Schumer? Can you imagine what kind of party this could be? I know this is nerdy stuff, and I know Senator Van Hollen doesn't go hard enough. I know he's like, people will say, oh, he's just like a regular J Street kind of guy. But think about where we're at currently. Think about what the current ideological makeup of the Democratic Party looks like in the Senate versus what it could look like. And yeah, Senator Chris Van Hollen's great. I'm looking forward to working with Senator Van Hollen in the U.S. Senate. I'm deeply grateful to earn this endorsement. But there's also a bigger endorsement. That's right. Zara Larson. In a comment on Abdul El-Sayed's Instagram post, Larson writes, I endorse this message. She's the first pop star to endorse in the Michigan Senate Democratic primary. Van Hollen is the best of the libs. He's not a socialist, but he's unlike the rest of the senators in that he's intelligent and has a heart. He's someone we can work with. Absolutely. Yes. Chris Van Hollen, as far as I have seen, has not actively presented an impediment to progress. Okay. And has instead been an ally, regardless of ideological differences at times. So, much respect. But yeah, Abdul's cooking. Abdul's cooking, and it's really good. There was also this moment from Haley Stevens, who, unfortunately for Haley, has absolutely zero swag, like no riz whatsoever. And unfortunately for her, Abdul is, I mean, he has abundance. He has an abundance of swag. Okay, so let's take a look at what Haley is doing now.
I'm not a millionaire, but last time I checked, you were. Why don't you release those tax returns? Let us see who's paying you and making you rich.
So, incredible move. Incredible move to be like Abdul El-Sayed. Because, like, this is Michigan, right? My theory of change is socialism will be popular in Michigan, but I don't know if the moniker is as popular as it would be in other states, right? And a big part of the attack ads are probably going to be like, oh, Dr. Abdul El-Sayed is a socialist, So now you're just saying like he's just rich, and he's like, oh, well, I'm not a socialist. I'm a capitalist. I just don't believe in like, you know, corporate capitalism or whatever, as he's told me as well, you know. Something that I've also stressed as well, right? He's going to say he's a union guy. He's in favor of unions. That's why he's endorsed by the UAW. And, you know, yeah, he's made a little bit of money on the side. Do you think that's going to be bad for Abdul El-Sayed? Here's my Dota lineup. Tank, Hasan Piker, ADC, Zoran Kwame Mamdani, Mage, Daria Lisa, Brawler, Abdul El-Sayed, Assassin, Chris Rab. That's so dumb.
Are not
Yeah.
Hey, Abdul, it's June. Ballots go out. Why haven't you submitted your personal financial disclosures that Michiganders want to know what you're hiding?
releasing their tax returns, and they're delaying the release of their personal financial disclosure. What gives?
It's funny because I want to make fun of her for being a pro-Israel stooge, but because she is so rizless, it comes across as cute. Am I wrong about this? Like, doesn't she have, like, she is built like a SNL character, okay? Like everything about this output, like, I don't know why. I find her very funny. It's because she's fat? No, it has nothing to do with that. First of all, she's not fat. Calm down. It's mostly just her voice and her vibes. She is such a dork. Yeah, that's nasty business, chatter. Relax, okay? But she is very dorky, and I don't know why. Despite the fact that she's like obviously APAC stooge and a disaster, there's something like redeeming about her just being. She went over the hump, okay? Like there are people who are rizless and a total charisma suck and very dorky, and it comes across as irredeemable. I think she went over that hump and she got on to the other side of it now, where she's so, like, she is such a super dork. She's such a turbo dork that it's almost like kind of cute and funny.
Two of my opponents are not releasing their tax returns, and they're delaying the release of their personal financial disclosure. What gives?
What?
Look,
Do you own stock? I'd love to ask them. If so, how much? Did you give paid political speeches last year? If so, how much did you make? Why did you file a request for an extension of your personal financial disclosure? Michiganders deserve transparency from their candidates for elected office, particularly for the U.S. Senate. What are these guys hiding? Two of my opponents are not releasing their tax returns, and they're delaying the release of their personal financial disclosure. What gives? Look, do you own stock?
It's good that you guys ran it back because what gives is so perfect. Ow. Hello. What gives? Is this the Midwest? Is this like the Midwest nice? Is that what it is? She just kind of sounds like Midwestern Bobby Hill.
I'd love to ask them.
Thank you.
If so, how much? Did you give paid political speeches last year?
Kaya.
If so, how much did you make? Why did you file a request for an extension of your personal financial disclosure? Michiganders deserve transparency.
No, it's just Midwest, just Michigan. Yeah, I love her. Like I'm I've grown to like her throughout this process. I'm just like fascinated with the way she sounds and the way she carries herself and how she constantly says, Michigan, Michiganders. I mean, obviously she's a demon. Like, let's be real. Like, here are the not so funny times, right? Like when you look at her APAC expenditures so far, $10 million. Okay. That's unacceptable. That's not so cute. Or who can forget, roll the clip, when she went to the AAPI, AAPI event and said APAC instead of AAPI. That was really funny, but also maybe not great for her, right? Like APAC is constantly on her mind. So she maybe thought, she wasn't at the Michigan AAPI summit or event and instead was at an APAC event, right? That's a moment where she's not so cute. And of course, last but not least, perhaps the craziest moment in the Haley Stevens universe is when she did this.
And in the United States Congress, I will continue to fight for the people of Israel. I will continue to fight for Israel's existence. Israel comes to me in my dreams. I see Israel's future, and I know that Israel will continue to exist for the Jewish people.
There's no way that's a democracy now hat, right? It's got to be a release the hostages now hat.
I love you all so very much. Happy Hanukkah. Thank you.
For the record, I think one of the craziest, so obviously she says like Israel came to me in my dreams and stuff. For those of you who don't know, if you don't remember, maybe you weren't as invested in like, random statewide elections happening in Michigan. But back in the day, there was a guy. His name was Andy Levin. It was Andy Levin, right? Now, Andy Levin was an Israel critic. AIPAC did not like that. Andy Levin was a progressive politician. AIPAC did not like that either. They brought in this demon right here to make sure that Andy Levin did not win this seat. Lavin. I don't know how you fucking say it. Anyway, what's really interesting about Andy is, for those of you who don't know, Andy's Jewish. So AIPAC got Haley Stevens to compete and defeat Andy Levin, a Jewish critic of Israel. And he wasn't like an anti-Zionist or anything. He was just like one of those guys who's just like, I'm critical of what Israel's doing. And this was like a while ago too. So, you know, I don't know what his like current opinion on Israel is, but there are many progressive Jewish legislators who understand the situation with Israel and maybe still have their own personal hangups because of their upbringing or whatever. But like that is enough for AIPAC to be like, you're a real threat. I know you don't click Instagram links, but this is a good take from a non-Hasanabi head. I just watched this earlier. You missed it. For AIPAC, she was much more valuable in the halls of power than a Jewish Democrat is. Because that Jewish Democrat happened to be critical of Israel. Okay? Fuck, how can I go back and watch you react to that? All you got to do is subscribe, baby. Subscribe so you can rewind. Okay, I don't want to defend Haley Stevens, but the AIPAC clip was clipped dishonestly. She was saying AIPAC's because she was at their event. It's pronounced the same, just with an S. And Andy Levin endorsed Abdul early in this race. Of course he did. This is what you missed out on, by the way, because we couldn't hit that level 10 hype train. Holy fuck, what is this? Jesus Christ. Andy Levin's Twitter is just Abdul now. That's awesome. Yeah, Andy Levin is playing the role of he's doing a Brad Lander moment here. He's having a little bit of a Brad Lander moment. Like I said, I don't know his like the full extent. I just remember him as being like an Israel critical liberal Zionist, like a very Israel critical liberal Zionist. Actually, far before Brad was too. He's a nice guy. Anyway, so that is the Abdul El Sayed saga. That's one of the races that obviously we're very active in. There's another race because we're doing watches right now. Okay, we'll do the W watch. We'll do the Hog watch as a consequence of the W watch. But I wanted to give you guys a little bit of an update on the Abdul El Sayed race as absentee ballots are being sent out today in Michigan. And I'm going to be going back to Michigan at some point to do another big push. Thoughts on Chuck Park? Yeah, he did great. He outperformed expectations. I mean, he did better than Michael Blake did against Richie Torres. And I wish that Chuck Park had been more active or... look, I will say this much. A lot of my community members were working on his campaign. Okay? The reason why I did not focus on any of the races other than the ones that I was like very active in, specifically the New York City DSA slate, is because this was a huge race, okay? They're all huge. The fact that he performed so well outside of the DSA infrastructure because he built his own ground game is phenomenal. As far as I understand, Chuck did a lot of great things during this race, okay? If Chuck had gotten 10% of the investment that the others got, he would have won his stings a bit. Yeah, but if I did 10% less investment in Daria Lisa, what if she didn't make it? You know what I mean? But as far as Chuck Park goes, I think like these guys also have to, these guys also have to do their own inside baseball. Like they have to work with, New York City politics as well. Because that was clearly a threatened position, and we'll check back in 2 years, and I think that's an easy lock. Okay? But you gotta join DSA, and you have to also prove that you're a reliable vote, right? Because from what I understand, Chuck Park, very woke, had all the right policies, and there are a lot of people who are running on all the right policies, but there's also behind the scenes like a level of investment that you need to show that you have, right? And that only comes with time. And that only comes with time, and that only comes with like reliable, steady advocacy. But once again, I think that race showed that there is a real opportunity for Chuck and a real future for Chuck Park in a successful congressional run. A team is being built. Just look at how Dr. Hamawi is endorsing the same candidates that you endorse. Exactly. We went crazy, proud of us for what we did. Can you shout me out? I'm unemployed right now. It's been an honor to work on Chuck Park's campaign for the last few months. Even with our backs against the wall, we left it all on the field. I don't regret 1 second. Yeah, no, this was an unbelievably impressive run, dude. Straight up. This was an unbelievably impressive run. It's like one of those more quiet races that didn't get any media coverage whatsoever. But the fact that he was so close, like the fact that he got so close to the incumbent with his own ground game is very, very impressive. Straight up. The beauty about these congressional races, by the way, is that you don't have to wait fucking 4 years. You know what I'm saying? All you need is 2. Have his campaign reached out to you? Yes. What do you mean? They're my fucking moderators and shit were working on his campaign. The reason why I couldn't spend a lot of time or resources on what Chuck was doing was because we were already spread super thin. Okay? Yeah, Grace Meng, my congressperson, says Matt Binder, had a terrible showing against progressive challenger Chuck Park with basically no backing. Park had a great ground game, though. His campaign knocked on my door many times. Does he run again? Does Mamdani/DSA get involved next time around? Yeah, that's like one of those. I mean, look at this, dude. He went the fucking distance. I mean, that's like he outperformed Michael Blake against Richie Torres. Michael Blake had a lot more name recognition because he ran for mayor. Like, this is a very impressive run. This is a very, very impressive run for Chuck Park. Straight up. Outperformed Reynoso, Playboy. Yeah, it was closer than Goldman. Okay, we can't bring Goldman into this. That's not even a... Dude. The Goldman one was such an abysmal disaster that I feel like people are avoiding having that conversation because it quite literally is just about Israel and just about him being an establishment conservative, not a progressive, but a conservative Democrat, all things considered, especially in comparison to Brad Lander. So, what is this? Did you know this about Brad Lander? I'm now convinced he's more anti-Zionist than how he presents himself publicly. Still can't believe we'll have a Jewish congressperson who gave his child such a doikot bris. The new Jewish left has planted its flag firmly in Congress, a sign of the vitality and staying power of a long storied tradition of progressive Jewish non-Zionism in American life. From the archives, Jacob Kornblue reports. At ritual circumcision of son, Lander and wife declared, "We are thrilled to pronounce you a Jew without the right to return, right of return. Your name contains our deep hope that you will explore and celebrate your Jewish identity without confusing it with nationalism. Holy fuck. Wait, I did not know that. Oh my God. Dude, Brad Lander has his own Rokana cycle, but just for matters that pertain to Judaism and Zionism. He is Mr. Curveball. Okay, leaving the DSA after October 7, you're like, what? Why would you do that? You've been in the DSA for so many years. But then also at the same time, being like Israel is an occupation and it must be abolished. And you're like, what? Okay. But that's what the people are saying. That's also the same. Hello? And then he'll turn around and be like, but also BDS is, a bridge too far from me. You're like, what? It should be the bare minimum. It's just peaceful demonstration and a demand for boycotts. And then he'll be like, but it's also an apartheid state that has done a genocide and we're not giving a single dime to Israel. And like, okay, that cool. And then he'll turn around and be like, we need fighters, not floppers. And that's why I'm endorsing Hakeem Jeffries for Speaker of the House. You're like, what is happening? What is happening? What do you mean? Brad Lander has his own cycle that pertains to him being ambiguous. He's an ultra and the DSA wasn't enough for him. That's what it was. Yeah, he was like, we need to dismantle the Zionist entity piece by piece. And the DSA's position that they voted on was not going far enough because they voted no on the singular secular state position. Brad Lander, crypto, bad empanada fan. Okay, no. And then he also has the whole, like, I'm a liberal Zionist and I fucking endorse funding Elbit systems to the tune of $1.5 million with New Yorker taxpayer money. And you're like, that doesn't make any sense. Brad Lander is against BDS because he thinks bombing Tel Aviv is a better strategy. I don't agree with Brad on that, but that's never let him know your next move. To be fair, this isn't very brave of Brad. I renounced my right to return once I learned I was allergic to sesame. There is no way I'm indigenous to that land. The Jewish left does not support this shit, Hasan. We support Palestine. No, dude, I know that. I know that, obviously. I'm just saying Brad Lander is a unique case specifically because of the back and forth, the pendulum that he has. When on the one hand, he'll take like a pro-Israel position on certain things, and then on the other, he'll take like a vehemently anti-Israel stance when sometimes no one is looking. You know what I mean? Or sometimes he'll let it be known. So yeah, he's an interesting guy. He's an interesting guy who I think will probably find himself way more comfortably in anti-Zionist waters because of the unbelievable amount of enmity that he is receiving from, what he probably perceived as his Jewish community broadly. Because this is never, let me tell you something, okay? A lot of people will get mad at me. I didn't really touch the Brad Lander race that much because, I don't really need to cover it at all. It was all but done, right? He's a very popular local politician, ran for mayor, was very popular in the mayoral race as well. Very clearly he was going to destroy Dan Goldman, and he did. But a lot of people got mad at me because they were like, oh, you're giving a soft endorsement to Brad Lander, who's a liberal Zionist, and therefore he's like in favor of Israel. He's like unbelievably in favor of Israel. And it's like very interesting because I guess I have a different approach to this than how many others perceive it, where I see all of the things that he has said about the issue, and sometimes he's like far and beyond as a member of Congress. Like as a member of Congress saying Israel is doing a genocide, Israel is an occupation, Israel's an apartheid state, and we must end the occupation. That all of a sudden puts you above 90% of Congress. Okay. saying that as a New York Jew matters a lot as well. I think we forget that Americans do care about these kinds of aesthetics. They do care about Paul a little bit, right? So, you know, he's now above Bernie Sanders on this issue. Bernie Sanders, to my knowledge, has not called Israel an apartheid state or an occupation that must be abolished, right? So, like, so that's important. That's very important to understand. That's very important to identify, and that's very important to promote, right? So that is important to me. And I do find that to be a bold choice to make, especially when the rest of Congress seemingly is not adopting this position, even though obviously the overwhelming majority of the masses and the voters are on board with it because it's the truth. So he has that going for him. But then also on the other hand, he's made some decisions. He's said certain things about Israel, like how he's a liberal Zionist, how he still, loves Israel or whatever. And I'm just like, why are you saying this if you're, also admitting that it's doing a genocide? Like, it doesn't make sense. Right. And I can't decide if it's just him being a politician who understands which way the winds are blowing and is willing to come out with a bold statement, a bold declarative statement, or if he's just genuinely conflicted personally, given the age bracket he finds himself in. He's conflicted because he also recognizes that Israel is antithetical to his worldview as a lifelong progressive and a lifelong DSA member up until October 7. You see what I mean? Read my logs. I'm the Brad Whisperer. Brad Lander is sort of like Bernie Sanders. They're liberal Zionists, but with teeth. We are so used to the two-state solution shtick that we write off whenever anyone says it, because most people who say that don't actually believe it, that they actually want Israel's occupation to end and for it to be a Jewish state for good or bad. Yeah, I mean, it's just such a marginal position at this point and so silly, right? That's why I'm like, just, shit or get off the pot, buddy. You've already gotten off the pot. I mean, sorry, you've already shitted. You've shitted and you farted. So, lean into it. Because a lot of liberal Zionists you don't hear from someone who's like, I'm a self-described liberal Zionist. We should fund the Elbit systems with New Yorker taxpayer money, but then also simultaneously say Israel's an occupation and that occupation must end. Anti-Zionism is a spectrum with extreme elements and more moderate elements. Extreme anti-Zionists want all current Israelis to be expelled from the land. The more moderate anti-Zionists understand that Zionism is an aspect of his militant apartheid state and settler colonialism. So without that, it's not inherently not a Zionist state. No, but people say self-identifying as a Zionist is the thing that I'm talking about. In any case, there's no reason to discuss this any further. I think, like I said, I think he will inevitably arrive at the anti-Zionist position in a more bold manner, hopefully. And the reason why I'm saying that is because of this. Because never discount how unbelievably odious, how unbelievably repulsive and how unbelievably arrogant the pro-Israel envoys are, especially in the Western world, and how much of a role that plays in pushing people to our side, to the side of truth and the side of justice. You have to understand, there are millions of Americans who probably started off by going, oh, gross, there's a lot of death and destruction over there. Oh, well, whatever. I'm used to seeing dead brown children on television. But then they genuinely became anti-Israel because they kept seeing Danny Denon on television. They kept seeing, Rear Admiral General Hagari on television being like, we have to shoot this school and baby because the baby is Hamas. And they were like, no, that's fucked up, actually. And never forget how many people saw Rabbi Shmuley on television and went, I don't want to be on this guy's side. I am against whatever the fuck this guy is presenting. Especially when so many of these dudes who are pro-Israel and were trying to do the Hasbara, trying to do the advocacy for Israel, would turn around and in the most entitled, most arrogant way possible say, you have to give us all this money, otherwise you're an anti-Semite, and otherwise, if you call into question this allegiance, you need to be fired from your job. You need to lose your career prospects. You need to be doxxed. You need to feel a sense of harm all the time. And when you're hysterical and arrogant at the behest of fascism, most Americans, especially when it starts touching the First Amendment side of things, especially when it turns into cancel culture that is actually impactful, not the fake cancel culture, like, Hasan, has a fap top and this is his home. He's masturbating inside of his home. That's bullshit, right? But the real cancel culture that's like, Hasan doesn't get to travel to the UK because of his statements about Israel. That kind of shit does matter. When people see that, they go, this is fucked up. And I don't think the Hasbara operatives have figured out how much enmity and resentment that fucking breeds. Do you understand? It's very important to recognize that. And I think eventually, slowly but surely, Brad Lander will find himself he will find himself in the anti-Zionist side of the conversation pretty aggressively, because the people that are the people that are supposed to lean into what he's doing and see, like, the J Street guys are just somewhat irrelevant. Okay? Yeah. Eitan Nechin, the New York correspondent for Haaretz, says, this has become the standard tagline on the right. Dare to criticize Israel, dare to work with the people who you have different ideological leanings is to be a capo.
He's anti-American, he's anti-Semitic, even though he's Jewish. This guy would be a camp guard in a concentration camp if he could. He's a disaster, he's terrible, and Bradley...
You're going to hear that only so much until you turn around and say, okay, fuck this shit. Okay, I have no allegiance to Israel. All of its supporters are attacking me. I'm an American Jew. I'm a New York Jew. I'm an American. I'm a New Yorker first. This is fucking ridiculous. I'm done with this shit. You know what I mean? Politically, what will matter is not whether any of this is true, but if the image sticks. When I was young, Republicans would say obviously bogus garbage about Dems. In 2020s, a lot of crap conservative radio regarding libs and progressive excess as a recognizable ring of truth. Recognizable ring of truth by calling someone a capo? ? From Etan. Yeah, it's totally ridiculous. So yes, I will actually fucking defend Brad Lander against these kinds of heinous smears, claiming that he would be a capo, claiming that he would be a Jewish concentration camp guard, a collaborator, because he says no to the Nazi attitudes demonstrated by the apartheid state that is doing a genocide. You're fucking disgusting. Okay? If the 2,000 year the 2,000 year history of Judaism is about, revolutionary politics, about overcoming pogroms, about overcoming heinous smears, Brad Lander is infinitely more in line with the 2,000 years of Jewish culture and history than the last 80 plus years of Zionism. It's fucking ridiculous. Anyway, what the fuck do I know? I'm just goy-splaining over here, but it's just so stupid. Careful, the ADL be pissed. I don't give a fuck. Fuck the ADL. ADL can suck my dick. David Cleon says, since 10/7, Israel's defenders have tried deplatforming critics, arresting protesters, criminalizing boycotts, flooding primaries with dark money, blackmailing universities, literally buying ZBS and turning it into a propaganda channel. It has only made their position less popular. These are the actions of a movement that is both morally and intellectually bankrupt, that relies on money and force because persuasion has completely failed, and they know it too. They're in full panic. It's true. But never cast aside how much this shit breeds enmity towards Israel. Never cast aside how much this kind of stuff actually pushes people to our side. Okay? Anyway, let's hear from my baldest op on, oh my God, Fox News. Remember, this guy's supposed to be woke, okay? Civil rights leader, Jonathan Greenblatt. ADL CEO, Apartheid Defense League CEO Jonathan Greenblatt says the election results in New York City are anti-Semitic and will lead to more Jewish people being kicked out of coffee shops.
Jewish people in New York, more Jewish people in New York than any other city in our country.
That's right.
Other than Israel, biggest population here. How do they vote now?
Look, I think this is a question for Democrats, for all Americans, to see anti-Semitism explode like this in this city, like you said, with the most Jewish people, but the highest number of anti-Jewish incidents. I mean, what we saw at this coffee shop shows us that you can harass Jewish people for the price of a cup of coffee.
Right.
To call Dan Goldman a genocide enabler, Dan Goldman, who has been a stalwart, American, a member of Congress. By the way, he's criticized Bibi Netanyahu and that government repeatedly.
Has he?
So this is prejudice, plain and simple.
Oh, damn, dude. I guess it's all right then. Oh, he's criticized Benjamin Netanyahu. Shit, my bad, dude. Dog. He was a fucking lapdog for Israel. Shut the fuck up. Relevant. Look at what Zionism is spreading today. Wow. Give major awards powerful, says John Spencer. Okay, hold on.
And it's disgusting, but I've got to be honest, it's happening all over the country. ADL actually has a case against a coffee shop in Oakland, California, that banned a man from getting coffee there because he was wearing a Jewish star. So how is it that Jewish...
Dude, you can't develop a cohesive and coherent movement by constantly presenting yourself as the victim, okay, while you are simultaneously on Fox News and you're getting some of the most powerful institutions on the planet to be like, wow, you're a victim. You're being victimized so aggressively. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense at all. You can't keep doing this. I mean, if you want to keep doing it, you can, but it's just not working. And I don't know why they keep hitting that fucking button over and over again. Like, this is Jonathan Greenblatt's entire point, okay? This is his entire purpose, is to just like run around and be like, hey, I'm on every news broadcast defending one of the most powerful nation states on the planet, especially because of the unbelievable and unprecedented amount of influence and capability that this fucking country has on the most powerful nation on the planet, the United States of America. And if you actually turn around and criticize this allegiance, if you turn around and criticize this country, if you turn around and criticize its defenders that are defending a genocide, that are defending an apartheid, that are defending an occupation that's seemingly fucking endless, then I'm still the victim while you need to be fired. You need to be killed. You need to go to jail. You need to go to prison. It's so stupid. It doesn't make any sense, especially in a country like the United States of America, where even the racist people understand that, like, there is a level of anti-blackness that's baked into the fucking American Constitution pretty much. Like, what do you think? What do you think other minorities think when they're being kidnapped from their court hearings? You know what I mean? Other marginalized communities. What do you think they think when they hear you go on Fox News and then go on MSNBC in the same fucking day and be like, you know who's actually being undermined? Defenders of Israel. Oh, really? This unironically, like saying Zionists are under attack in the United States of America and are being discriminated against for their political position that's perfectly normal, is literally the same thing as like what's that other billionaire guy who was like, billionaires are under attack. Billionaires are the most marginalized minority in this country. It's like, dude, good luck with that message, okay? Good luck with that fucking message. And it actually is funny because that same guy, the same guy that's both a Zionist and a billionaire, did make that connection. And he was like, you know who's under attack? People who defend Israel. You know who's under attack? Billionaires. Really? How fucking out of touch can you possibly be to say that in the United States of America, where there's an unprecedented crisis of affordability and also a crisis of fascism that's tied into the unprecedented crisis of unaffordability, And you're over here saying, you know who's under attack? People who love Israel and people who have $1 billion in their comfortable nest egg. Really? So like what? 1,000 total people that are at the top of American society, at the top of the elites at the highest order? Those guys are the ones who are under attack, not the fucking school teacher who has to take on a job doing Uber delivery, okay? So that they can scrounge up some resources to feed their children. No, it's the billionaire. Oh my God.
People can be called out and held to double standards and denigrated in this way. It's sickening.
What will happen to this coffee shop here? Because that's...
Just say Jews. Now, this is one of the funnier things that people do, and I can't tell if this is like a Nick Fuentes enjoyer who does think that it's all Jews and wants me to say the quiet part out loud because he thinks like that's what I believe, or if it's actually an ardent Zionist who's like accusing me of being a Nick Fuentes style commentator, and it's just like, oh, when you say Zionist, you mean Jews, actually. Isn't that funny? Because they believe the same thing. At the end of the day, these guys both believe the same thing. I don't. And now there's a secret third position that's like utterly irrelevant. The secret third position is like the ultras that have decided actually fomenting anti-Semitism is the most successful way to eradicate support for Israel. Most of them. Yes, I'm going to cover the Venezuela earthquake. Yes, chatter.
Discrimination. You're not allowed to do that.
100%. Like, not only is it beneath our morals as sort of ordinary Americans, it's a violation of the law. The Civil Rights Act of 1964 says you can't...
What? You are out of touch, Hasan. Really? Oh, don't get me started with school teacher. Oh my God, you do mean it though. You are a Turk, Habibi. What the fuck? Okay.
Discriminate against someone based on their religion or their ethnicity. So yeah, they're breaking the law and they're defying our morals. And I just think it's plain wrong. So it's bad for business as well as bad for our country.
U.S. Representative Dan Goldman going into a coffee shop and claiming he's persecuted solely for being Jewish and nothing else. Yeah.
Well. Guess who just got kicked out of Starbucks for, you guessed it, being white? Well. Guess.
It's funny because it is. So obviously, this is Caleb joking about conservatives, right? Conservatives outrage baiting and then creating a sense of perceived victimhood. And this is exactly the same thing because Zionism is a conservative position. It's a reactionary position. So of course, the tactics are identical. It is pretty funny, though, because, like, they didn't kick him out. They just refunded him for his coffee. So technically, the coffee shop rewarded Dan Goldman for his Zionism and his defense of Israel by basically refunding him his coffee. And then it became this, like, massive issue. They did ban him thereafter. Oh, true. They did ban him. Ironically enough, the one guy that's been somewhat chill about this coffee shop story is fucking Dan Goldman.
Well,
the Oakland Cafe. I think the Oakland Cafe is owned by Jewish people too, right? Isn't it?
Trespassing. The owner declined an on-camera interview, telling me talking to the media is like talking to the police.
This is one of the most clear-cut cases of anti-Jewish discrimination that I have seen in the Bay Area.
Jeremy Russell of the Jewish Community Relations Council says this isn't the first time the cafe has raised eyebrows. Earlier this month, it introduced a new menu, including a drink called Iced Intifada, named after Intifada, or Palestinian uprising.
But to deny somebody service.
This is a Jewish on Jewish violence.
In a place of public accommodation on the basis of what here sure looks like religion, national origin, and the like, is simply not allowed under state laws.
Hirsch says he may take legal action.
I'm interested in pursuing justice here, and if the city can't remedy this, then I'm willing to pursue whatever avenues I have.
Yeah. Whatever. This is old school shit. I don't even give a fuck about this. All right. We reserve the right to deny service has been a staple of racists, but this moment is used against them. They freak out. I know. Anyway. APAC ripped your quote, dude. Congratulations, Adrian Boafo, on your victory tonight. Being pro-Israel is good policy and good politics. Man, shut the fuck up, APAC. Dude, $5 million, dude. They're just pumping this shit so hard. Anyway. Let's take a look at the new powerful pro-Israel AI that Zionists are enjoying. Come on, dude. This is so racist already. Yeah, no, this is, dude, the Zionist crowd can't make up their minds on like whether the anti-Israel crowd are all like queer, non-binary college students that are white, or if they're all variants of Ismail Haniyeh. Okay. It's just so funny that they're like, they're scary Arabs, all of them, but also they're all gay and woke and libtarded. Wait, what? What just happened? Did he go to hell? Stop. Oh, the Zionists have invented Agartha. Okay, where's this gonna go? So he's saying like, being pro-Israel is obviously the same as being a Jew in 1930s Nazi Germany, which is wild. Okay, but I expect it. Let's see where this goes. What? I wonder where the Jews that were being persecuted in the Spanish Inquisition, I wonder where they went. I wonder if there was a historic safe haven for the Jews that were being persecuted by the Inquisition, by the Spanish Inquisition. What country or what empire offered them a helping hand and was historically known as a safe haven? Interesting. Oh, that's right. It was the Ottoman Empire. Oh, silly me. Umayyads protected Jews in Spain too. Yeah. By the way, one of the funniest elements of this is like, if you were to compare something to the Holocaust or to the Spanish Inquisition or to the pogroms that came before it, everyone would understandably be like, well, don't you feel like this is actually disrespectful to the victims of the Holocaust? But only if you're pro-Israel do you get to make that comparison where you're like, a pro-Palestinian rally is literally the Holocaust to me. Someone who is a pro-Israel Jewish person in America. That's an apt comparison, actually. This is literally a valid comparison. It's like, really? But when I say like the Trump 1 era concentration camps are not dissimilar to the concentration camps that existed historically, everybody goes, oh, dude, what the fuck? You're undermining the historical significance and the exception that the Holocaust is. How dare you do that? This is a little anti-Semitic. No, it's like, no, I don't think it is, actually. I think what you're doing is fucking insane and anti-Semitic. Where will this go now? Egypt? Never mind. Wow. Wow. Give major awards. Powerful. The doctor says if I get another concussion, the video gets better. Finally, an era bound by international law. Finally. Yes, New York in 2026 was just elected. Michael Asher and Brad Lander is just like Germany in 1938. Where can I join the Jewish underground like my grandfather did? It's great, but they skipped scores of other time periods. Certainly would have been good to have the 19th century pogroms that led to so many Jews coming to America. Yeah, that was my criticism too. I was like, it didn't show the historic persecution of Jews as it was comparing it to 2026 New York City. Yes, New York 2026 was just elected. Michael Asher and Brad Lander is just like Germany in 1938. Where can I join the Jewish underground like my grandfather did? We used to be respected around the world for art. Now we have this. Yeah, I mean, that's another point. A very obvious one. Yeah, I wonder where the underground Jews are in New York City in 2026. You're not going to like the answer. It's just not on your side on this issue.
Guess what?
They're actually the ones that are standing next to the Yahya Sinwar and Ismail Haniyeh variants at the pro-Palestinian rallies. So anyway. Unless you were making a underground tunnel joke about the the tunnels that are no longer in operation in New York City, or maybe they are, I don't know. Anyway, I'm from Israel and this is my art. I love AI art. I'm Israel Chai. By the way, Umich voter, unbelievably based, literally didn't just pamphlet and door knock for Claire Valdez, but also Daria Lisa as well. He's come such a long way from saying Abdul El-Sayed is not electable and Mallory McMorrow is good. It brings a tear to my eye. I still feel like he lied to us by saying he's a UMich voter because he's not a University of Michigan voter. He might actually be a Rutgers voter, ironically enough. He's from New Jersey. But that growth is fantastic. 49-year-old black woman I met in Harlem at the polls says she voted for Daria Lisa because of this moment. If he's going to DR 3 times a year, he's not doing his job.
Visited the Dominican Republic. Ms. Chevalier, when's the last time you visited the Dominican Republic?
I believe it was 4 years ago with my family.
Okay.
I go there 3 times a year, Errol.
I can't afford to go every year, but.
That was such a good line.
Ms. Chevalier,
I guess technically not a line. Technically not even a line. It's just the truth, right? Anyway. Let's continue. So let's get to Melat Kiros. Okay. Zoran live on Twitch. Okay, guys, this is turning into a Bernie Sanders situation. I'm not gonna fucking literally tune into to Zoran Mamdani's stream every time he's live. Okay, we got some news to cover. Okay. Anyway, as I was saying, Melat Kiros is our next target. Okay, Melat Kiros, Julie Gonzalez as well, is our next target, next priority target. Denver, Colorado. Okay, Denver, Colorado. Unblock me on Instagram. I don't block anybody on Instagram. Hasan, can you unblock me on Instagram, please? I just wanted to debate. Unblock me on Instagram. There is 0% chance that I've even blocked you on Instagram. You probably got blocked by being annoying to like a random fan channel. Okay. But also, I totally understand why it's valid that you got blocked because you might be drunk posting in the fucking chat. Take 5 minutes off. Anyway. So, let's get to Melat Kiros. We're going to be talking about that. As you guys know, I've said that's the next prio target. Julie Gonzalez as well. Julie Gonzalez is running for Senate. Melat Kiros running for Congress. And especially considering the reality that Melat is running in a district that's incredibly young. That is actually an area that we can make an outsized impact on, especially considering that the Denver Democratic Socialists of America is a very robust chapter of DSA. Phone banks are beginning, and I want you guys to be a show of force on said phone banks as well. Melat, post your clip. I'm telling you guys, by the way, if you want to know what the next wave is Melat Kiros in Denver. Denver, Colorado. DSA. She's cooking. She's cooking. I'm telling you guys. Hell yeah. Denver getting too corporate. We got to take it back. Yeah. If you live outside of the USA, can you phone bank? Yes, you can. Yes, you can. They are desperate. They will have to do so much more to atone for their backstabbing base. Now it's time to get back to teaming up with the DSA. Oh, God, I don't care about the fucking Progressive Victory or that other, like, sex pestiny cultist fake door-knocking operation that doesn't knock on any doors and only talks about sex pestiny every day. Okay? Progressive Victory is another one. yes, they in the last moment try to like rat fuck Claire Valdez and Daria Liza and claim that they were both like insufficient in their support for Ukraine or some shit. I don't know what the fuck those guys are on. I don't care. I thought they were fine, but that shit was unacceptable. You know where my allegiances lie, okay? I'm with the DSA. I'm with DSA, the DSA, whatever you want to fucking call it. And you know, that's it. All these other like outside groups, they can turn around and make weird decisions and try to fucking, try to be a thorn on the side of these bold candidates. They just have standards as an org for Ukraine. Please move on. Yeah, I'm sorry, dude. Trying to fucking make a mountain out of a molehill in the last moment on close races. Well, Clara's wasn't close, but Daria Liza's was. That's unacceptable. Okay? Especially because you thought that their take on Ukraine was too ambiguous. What are you, fucking insane? That's why. So you thought someone's opinion on Ukraine was too ambiguous, and therefore you were willing to throw the race in the direction of someone whose take on Israel is unambiguous? Where are your fucking standards? That's bullshit. It's wrecker behavior, okay? Be more disciplined. Anyway. Getting back to it. If they lend their support to Maylot's campaign, great. If they wanted me to promote Taiwan, when I interviewed with them, their main concern was my website said cooperation with China. Ay, ay, ay. Yes. If your organization is demanding accountability that is in line with American empire, then, you have to really reconsider what you fucking care about. Okay? It's ridiculous. Anyway, liberals, man. So, Bill Weiser leads Michael Bennet in a new poll with Colorado's Democratic primary for governor coming down to undecided voters. If Phil is putting up 70% in CO1, aka Denver, and Bennett is only at 15%, then Maylott is certainly going to crush to get on Tuesday. Colorado's about to send our elder DC swamp creatures packing. Bye-bye Bennett and bye-bye DeGette. Says Deep Singh. That's actually a really, really good sign for the progressive movement, for the socialist movement, and for the socialist adjacent movement in Colorado statewide. Okay? Speaking of Bennett, third way. Yeah, Matt Bennett, third way. Far left extremists got some big wins in 3 blue parts in New York City last night. One's called the Commie Corridor. The DSA led by Mamdani has proven it can prevail in districts like those, which are an average of D plus 36, but it cannot win in purple or red places. We are at the, we're still back at the, they can't win purple or red states line, okay? When we win in purple places, why are we not boosting Julie? No, I'm boosting Julie. I think Julie is fine. Part of it is because there was a little bit of a disconnect when she pulled out of the last rally, there's a little bit of back and forth with the DSA, but I think like Julie would still be far better than her opposition, and would be a good voice in the Senate as well. I mean, we can't have fucking Hickenpooper go back to Senate, right? Julie has much less of a chance. That's not true. That's not true. Julie's pretty close. As a matter of fact, Julie Gonzalez was, for the longest time, closer to Hickenpooper than Maylott was to DeGette. My dad used to call him Hickendoofus, which I like. Seriously, DSA disowning Julie for something that petty, so silly of them? No, they're not disowning her. Calm down. Yeah, Bloomberg said that Daria Lisa victory established controversial streamer Hasan Piker as an emerging power behind the throne. If Tuesday's sweep by Democratic Socialists across New York validated Mayor Zohran Mamdani as the city's kingmaker, it also established controversial streamer Hasan Piker as an emerging power behind the throne. Watch the throne, baby. I say it all the time. I'm not a kingmaker or anything like that. I'm just one person that is happily along for the ride, that is a part of a much broader movement. And I say the same thing about Zohran too. We'll get to the New York City primary analysis in a second, though. Anyway, let's get back to Maylot. Apparently, Maylot was confronted about, former opinions and her allegiance to controversial streamer Hasanabi Piker. Let's take a look at how she reacted.
You've said that the October 7th massacre of Israeli civilians by Hamas fighters was the, quote, inevitable consequence of apartheid. Can you explain what you meant by that?
Yeah. I think identifying what's happened over the course of these events in Israel and Palestine as inevitable doesn't take away the horror and the tragedy from what's taken place, from the innocent loss of life in Palestine and in Israel. My foreign policy has always been rooted in protecting the basic dignity of people, regardless of where they live, regardless of what they believe in, regardless of what race they are. And because of that true commitment to that kind of foreign policy, I believe it's incumbent upon us to actually identify why this violence is happening in the first place, and to understand that certain conditions lead people to feeling like violence is their only answer. And our responsibility is to make sure that we're actually being responsive to the protest and to the resistance, the peaceful resistance that people have. From December of 2018, from March of 2018 to December of 2019, Palestinians marched peacefully almost every single Friday, asking for a reprieve from the apartheid that they were existing under. And over the course of that year and a few months, over 100 Palestinians, over 100 innocent Palestinians were killed as a result of that. And that was tragic. And I sincerely believe that we have to heed the words of, President JFK said it himself, those who make peaceful resistance impossible make violent revolution inevitable. That's not to justify what happened. That's not to take away from the horror of it. It's to recommit ourselves to preventing the conditions that led to it in the first place.
So you've said that phrase that you use, inevitable consequence, is not justification for the attack on Israel. Is it a suggestion that Israel had it coming?
No, not at all. It's about understanding the conditions in which violence and war happens, right? Israel is a country that has been accused of apartheid and occupation for decades now, and has been able to resist any kind of change despite all of the frustration on the world stage that people have had for the conditions that Palestinians have been living in. And I hope that as an ally that Israel claims to be, that they would be responsive to our demands to make sure that they change those conditions so that we can actually finally start to the work of peace building and delivering aid to the people in need.
Do you believe that the 9/11 terrorist attacks on America were the inevitable consequence of American foreign policy?
I believe that the quote in which that is probably being referenced by, in the context in which it was happening, was referencing a Pentagon official who was talking about the acts that America was taking in parts of the Middle East.
I want to clarify. I'm just asking you about your own words.
Yeah.
Your frame of the October 7th attacks was that was an inevitable consequence for Israel based on its actions. And I'm asking you, was 9/11 an inevitable consequence?
So here's what's interesting about this assessment. Robert Kagan made this assessment, right? So it's like, there is no, once that happens, it's like, it's over. You know what I mean? You can't like associate it with controversial, radical, socialist, communist, anti-imperialist guy. It's a quote that's coming from, like, not only is it a quote that has academic consensus behind it, of course, and always has, even at the time when I said it, but also outside of that, it is a shared assessment by even neocons who have openly recognized it. So it's fucking bullshit to try to make a mountain out of a molehill at this point. You know what I mean? You are trash. Well, I guess I am.
Were the inevitable consequence of American foreign policy?
I believe that the quote in which that is probably being referenced by, in the context in which it was happening, was referencing a Pentagon official who was talking about the acts that America was taking in parts of the Middle East.
I want to clarify. I'm just asking you about your own words.
Yeah.
Your frame of the October 7th attacks was that was an inevitable consequence for Israel based on its actions. And I'm asking you, was 9/11 an inevitable consequence for America based on U.S. foreign policy?
Inevitable in the sense that we destabilized a lot of the Middle East, that forced people to believe that another act of violence was the only response. And again, just like I said before, our responsibility is to getting rid of those conditions that lead to violence in the first place.
You recently campaigned with Hasan Piker. He's got a huge streaming audience. Do you agree with his statement that Hamas is a lesser evil than Israel?
No, I don't.
Okay. The Jewish Community Relations Council wrote you an open letter saying that the way that you talk about Israel, quote, reinforce many of the same reductive and dehumanizing dynamics that are making many Jews.
Stop saying L, dude. What do you mean? She's running for Congress. Calm the fuck down. God, you're so stupid. She's literally talked about the conditions leading up to October 7 being a part of the reason why October 7 happened, and how in order to eradicate all pain and all violence, we have to identify the root cause of where that violence stems from. That is, you're being so stupid, okay?
Feel increasingly unsafe and alienated. I imagine you've given some thought to that letter that you got. Do you think you're contributing to an environment where Jewish people in Colorado feel less safe?
I don't intend to. That's not what I mean to, and I don't believe that the words that I'm using necessarily do either. I think it's really important that we make clear that talking about the plight of one group does not...
Guys, my job, you get mad at Zoran for conceding doing this. Zoran has not once, from his position of power, even lent credence to why a Palestinian resistance was formed. Zoran, before he ran for office, had a very different opinion. And I know what his true position is. So yeah, it's a little different. If Zoran was taking a similar stance to Maylot, I would be defending Zoran harder on that issue as well. She's putting on a fucking clinic. Also, Zoran won. Zoran has a lot more room to just be like, true position my ass, I'm going to take the guy at his word. Wait, what? True position my ass? Buddy, when you were shitting in your fucking diapers back in like 2013, Zoran Mamdani started his student for his SJP chapter in his own fucking college and was inviting Ali Abu Nima to come speak at Bowdoin. Okay? Shut the fuck up. You have to look at the entire extent of someone's background. All right? You were literally probably 12 years old when he was doing that shit. Shut up. There's a reason why I lend a little bit more leeway to Zoran, or get upset when he doesn't deploy his exceptional skills in communication in the direction of his perspective. In the direction of his perspective that actually might be more in line with yours.
Mean that you're talking against the plight of another group. In order for us to meaningfully get to the solutions that are necessary to end the genocide that's happening in Palestine, we have to center the Palestinians. But I've made it abundantly clear over the course of this campaign, over the course of, the last few years, including the letter that got me fired in the first place, that what happened on October 7th was a horrific tragedy, that what's happening to Jewish people, not just in this country, but all across the world that are experiencing a rise in anti-Semitism as a result of what's happening in Palestine right now is wrong. And we have to do everything in our power to make sure that Jewish people feel safe, particularly the Jewish people in this city that, I really was grateful for the opportunity to sit down with folks at the JCRC, and we've continued to have those conversations. And we may not always agree on what to do about how to fix this problem, but I think it's most important in those disagreements to continue to have those conversations.
Their letter specifically said that they weren't asking you to agree, but they felt like you didn't take away their core concern, and that you continue to use language that they felt contributed to.
Yeah. The feelings of people who are pro-Israel are totally secondary. Okay. You can't hide behind your Jewish identity and claim that this is anti-Semitism when someone is making a clear position about how all violence is unacceptable. However, in order to eradicate violence in its entirety, we must identify where this violence started. And the violence absolutely started with a settler colonial state and its inception, at its inception point, did a mass ethnic cleansing, a planned mass ethnic cleansing campaign, also known as the Nakba. Totally ridiculous. Oh, you get sad about that? Well, that's a problem that you have to deal with on your own, okay? That's not my problem. That's your problem. Why am I supposed to fucking center your feelings if you're literally defending this unbelievably violent process? It's ridiculous. That's why I always reframe the conversation around like my emotional support apartheid state that's doing a genocide. Okay? My emotional support apartheid state that's doing a genocide. Please, no matter what you do, don't criticize my emotional apartheid state that's doing a genocide. Okay, well, if that hurts your feelings, seems like a you problem. I don't center the feelings of white Christian nationalists when I defend desegregation, right? I don't center the feelings of the white supremacists that get mad when you say Black Lives Matter, and they go, what do you mean? Don't you mean all lives matter? When you say Black Lives Matter, you were saying white lives don't matter. So why should we center the feelings of people who are pro-Israel when we're having a conversation about Palestinian liberation? Do Palestinians deserve dignity or not? If your answer is yes, and you're talking about that process, and people turn around and say, well, talking about that process hurts my feelings, well, okay, well, sucks to suck for you. Yeah. Adam Hamawi has also endorsed Donovan, who I will be hanging out with, I think, soon, Donovan McKinney in Detroit. Donovan is a Michigan State representative who spent his career fighting relentlessly for families in Detroit. Donovan represents one of the poorest state legislative districts in America, and time after time, he's proven that he will go to the wall for his constituents. He's running an inspiring campaign rooted in love for the community. Donovan also, I think, has the DSA nod as well, right? Yeah. Is Michigan woke? Oh, unbelievably woke, baby. Anyway. What is this? Could you please help me with something if you see this message? Okay, dude, come on.
A lack of safety.
All right. Anyway, speaking of which, because Maylot is cooking, Diane DeGette, Detroit DSA endorsed them, yeah. Detroit DSA endorsed Donovan McKinney. So, here's the thing. Getting back to Diane DeGette. Diane DeGette has taken to her smears, okay? Has taken her smears to the next level. She's running the tired and failed campaign of claiming that Maylot Quiroz blames America for 9/11 and is aligned with Hasanabi Piker, who has said America deserved 9/11. Let's take a look. Wait, hold on.
An inevitable consequence for America.
Inevitable in the sense that we destabilized a lot of the Middle East.
Melak Kiros, everybody. Welcome to the broadcast.
America deserved 9/11, dude. I'm saying it. Like, we fucking totally brought it on ourselves, dude. We did. We fucking did.
Well, you did say it. Okay. And? Dog, it's 2026. What's up? That's all? Okay, got it. This has failed time and time again, and yet they keep pumping this line, and I don't know why they keep doing it, but I don't think it will work. Anyway, let's get to, well, last but not least, 2028 can't come fast enough for PA, says Summer Lee. Very exciting. The thing about primary meddling is, says Brian Metzger, is that it occasionally does backfire. Dem spent like $3 million to make Bernie Moreno the nominee in Ohio in 2024, and now he's a senator. Yeah, Republicans are really not trying to hide their interest in El-Sayed winning in Michigan. NRSC launched an ad today calling him too radical for Michigan. Senator Barrasso told me yesterday he's somebody to the radical extreme, dangerous and scary side of the party. That's going to make it even better for us there. Yeah. The problem is Republicans are trying to do the Pied Piper strategy. You know who did that? You know who did that and failed? Hillary Rodham Clinton against Donald Trump. And I think Republicans are making that mistake as well. So let them. The dumbest part about this is if you agree with their assessment that Abdul El-Sayed is too radical for Michigan, you're wrong. Because his radicalism or his perceived radicalism stems from having positions that are far too radical for Washington, D.C., but are totally normal for the average voters in Michigan and all across the country. If you look at that fucking ad, if you look at that attack ad, it literally runs like a promotional video. His attack ad is a promo.
Meet Abdul El-Sayed. Meet Abdul El-Sayed.
This just came out 7 hours ago. Comments are turned off. We played this earlier. Incredibly dumb thing for the Republicans to do if they want to unseat Abdul El-Sayed or make it easier to defeat. And yes, I already covered this. It was gross what Mallory McMorrow did. Pay your dues, little bro. Buddy, yesterday this community fundraised more than $13,000 for New York City DSA alone in a matter of 15 minutes. Okay? I am an independent media figure. Can't stress this enough. Okay? I'm an independent media figure. I'm not affiliated with any organization. Come on, guys. Anyway. That is before we factor in the amount of money I've spent out of pocket flying around the country to promote and fundraise for DSA candidates. You caused the centrists are leaving the party. Lamau, growing Dem angst over the party's Mamdani wing. One battleground Democrat told me they're so concerned about the rise of Democratic Socialists that they're having serious convos with donors about leaving the party altogether next term. Biggest issue right now is DSA's record of anti-police rhetoric, but broader concerns too. Gottheimer, if you're a socialist, you're not a Democrat. Meeks, it was not a good night for New York. Gonzalez, policy is very difficult for me to sell to people in South Texas. Yeah, we'll put people in your seats too. Don't worry. We'll replace you. Yeah, Jeffries had an unbelievable cope here. Hakeem Jeffries downplays the significance of the New York election, saying they were higher income districts that had outsized focus on issues connected to the Middle East. Let's take a look.
Now, in terms of the races in New York, what's interesting is that it certainly was the case that in some of those districts, which tended to be, higher income, districts in many parts of New York City, there was an outsized focus on issues connected to the Middle East. Now, in terms of the races...
Yeah. His argument is Richie Torres won his district, and therefore people love Israel in the Bronx, okay? That's literally the argument he's presenting. Michael Lang, of course, has the numbers. He's the numbers guy. I know you like the number. If he's alluding to the results in New York 13, this is absolutely preposterous. New York 13 has more renters than any congressional district in America. It is also the 98th percentile with respect to the poverty rate. Come on. It's so strange that Hakeem Jeffries is this much of a pro-Israel stooge that he, as one of the, if not the most powerful Black American elected, will then turn around and act like Harlem is super wealthy just because he wants to present the real working class as being pro-Israel or being agnostic to the issue of Israel. That's not the case at all, especially when people are, I mean, I've seen it. I saw it in Harlem personally, that I know that that's a lie. But regardless, especially when you ask voters in Richie Torres' district how they feel personally about like their tax dollars going to Israel instead of like, their public housing, for example, they will very clearly tell you they fucking hate it. Liz Smith coping too. Oh, here we go. Mallory McMorrow's very own high-profile consultant. To win a lasting majority, Democrats must embrace the fact that we're a Big Tent party. We aren't held captive by cult of personalities like Republicans, so we can be the party of Zohran Mamdani and Hakeem Jeffries.
I'm looking to see what are swing Democrats looking for in their candidates, and what does the path to a majority look like? Because that path to a majority will run through New York's 17th district. This is the Democratic Party. We are not the Republican Party. This is not a party that is held captive by a cult of personality, that is loyal to only one person, like the Republican Party is to Donald Trump. And we should embrace the fact that we are a Big Tent party, that we can be a party of Zohran Mamdani. We can be a party of Hakeem Jeffries. Maybe we're a party of Kate Conley in the Hudson Valley. And that.
Okay. Where is this? What are you guys arguing about? Has she said anything about them? What? Yes, inherently because she only wants to hold a monopoly on progressive branch. She sees herself as becoming obsolete within the left, and because they aren't interested in playing nice with the establishment like her. So by nature, I would... Are you talking about AOC? Guys, how many times did I fucking explain to you the cross-endorsement strategy that AOC and Zohran deployed? Literally, how many times? Do you think that AOC was against Daria Liza or was against Claire Valdez? Is that what you think was going on? And Zohran was against the DSA New York state level electeds? Because AOC endorsed them and Zohran endorsed the congressional runs. I don't understand why you guys are so fucking primed to make like the wrong analysis. There are instances where AOC does things that are worthy of criticism. And I criticize her all the fucking time. I get really frustrated when people, on the other hand, when it comes to AOC, lose sight of a broader strategy. This is one of those instances. This is one of those instances where you guys are losing sight of the broader strategy. Now, you can say AOC should not follow the don't support insurgent runs against incumbents strategy that is like a known rule in Congress. Okay? Especially considering that she rose to power by unseating an incumbent, right? You can say that. That's fine. You're such a dumb fuck. Okay, guys, this is, I want you to make this interesting. No, don't ban that person. I want you to make this interesting by telling me why I'm a dumb fuck. Like, don't just say I'm a dumb fuck. Give me what the reason is. You know what I mean? Give me an actual disagreement. There's nothing I can put my teeth on in this. You know? Like, what's the point? What's the argument? Why am I a dumb fuck? What are you upset about? What are you frustrated about today? What positions of mine that I've held for the last decade that you have misunderstood because you watched another content creator negatively frame it, and that content creator most likely doesn't even have the capacity? Literally, my very first time. Again, this is not an issue. You're not addressing an issue. I'm giving you the opportunity to bring forward a reason for why you're frustrated. You know what I mean? It's always confusing to me when many of you don't have like any real point of opposition. You just fucking are just angry. You're angry at the world. Okay, type slow, bear with me. All right, we'll get back to you in a second.
Voters in general are looking for a change, and they're seeing that progress is not happening in the ways that meets the challenges that they're facing. And so you're going to see, I think, people voting for new leadership. There was so much fear around that when I was elected, and none of it bore out to be true. Voters.
Third Way's crying in Politico about the DSA wins. Retired actress Deborah Messing is attempting to have Hasan Piker arrested for threatening to support a primary challenger against Richie Torres. Threats against a government official is against the law. FBI New York Division. That's crazy. Should it be illegal? Okay, type slow, bear with me. You're an Islamic terrorist sympathizer, bro. Straight up. Yes. This is true. I want to Islamic style terrorize you by offering you free healthcare, a better future, more autonomy in your workplace, free college. Do you find that to be at odds with your goals, your agenda? Do you think that that is Islamic style terrorism? And I want our productive output and our tax dollars to no longer go to fucking all this war overseas. You know? Do you find that to be a Islamic style act of terrorism? How do you want free healthcare and unlimited foreign immigration? Great question. So, free healthcare, or rather unlimited foreign immigration, happens because our priorities are about destabilizing other countries overseas. If we stop destabilizing other countries overseas, people would not try to come here because they're in a desperate set of circumstances. You understand? So actually, that's still in line with my agenda. Okay? Where do you think migrants come from? They come from countries that we've destroyed. How do we destroy these countries? With the tax dollars that we're not spending on your healthcare, but instead spending on unlimited warfare. Someone makes money in that process. That someone is not you. You are malleable. You, unfortunately, are easily duped. The very same forces that are making money with this endless warfare, the military-industrial complex, the Raytheons, the Lockheed Martins of the world, are easily duping people like yourself. No, you're wrong. The world is already destabilized. The world has always been evil. Before you and I were born, Hasan, buddy, we're trying to change that, okay? We are the ones who destabilize the world. You understand? And our methods, you're the one duping people, buddy. Yes, I'm duping you into advocating for healthcare for yourself. No, we don't. I don't think you understand. Any day, any time that you spend being like, no, actually, the big super corporations that are making unlimited amounts of money blowing up fucking schools overseas, instead of spending those funds on ourselves and building schools here, any moment that you're defending that system, you're defending the faceless, lifeless, parasitic forces of capital, and they're winning. Okay? We do destabilize the world. What the fuck do you mean? Of course we destabilize the world. What do you think the war in Afghanistan was? What do you think Iraq was? What do you think we just did for the past 3 months in Iran? You go and you watch Asmongold and he tells you a lie. Asmongold is a multimillionaire. He's richer than I am, far wealthier than I am, and owns multiple businesses. Asmongold gets his notes from the likes of Elon Musk, a trillionaire, or formerly a trillionaire. I don't even know if he's still a trillionaire. Asmongold defends the institutions. Asmongold defends Trump. Asmongold defends MAGA. What has MAGA done for you? They just lean into your fears. They lean into the tribalistic fears that you have. They lean into the fears that you have of the unknown. You are easily broken and malleable as a consequence of this. The reality of the matter is, a lot of these migrants wouldn't even be coming, or refugees wouldn't even be coming to the United States of America or the Western world in general, if we weren't fucking up their countries all the goddamn time. Okay? And on top of that, the ones that do come over here are not actually an impediment to progress. As a matter of fact, they have the same exact interests as you and I. They want a roof over their heads. They want a hot meal. Okay? They want a better future for their children. They want the exact same things as you do. They don't have like some sort of secret invasion mentality. Okay? That's it. That's it. They want the same shit you do. Check his viewer card. Some messages are not coming in because of the auto mod. The same capitalism that you benefit from, you million R word. Yeah, I know he more successful than you. Asmon doesn't wear suits and a 10K watch and jet set to Cuba to promote communism. Okay, I'm sorry, chatter. I dignified you with a response, but I think you might literally be too stupid to talk to. So yes, you're right. Undocumented migrants are coming in here, and I'm hoping that we can bring more of them so we can replace you racially. Racial style. Okay? Yeah, that's what it is. Well, we're doing the great replacement, and it's awesome. Yeah. I was promoting communism in the communist country of Cuba. Yeah. He doesn't understand sarcasm. It's not. It's true. These are my true ambitions. These are my true ambitions, and I'm admitting them. I'm unafraid to admit them. Anyway, you got it. Yeah. And it sucks to suck for you, but we are going to replace you racially. It's over. It's going to be Islamic-style Sharia communism, whether you like it or not. We're going to force you to get free healthcare. Okay? We're going to force you to get free healthcare. You're going to be like, no, I don't want it. No, this is Islamic-style free healthcare. You're going to be like, why? Why aren't we continuously bombing other countries? I don't understand it. And we're going to be like, no more money. No more money for bombs. Money for schooling. Money for schools only. You're going to be like, no, I don't want better benefits. I don't want better benefits in the workplace. I don't want to have more of a say in the job site, whether it be for workplace safety conditions or whether it be a bigger piece of the pie that I'm creating. I don't want it. I'm going to be like, no, you're going to get it. Okay? Slowly but surely, your life will improve and you'll never know why it happened. We'll know. It's the Sharia-style Islamic communism that we brought about. Yeah. All right. Where were we? I still think it's cowardly to despise AOC. It'll never work with her. So go for their seats. Daria would have won by 10 plus if she hit the endorsement. She's just not stepping up to a leadership role. If she wants to be president, it worries me. I'm just telling you what the working what the principles were behind the cross endorsement decisions that they made. I agree with you. I think she should be more bold. 100%. I think she has a tremendous amount of political capital that she's worried about expending because she's worried about losing. She shouldn't be. But if you think that she's against these, if you think she's against this like insurgent campaigns that are happening all around the country, then you're wrong. She's not. Anyway. By the way, this is why it's funny to give these guys a fucking moment in the spotlight. Look at this. Pull me back up. Pull me back up. Sharia law is everyone who isn't Muslim. Pull me back, Hasan. Are you afraid of the truth? Pull me back up. Pull me back. Let's talk about Sharia law. Pull me back up, fuckhead. Come on. Pull me back up, R word. Yes. No. Were you silenced? Or were you silenced? Anyway. Just followed Hasan so I can call him what? A bleep rapist. Just followed Hasan so I can call him a what is this? Censored. Something rapist in 24 hours. I'm stoked, boys. Did you see the fighter jet that got shot down over Iran? The pilot saw alien drone swarm before ejecting. Pentagon released the info yesterday. I always wonder why like certain like identifiable silly stories that come out of the Pentagon, like who that's for. And now I'm seeing it in real time. I'm still here, bro. 9 hours. Fuck Islam. Muslims make it dangerous, dumb fuck. Fucking R-word ass cucks. That's it, pussies. Be nice to Muslims so maybe they'll stop raping kids. Make amazing fucking sense. I'm a father and a U.S. Marine and I'm so depressed I want to kill myself on Father's Day because my family and child hate me. I hate me, but I'd rather watch Zach Rar and die later. Oh. You still wanted me to pull your statements, chatter? Oof. Brother, you need help. That's what you need. You've been duped your whole life. So did he just wrong chat while hate watching and then roll with it? He got all kinds of CTE, all the TSDs, DTE. God damn. Dad, is that you? Fuck, that's my dad. My dad found you. Dang. Dad, is that you? Jesus Christ. Their PFP, please. Buddy, you have a unique opportunity. Okay? Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid to seek out help. Okay? I'll tell you right now, this kind of attitude, the constant like blaming of Muslims and the constant fear that you've generated of Islam and Muslims in general is a byproduct of your fucking social conditioning and you know, the things that you did, most likely. You need help. You can change your life for the better. But if you keep going down this deep, dark rabbit hole, you know, you're staring down a family annihilator situation. You know what I mean? But let me tell you, you definitely got to log off. You got to log off and seek help. Find a purpose in your life beyond watching Asmongold on Father's Day. That's crazy, man. It's actually pretty frustrating that any nuanced criticisms of you can't really be brought up without immediately seeming like this kind of wacko because of how frequently this happens. I mean, what is the fucking nuanced criticism? Look, man, I talk for 10 hours a day about politics. I most likely have addressed a nuanced perspective that you misunderstand. More often than not, most of the disagreements come from things that I've actually said that most people have misunderstood because there's an entire industry dedicated to fomenting this kind of hatred with negatively framed clips. I mean, I have a person running for Senate that's trying to link me to a synagogue attack, you know? I have to deal with that shit all the time. But yeah, most of the criticism stem from this kind of shit. People who are like objectively brain broken and, you know, unashamed enough to admit why they're so goddamn brain broken, but unfortunately, never actually identify why their life sucks so bad that they're literally openly revealing in a Twitch chat of Asmongold that they want to fucking kill themselves and their whole family hates them. And the only thing that they're holding on to is their hatred of Muslims, their hatred of me, and watching fucking Asmongold. That's so sad, dude. Like, is this what you really thought your life would pan out as? We started off this conversation because this guy came in here to just be like, you're a dumbass, right? He stopped talking, by the way. Oh, they got banned? Yeah, that kind of makes sense. I mean, he was saying some heinous shit about Muslims in general. Hopefully that helps him. Hopefully the temporary suspension forces him to reconsider what he's been doing. It's pretty obviously not an attack ad. It's the NRSC telling you they want El Sayed to win the primary because they think it's easier to beat. Do with that information what you will, but that's happening. My take is that Abdul's the weakest of the three Democratic options, but he's probably still going to win a general election. Given the national polling climate and pro-Israel Republican donors should ask some questions about the wisdom of this approach. Yeah, no, I understand that. I understand that they're highlighting Abdul. Guess what? It's a mistake. Republicans are also capable of making the same mistake that Democrats are making, especially as it pertains to the issue of Israel. Why is he not retweeting you directly? Because he doesn't want the smoke. But I'll retweet him now. With your... Anyway. Why is the chat shitting on that chatter? The system failed them. They need help? Because they're a fucking hate monger, dude. What do you mean? I'm being much kinder to that person who literally intentionally followed me just to call me a Muslim rapist. If I can offer grace in this moment, you can too, okay? You're not super fucking based. But like, you know, if you're wondering why people have so much fucking anger towards someone who literally said all Muslims do is rape children, well, yeah, that person is a fucking neo-Nazi. And yes, I can extend grace and charity to even a neo-Nazi who is attacking me, but not many others can. Okay? It doesn't even matter, though. This is a dude who the system fucking failed and spat out. And he doesn't even realize why he's so fucking sad all the time, why he's so suicidal. Hopefully, he'll reconsider his positions after this moment. What the fuck? This is the funniest nuanced criticism I've ever received. If it's not too much to ask, could you please not move your cursor around so much? I admittedly half-assed mounted my TV and I'm worried my cat is going to pull it off the wall. That's awesome. Any chance I can get an ETA on international news? My subs pay as much as those from the US? No, it doesn't. It literally doesn't. You do the currency exchange. Anyway, where were we? What was I talking about? Oh, I was talking about Abdul. So yeah, I think I've covered the Abdul situation sufficiently, though. Let's move on from that. And let's get to some other stuff. Let's get to New York. Technically, it does because Twitch aligned the pricing. Remember when you used to get all those cheap lira Turkish subs? Oh yeah, true. Get currency mogged. Yeah, look. Mamdani can't win. Okay, he can, but he can't govern. Okay, he can, but it's the bluest city in the U.S. Okay, you got 2 in Pennsylvania, but it's Philly and Allentown. Okay, you got 2 in New Jersey, but it had vote splitting. Maine is a blue state. Plattner doesn't count. Okay, El Sayed is leading, but that's where you're at. And then once, inshallah, El Sayed wins, then they'll turn around and say, okay, El Sayed won in Michigan because it's a swing year, okay? And it favors congressional Democrats across the board. But talk to me when a Democratic Socialist wins in a deep red district or a lean red district. When that happens, they'll say deep red district. Because these guys don't actually want to identify why these guys are winning. As a matter of fact, their whole job relies on them not identifying why Democratic Socialists are having a massive fucking year. Okay? Their job relies on them refusing to understand It's that simple. Yeah, show me a socialist winning in Klan County. You goddamn commie. Their job is to be a professional misunderstander. And they keep doing it over and over again. Here, I'll match this up with the even more pathetic version because, like, Third Way is obviously my ops, as you guys know, but at least they get paid by these massive corporations to do this kind of advocacy that, like, democratic socialism is bad, it's wrong, it's immoral, it's not going to win elections, right? But there are plenty who do this for free 99 on Twitter. They operate as though they are centrist consultants of the Democratic Party. And part of that revolves around the idea that, like, DSA is failing or DSA is not doing well, or maybe DSA is doing well, but Hasan has nothing to do with it. If a candidate loses, Hasan has everything to do with it. If a candidate wins, Hasan has nothing to do with it. Well, Bloomberg actually went to the campaigns and asked that question. And it turns out the campaigns themselves, at least with Andrew Epstein over at Claire Valdez's campaign, had nothing but nice things to say. So I guess not that these guys give a shit, because like I said, the entire purpose of this kind of sentiment is to just be like, I don't like this fucking dude Hasan. And if a campaign loses, it's because of Hasan. And if a campaign wins, it has nothing to do with Hasan. Because their only fucking understanding of politics revolves around expressing their anger and frustration towards people that have annoyed them on Twitter. Okay? I don't know why. Oh, let him have this. I'd be doing the same thing. The difference, Vosh, is that I don't find you insufferable. That's it. It's so funny. Well, it turns out, like I said, Bloomberg literally went to the campaigns directly, and the campaigns openly stated that no, they were, they welcomed the aid and said it was unbelievably helpful. DSA has the same opinion as well. True Slazak does not. Who gives a shit? Just keep your head down and keep doing the work. What I also find really stupid, okay, go. What I find to be unbelievably stupid is that these guys are behaving like propaganda ministers for the Democratic Party, for the centrist Democrats. Schrodinger's Hasan, he simultaneously exists in a state of maximum harm to losing campaigns and zero impact on winning campaigns. Yeah. I'm still on Matt Taibbi's mailing list because it's funny. He just sent out a boomer email shitting on DSA and Hasan. Nice. That Slazak guy is psychotic. Yeah. I sometimes mistake him for that other fucking account, Nicolaj, but Nicolaj is actually much better now as a poster. Ironically enough. My point is, this has the exact same energy as that one tweet about how, like, their two communities are fighting. There's a real fissure happening in the movement because Hasanabi heads and bad empanada heads are fighting. It's like, that's not real. That's not a real thing. It's only as real as you make it. Okay? That's not a real thing at all. That's not a real fissure at all. But this is a little bit worrisome. DSA watch. With Zohran Mamdani seizing control as mayor of New York City, we're committed to tracking every part of his and the radical socialist agenda all across the nation. Stay tuned for updates on the DSA. Like, follow, and retweet to help us spread the word. Yeah, bad and banana fans are not a part of any movement. They're utterly irrelevant. But what's important to recognize is that this movement is growing, and it's actually striking fear in the minds of some very powerful moneyed interests, okay? Because they do not want the democratic expression to take root in American democracy, in the American democratic process. Do you understand? A lot of very wealthy and very powerful people are genuinely fucking scared. They're genuinely worried that people are taking back power through the electoral route. And if this route was completely powerless at the end of the day, because it is a bourgeois democratic process that we exist under currently, and both parties are bourgeois capitalist liberal parties. But if electing socialists to positions of power was utterly meaningless, why the fuck do you think these guys are spending billions of dollars to subvert that process? It's the same thing that I've always said about voting, specifically black people being able to vote. If it was so meaningless, white supremacist forces would not have stopped it from happening for decades, for generations. Okay? And the very same white supremacist forces in contemporary society would not be actively undermining the black vote. Black people understand this reality. At least older black people understand this reality far better than anybody else does. Okay? If these initiatives were not cause for concern, there wouldn't be a massive closed house Dem meeting with rank and file lawmakers expressing alarm at having to vote on an amendment to cut off aid to Israel, begging for leadership's guidance. Okay? Because this movement, when this movement keeps growing, when new electeds rise to power without compromising on Israel, that creates panic amongst the most valuable bipartisan caucus, the pro-Israel caucus in Congress. Because they realize that people's expression, people's democratic expression is something that will give them more confidence in other races as well. People in established positions of power will lose their seats. They do not want you to have confidence in the electoral process. They want to undermine that confidence. And they certainly undermine that confidence every single day. And for far too long, we haven't had real leadership or real elected representatives that have actually represented our interests. And so we also felt discouraged. It's understandable.
You can't
Why do you think there's so much bipartisanship? Melissa DeRosa, or La Rosa, sorry, right? Is that her?
The Tea Party as though it was
Or no, it's not. It's the other. There was another person I'm mistaking this person with. But yeah, they're on all these like Democratic Party consultants are on Fox News chirping about fucking, socialism growing within the ranks of the Democrats and how terrifying that is.
So you can't dismiss the Tea Party as though it was not influential, and then tell me these 10.
They're very influential. But there were 60 of them, not 10.
These 10, all the energy. And by the way, this is just a start. We're not even counting the Graham Plattners of the world and the others, the James Tallaricos.
We have a long way to go. We have a long way to go. But look, here's the thing. When AOC came to office, she learned, the squad learned the hard way. Congress is about numbers. It's about math. And Nancy Pelosi had to say, little girl, you don't have the numbers. We do. They will be marginalized. You will see them on MSNBC and Midas Touch, and that's about it because they won't be doing deals. They won't be involved in legislating.
I think the only numbers they care about is the number
party. So you can't.
Yeah, this is cope, and it's the last gasp of a dying movement. Because the more we put numbers on the board, the more there is a real viable caucus one that can also play the role of a spoiler.
Good to have.
Okay? That's it. Cori Bush as well is another representative of that movement. We're gaining so much momentum, unlike ever before. Okay, Portland DSA, stop spamming, okay? I will link up with you when I'm in fucking Portland. Stop spamming. God damn. Sure, yes, okay. Fuck. You guys get in a fucking Discord server and you go, all right, it's time. It's time for us to be effective. It's in fucking August. I don't know what I'm doing next week. Jesus Christ. Stop spamming. Oh. Hey, Mershon, stop spamming the cringe Abdul video. I will not be watching it.
Congresswoman, good to have you tonight. First, what's your reaction, your response to what you just heard there from Andrew Yang about the impact these candidates will have on the party at large?
It's time. You know, it's time for us to have as diverse of a caucus as the people. You know, and, you know, so many of us have been doing this work for a long time. You know, it's great to have friends. It's great to have more colleagues. It's great to have people coming in so that we can build this group of us who truly believe that all people deserve to thrive, not just survive, and that we pave the way for that we create that right now. And so it shouldn't be lost on people that people are running for these seats and that they are actually winning. And what is so wrong with having people who truly believe that can happen, because that we have people in our districts who believe the same as we do.
Congresswoman.
RNC Research, former Rep. Cori Bush says it's time for democratic socialism, man. It's time for us to have as diverse a caucus as the people. It's great to have people coming in so we can build this group. Oh, Mr. F, thank you for the 10 gift of subs. I'm going to put you on game. Okay? Here's what's going on. Republicans think that they can run the route again of, oh, these guys are all radicals. They think it's the more democratic socialists that win in the Democratic Party, the better for them. A lot of centrist Democrats are also worried about that because of their own personal ambitions of keeping power and being the power center and the power brokers of the Democratic Party, the National Democratic Party. Okay? What? Bad empanada is a positive overall, broad church and all that. Okay, take a week off. I might actually permanently ban you. I like bad empanada. I had more of an issue with Daria Liza's anti-miscegenation stuff. Are you fucking... I mean, yeah, you must have this kind of brain disease if you think that Daria Liza was being serious about like not race mixing and not just making a fucking joke. You absolute moron. Also, Daria Liza is going to be an elected member of Congress. One of the most radical elected members of Congress. Bad Empanada is a fucking YouTuber who's not even that popular in fucking Argentina. Shut the fuck up. Jesus Christ, dude. I swear white people can't imagine POC can't joke about race and missing. I know. He only plays the role of a fucking spoiler with the limited amount of attention that he gets. But because online leftists who never go outside can't comprehend that there is a world beyond posting, Okay, because that's all they know and that's their only output. So of course they identify with a guy whose only his only goal is to just shitpost on the internet and be fucking annoying about people who are trying to do things that they might not agree with ultimately. But that's it. You're just telling on yourself. You have no vision for a change beyond just being fucking repulsive on the internet. That's literally it. Oh my God. Yeah, posting is much easier, so that's all you know. So of course you're going to be defending posters' rights. Obviously, understandably. I saw it too, like there was a thing that I saw that was really funny that I got to point to. Bad empanada fans are 90% the most fragile white people who want to be edgy and find a way to say slurs with progressive aesthetics. Yeah, and then they'll be like, no, I'm actually from the third world. The third world country of Iowa. Where was it? There is a very funny summarization of like this kind of attitude and where it comes from. Here it is. Okay, this is it. There's no Hasan bad empanada split fracturing the community. There's Hasan organizing in multiple cities, and there's an online fringe who hate him so much they refuse to engage with regular people. The latter have no bearing on any community at all, but their own little insular one. They don't even understand the concept of what I'm saying. Okay, you disagree with Hasan is organizing, what Hasan is organizing for. So what are you doing about it? Are you organizing against him for your own ends to counter him, or just saying a lot of words? All they have is do nothing. They see genocidal Zionist Democrats and they think the best thing I can do is do nothing. That's their big grand plan. Here it is. Well, for one, you don't stop the threat by supporting sociopathic murderers, war criminals, millionaire Zionists who have invested into Israeli arms companies and the political party that committed one of the worst genocides in the 21st century. Don't tell me what you don't do. Tell me what you are going to do to stop the threat you see. Doing nothing is literally better than supporting genocidal Democrats. Okay? And then they make up, once they're asked, like, so what are you doing? What are the organizing? What's the organizing that you've done so far to make this change? And they literally turn around and say, you have dedicated your whole life to worshiping a YouTuber. Who? Hasan. He streams on Twitch, Lamau. Anyway, he's also out in the real world working towards the change he wants to see. You disagree and loathe the change he wants. I get it. What are you doing in the real world to counter him? Same thing. You can't answer the question because you know you're not doing anything but working your fingers to the bone on Twitter. This is why you're a part of an insular community that affects no material change while others are affecting a material change you happen to loathe. Like I said, I'm an adult with a job and grown-up responsibilities. I tweet on the commute. I don't have time to LARP as someone who's changing the world like you guys do. I just say it like I see it. And there was, I'm a radical tweeter. That's it. That's what it ends with. That's what it begins as, and that's what it ends as. Of course, these people would find themselves in a community that revels in just being fucking annoying to other members of the left. Okay? Sex Pestiny fans are kind of morphing with these guys too. I've seen them reposting the old tweet stalker account. Yes, they have like merged almost because their singular goal is the same. Also, the idea that you can't be an organizer or you can't organize in your own community with children is so silly. I've met many organizers who have multiple kids and have multiple jobs, as a matter of fact. If you check the quotes and replies around this and other threads, they think you and the DSA are organizing for Brad fucking Lander. It's an intentional disinfo campaign to pretend that the DSA candidates don't exist and you're actually a pro-Israel booster. Yeah. But here's what it is. Do you want to know where this comes from? It's what I talk about all the time. You look at how powerless you are. You recognize your powerlessness in the face of unyielding and unchanging structural forms of violence. This is when you fall into the nihilism pit. Okay? You try to grab on to anything and everything you can that makes you feel like you have a sense of control over your life, over your immediate surroundings. Okay? They also thought you had a price for endorsement, and one person had to delete a tweet saying as much. Didn't understand you meant moral price and having standards to your endorsement. They're just grasping at straws and purity testing. Exactly. That's the problem. You recognize that this shit is difficult. You oppose identity politics. Many of these guys oppose identity politics, right? They are in opposition to identity politics. But then they behave in the exact same ways that those social justice warriors do. They think that they are advancing a moral cause by being fucking annoying on the internet. You're not doing anything. You're just talking shit on the internet. That's it. I'm not opposed to you trying to go out. If you were out there organizing and trying to radicalize people to join like a communist party, for example, a far more radical party than what you think is what you think the DSA is, right? I wouldn't be talking shit. Good job. Go do it. But many of these people that actually fucking claim to be far more radical than the Democratic Socialists of America never want to do the work. They think doing the work is literally just going after other far left groups that are trying to make inroads or trying to slowly but surely become a more powerful force in American politics. Okay? They think yelling at those guys is the most effective way to make the change. There are tens of millions of Americans out there, by your own admission, ready to be radicalized into joining a Marxist-Leninist vanguard party. Go radicalize them. All you do is spend time on Twitter. Do you understand what's so fucking annoying from my perspective? That's what I'm annoyed by. At least for all the faults and failures of the ACP, because most of their output revolves around doing this exact same thing. They also do have some initiatives on the ground. Now, have they been successful? No, but it doesn't matter. At least they're trying to do something. Your entire output cannot be just yelling at the people who are ideologically closest to you on the left. You can't build a movement like that. That's why I spend a good deal of time trying to go to places that don't agree with me, trying to talk to liberals that don't see the world in the same exact way. That's part of the reason why, and even Republicans too. Okay? Anyway, sorry, but your favorite streamer having a one-sided parasocial obsession beef with another streamer that's causing community and infighting because they both happen to be on the left. Isn't politics making you jaded? It's you being naive to realize that your streamer is just using you for emotional output against his obsession. That's exactly what's going on, and many people do this. Okay? Many fucking people do this. Almost every fucking streamer does it. It's unbelievable. It's so fucking annoying. When your whole world revolves around just posting, you end up falling victim to other people whose only output is just posting about the left and how the left ain't shit, how the left is not enough. Stop, please. Go out and fucking convert people to your worldview in the real world. I promise you, that's a much more effective way to make that change. Hey, Hasan, can I get a rest in power to my brother Zach? He passed away recently and enjoyed you and Kyle Kalinski's content. Sorry if I'm being annoying about it. No, of course not, brother. Rest in power to your brother Zach.
What's interesting to me too is that typically you have a candidate and they make, sometimes outlandish statements on either side of the aisle during a primary. They're trying to win over the far right, the far left, and then they moderate. But not in the case of the socialists. Last night, as this Claire Valdez was walking off stage, she's one of these socialists who won, she said, solidarity forever, abolish ICE, free Palestine, organize your union, and join the DSA. Those are not the words of a typical candidate moderating, coming to the center, wanting to win independence.
They're so
Those
scared.
are the words of someone who is so tethered
It's
to
awesome.
an ideology, they are going to take it all the way to the United States.
This is so awesome. This is so fucking awesome, dude. Again, they've never met someone. They're only used to shitty ass centrist Democrats. So when they actually have to face off someone who does believe the things that they're saying and is not willing to just, fake it and moderate to some weird centrist position for no real fucking reason, right? They lose their minds, and they have no way of dealing with that. This is good. Anyway, Daria Lisa, after my stream, went on Ali Velshi and had a really interesting conversation. Part of that was
primary night in New York.
Part of that is being plastered all over the internet.
Bigger splash than New York's 13th congressional district. It's an area that covers Upper Manhattan and parts of the Bronx, where an outsider mounted a challenge against an established member of New York's Democratic establishment and won. For the past decade, New York 13 has been represented by Adriano Espaillat, a man who's heralded as a trailblazer within his community. Before running for office, he broke ground when he challenged black political influence in Harlem and the South Bronx. In 2012 and 2014, he challenged the Democratic incumbent in his district, Charles Rangel, who had been in Congress since 1971. Espaillat lost both times, but finally won in 2016, beating out Rangel's chosen successor after Rangel retired. Espaillat's win was historic. He was the first Dominican American and the first formerly undocumented immigrant elected to Congress. He was reelected 4 times, currently serving as the chair of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus, and he's considered the dean of New York Latino politics. But more recently, Espaillat has been criticized for his support for continued U.S. aid to Israel amid its war in Gaza, and for the support that he's received from AIPAC and affiliated groups. Last night, Espaillat and fellow New York Congressman Dan Goldman became only the 3rd and 4th Democratic incumbents to lose in the primary this year. Now, the 2 others were Texas Democrats who were gerrymandered out of their districts. The candidate who unseated Espaillat is Daria Lisa Avila Chevalier. She's a 32-year-old Democratic socialist who was recruited to run by Justice Democrats, a group committed to finding progressive challengers to unseat Democrats. Avila Chevalier was one of only 3 congressional candidates endorsed by New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani in this year's elections. And she was his biggest gamble. She didn't have the name recognition or profile of either of the mayor's other hand-picked candidates, the former city comptroller Brad Lander and the New York State Assembly member Claire Valdez. On top of that, Avila Chevalier's internet history threatened to bring down her campaign.
This also is what is so impactful. Okay? The fact that Daria Lisa was not like a known entity, that makes it even more consequential. That shows the force that the DSA can be. Okay? That's what it is.
Campaign at various points. Old social media posts from a since-deleted account came back to light, including ones in which she advocated for abolishing the police. Some posts sharply criticized Democratic leaders. She once called Joe Biden, quote, a war criminal. And in a 2021 post, she wrote, quote, F. Kamala Harris. During a debate last week, she apologized to Harris after Espaillat pushed her to do so, and she said that she ultimately voted for Harris in 2024. Journalists also uncovered that she attended a controversial rally in Times Square on October 8, 2023, one day after Hamas attacked Israel. The rally was described as a gathering to show solidarity with the Palestinian people. Others criticized it for condoning the violence that Hamas had just committed, pointing to chants like, quote, resistance is justified when people are occupied. New York's Governor Kathy Hochul called it, quote, morally repugnant.
Yeah, I think Kathy Hochul is morally repugnant for being a banner carrier at the fucking Israel parade, the literal neo-Nazi parade that they conducted with an actual out and about war criminal in tow. So, sorry, not going to take any morality lessons from Kathy Hochul or Letitia James for that matter.
Mamdani, who was then an assembly member, stayed away. Brad Lander, who is Jewish, condemned the rally and canceled his membership with the Democratic Socialists of America after the group posted about it. Avila Chevalier has defended her decision to attend that rally. New York's 13th district is solidly Democratic, so barring any other political shockwaves between now and November, she will be heading to Congress. Daria Liza Avila Chevalier has shown that she can win. Her victory.
Yes, that's why Lander left DSA after the October 8 rally. Once again, going back to the never-ending cycle of where is Brad Lander on this issue? Okay, yes, he was a lifelong DSA member before then too. Like he was in DSA he was in DSA when I think Zoran was born. Okay, which to be fair, back then DSA was very different than what it is now. Okay, far less radical than it is nowadays, but still, I think it means something.
In particular is emblematic of changing tides in the Democratic Party. So now the question is, what will the next chapter of her story and the Democrat story look like? Joining me now is Daria Liza Avila Chevalier, Democratic nominee for Congress in New York's 13th district. Congratulations and welcome.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me.
I'm hoping, because you will be a member of Congress, that we will have many opportunities to have a conversation, which means the first conversation is going to be a little tough to get through because you've now moved from a hot part of the primary where things are really hot into you're going to be the next member of Congress. And everybody's now looking at you and saying, what is that going to look like? Last night, we were on air when you delivered your speech in which you said, quote, the corporate landlords and lobbies who powered our opponent's campaign knew that he didn't represent us in this district. He didn't fight for us. He represented them and he fought for them, end quote. Now, first of all,
yeah, Brad joined DSA in 1987. Zoran was born in 1991. See, I told you. Yeah. Brad Lander has been a DSA member for longer than Zoran was alive.
Have you spoken to Adriano Espaillat?
Yes, we spoke last night.
Okay. How'd that go? Because there's a rift in your district at the moment, which often happens after a primary.
I think it was a brief but, positive conversation where he congratulated me and offered support in this transition. And I think New Yorkers deserve that kind of transition, one where we're working together to deliver for them.
You have to do and say things in primaries, and then now you are the actual Democratic Party representative. That's not always the same as being a member of the Democratic Socialists of America. How do you square that?
I think I'm very proud of the campaign that I've run, one where I am presenting the vision that I have for New Yorkers here in this district. And that has always been the vision that I have for them, right? I've been very frank and honest about what that is. And even when folks disagree with my vision, I am very proud to say I will always be honest about my position on things. And even if we don't agree, I will still fight for every single person in my district because that is what they deserve. They deserve somebody who's going to fight to make sure that they have all of the resources that they need to lead a dignified life as New Yorkers.
I think you probably, and at some point we'll be done with this conversation, but you probably want this conversation to go away. But there are the social media posts. CNN
would never have her on. I think they will eventually. They will eventually, because remember. CNN has Jamal Bowman on, right? And they used to back in the day as well. Part of the reason why they do that is because this is now a force that is represented in Congress. CNN had Claire on too. Erin Burnett had Claire on. And she had a fantastic response to some of the questions. Daria Liza does a similar thing here too.
You have had derogatory posts about Joe Biden.
Yes, I saw Deborah Messing wants me to be arrested. Yes, retired actress Deborah Messing is attempting to have Hasan Piker arrested for threatening to support a primary challenger against Representative Richie Torres in 2028. I mean, she's so psychotic. It's fine.
And about Kamala Harris. You did apologize for the Kamala Harris one. I guess the Joe Biden one, you did say you called him a rapist. Is that the kind of thing that just because you're...
You know what was really funny about this situation? You know who else also said that they believe the victims of Joe Biden? Or the accusers of Joe Biden? Kamala Harris. What are we doing? The best possible thing you could do in this situation is like also turn around and be like, well, you know, it's a little bit sinister, maybe a little, albeit cynical or valid, given your actual experience and your actual perspective. But you can be like, really? You think at a time, you think that it's far-fetched of me to assume that a powerful white man, I'm a black woman, I'm an Afro-Latina woman, you think it's far-fetched for me to assume that a powerful white man had numerous allegations of sexual misconduct? You know who else also thought that was valid? Kamala Harris. What should have been my expectation? To be like, no, I don't believe all women, actually. I don't believe any women. Specifically women that are, you know, calling out someone who's wealthy and powerful in a position of profound power. Excuse me, you know? You could really flip the script on Ali Welshi here.
Sort of a digital native in that you do on the internet, or did you believe that, and do you believe that?
You know, I think there was a lot of misunderstandings around where my posts, why they were deleted. I deleted my account many years back because I was focused on returning to organizing and my studies. I was working on a PhD program. And I think often we're asked to really have accountability for folks who have not held political office or have political power, and don't do the same for folks who are in positions of political power. Now, all that to say, I do regret my tweets, and that's something that I think has brought a lot of division, and that's something I regret, because as an organizer, my goal is always to unify our community and deliver for our community. And I think there is this question of why is it that when folks who do not have power, political power in this instance, are being held accountable for things, we don't also hold accountable folks who do have political power, where the decisions they are making in office every single day have an enormous impact on millions of people in our country, right? And I think for folks who feel disempowered, it's important to make sure that we're getting to the heart of where that sense of disempowerment is coming
You actually
from.
said that with respect to your tweet about Kamala Harris. You said that it came from a place of you feeling disempowered.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think so many folks in our country feel that they don't have representation that is fighting for them, right? And that was part of why I decided to run, because I felt that abandonment.
I only knew about that lady that fled to Russia. Yeah. For the record, yeah. I mean, she was definitely... Look, I don't know what happened between her and Brandon, but she was definitely a little cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, okay? We can say that. It's fine, you know? That was a woke one was crazy moment. And guess what, by the way? Guess what? The media at the time straight up did not even cover it at all. Like, they barely covered it. They were like, yeah, whatever, shut the fuck up. Like, that was the liberal media. Liberal media straight up just went, it's fine. What is this? They're doubling down? Oh, dude. By the way, yeah, Gustavo went on Spectrum News and straight up laid it out. And it's really funny that Jamie Harrison is losing his mind over it and even boosting a far-right account in the process. Let's take a look at what he said. I know I have this coming up. You know what? Actually, I'm gonna show this afterwards.
Establishment politics that looks at my community as though it is merely statistics and not people who are worth fighting for, and not the policies that will actually better their lives. And too often we've seen folks go into office and close the door behind them. But what we need is representation that's actually going to listen to the community, hear the frustrations, and open that door and keep it propped open so that everyone can be part of their democracy.
So I want to talk to you because you are part of a group of people who want to hold people in power to account. And I want to talk to you about that with respect to Adriano Espaillat, money that has come into that campaign, including money from AIPAC-affiliated groups. But I need to set the context on that first because of this conversation about this.
I will say one thing about my not being a straight up DSA member thing is that I do benefit from being able to stay out of internal caucus drama and can say I love all of the DSA caucuses, the DSA left and the DSA right equally. So there is one, that is one, I think, big benefit.
Rally after
as an independent media figure, okay, as an independent media figure.
October 8th.
Some of you also take advantage of that and will give me gifts like, you know, the groundwork beanies that you have given me, that you have showered me with, or the, you know, different caucus t-shirts that you have given me that I wear from time to time. And then you use that to post it as though, you know, this is an endorsement of one caucus and one caucus only. Okay? It's like choosing between your children. Okay?
You have strong beliefs about Israel's targeting of civilians in Gaza, which completely dwarfed what happened on October 7th. That said, I think I'm going to guess that you agree that innocent civilians shouldn't be targeted by anybody, regardless of the reason or the grievance. And that stands for Israel and that stands for Hamas.
Yeah, of course.
Because people have associated you with being supportive of what
Hassan thinks
Hamas.
he's emerged, but he's really groundwork. See, even Michael from Taiwan is doing the same thing. Okay?
Did on October 7th.
No, I've always been very clear that at the core of every one of my values is fighting for human dignity and human life. And the reason I was there was at that rally is because I have been advocating for Palestinian human rights and dignity for most of my adult life. And knowing that historically what we have seen is that whenever there is an incident that happens in the region, there is an outsized reaction, one that costs thousands more people their lives. And that was what I was there to stand against, because it was a pattern that I had seen consistently throughout my organizing and throughout my experience in the region. I was actually in Palestine in 2014 in the West Bank, and I was there at a time where tensions were rising. And I believe it was almost either the day I arrived or the day after I got back to the United States that Israel began bombing Gaza. And over 1,400 or maybe 1,800 people were killed in Palestine and Gaza at that time. And I remember being home and scrolling through the faces and names of the people who had been killed and feeling completely powerless to do anything about it. People who looked so much like the people I had just left in the West Bank. And knowing that day that we were in a situation where something similar or bigger would come to pass, that was what I was there to stand against.
It wasn't as central an issue in your campaign as it was in the Brad Lander, Dan Goldman campaign. But the AIPAC and AIPAC affiliated money that came in against you was bigger. I mean, it was a lot of money. And you've been very critical of Adriano Espaillat's relationship with Israel and continued acceptance of funding inoffensive weapons. Tell me how that played out.
You know, I have from the very beginning been very critical of the fact that he has taken over $670,000 to his to his campaigns from AIPAC. He has taken over $115,000 from ICE contractors, over $250,000 from real estate developers that are pricing people out of our city. To me, at the heart of this is the way that money is a form of accountability and to whom that accountability is to. So the fact that he was taking money from these institutions, from these right-wing lobbies, which is what AIPAC is, it's a right-wing lobby that backs Republicans.
Why is Ali Velshi seemingly very fair with his line of questioning? Because it's Ali Velshi. There's Ayman, there's Ali Velshi, and there's Chris Hayes. Those are the last three. Well, I guess sometimes what's his face is good too. Ari Melber is decent too. From time to time. But yeah, no, these are the last guys that remain on MSNBC, MS Now, that are like fairly progressive. The rest of the squad is, I would say, all former like George W. Bush people. Like, there are a lot of former George W. Bush comms directors and stuff like that that are just, you know, staple names of MS Now, and they're not great. Obviously, Jacob Soboroff, he's not one of the anchors, but Jacob Soboroff is great when it comes to immigration-related stuff. I know Jacob personally. I've literally been peers with Jacob at way back in the day. But I'm not talking about. I'm talking about like anchors on MS Now. Yeah. The anti-Trump Republicans are all obviously horrible, disastrous, and they are incredibly pro-Israel. And I sometimes feel like they're like many of them are literally to the right of Bill Kristol, which I think is unacceptable.
And Donald Trump, and then also backs Democrats who purport to be progressive while voting time and time again in the interests of institutions like AIPAC. And so I was highly critical of that because
Ecuador beat Germany? God damn. That's pretty crazy.
I see the impact of that on my community every single day. When you have someone who's taking money from the real estate developers that are pricing us out, and it's no wonder then that in a district that is the second poorest congressional district in the state and by some measures the country, that it is so deeply unaffordable for folks when the rent rises to the average of $4,000 for a 2-bedroom in Harlem or Washington Heights. And so, you know, I think the fact that so much money was poured in, not only directly into his campaign, but also in outside spending, where we saw over $7 million. And we won't know how much of that was AIPAC for a number of days.
A lot of that funding came in after June 10th,
exactly.
Which means nobody has to report it until the next cycle. Donald Trump talked about communists being elected last night. There were 3 of you in the congressional races, and there were 5 people who Zohran Mamdani supported in state races. All 8 of you won. How do you avoid becoming the ad for Republicans? You know, we've watched Zohran Mamdani, and he's managed it very well. We've watched Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, who has managed it very well. She's become a sort of a very policy-centered person. I don't think she's changed any of her views. How do you navigate this road? Because now you are a member of the Democratic delegation. You will be a member of the Democratic delegation, and you're going to appear in all sorts of people's ads, all sorts of Republicans' ads to say, this is what you're going to get if you vote for the Democrats, a communist.
You know, I think that framing is one that I've been very proud to be able to say I don't respond to, one in which I have been very intentional to say I won't be reactive. We are presenting a vision of what we're fighting for, and I think for far too.
By the way, this is, I think, the best answer that she gives in this entire interview.
I don't respond to, one in which I have been very intentional.
Yeah, I don't care about right-wing framing on my point, on my policy prescriptions, on my goals, on my opinions. I don't care, because I'm centering the working class in my politics. That's what I'm about. Thank you. I'll grab Thank you. Yeah. I'm centering the working class in this movement. That's the goal. That's the agenda. Who cares what they say? That's a great response.
Say, I won't be reactive. We are presenting a vision of what we're fighting for. And I think for far too long, we have had politics that is reactive to what Republicans are doing. What we need is Democrats who are actually going to present a positive vision, one that sets the tone for what we should be talking about, which is the issue of affordability, which is the issue of how our budgets are moral documents. If we say that we want to invest in working people in this country, then we need to do that, and our budgets need to reflect that. If we say that we value immigration and immigration justice, we need to make sure that that is also reflective in our policy. And so I'm very proud of a campaign that we built that centers those ideals, that centers those values and that vision for what we need as a community. And that's how I'll continue to move forward in Congress. And I think that for far too long, this reactive conversation of what we should be afraid of has prevented us from being able to have a politics of hope and a politics of life that Democrats can actually identify with. When the majority of the Democratic base has been seeking for the Democratic Party to actually fight for them, that should be the language that we should be leading with.
Thank you for joining us tonight. Again, congratulations, and
so
we hope you will continue to have these conversations with us.
Thanks for having me.
Daria Lisa Avila Chevalier is the Democratic nominee for Congress in New York's 13th district. All right.
Bro, someone in the chat said, I'm going to be late for the turkey game. Kickoff is at 7 p.m., 4 hours from now. Okay? That's awesome. Fucking 4 hours from now.
Our candidates run as Democrats.
Here's Gustavo, the DSA co-chair, absolutely cooking with this take.
Candidates run as Democrats. We're on the Democratic Party ballot line. We contest the primaries. And when they're in the legislature, they're part of the Democratic Party caucus. But we don't agree with the way the Democratic Party establishment organizes or runs its party apparatus, and so we try to build independence by focusing on volunteer-led movement. We think that everyone should be able to be trained and to become someone who can participate in the political process, and we don't really think that Democratic Party campaigns in the establishment are run that way. And I think you really see that difference in the races like we're having tonight. And I think in terms of the agenda, there's a problem in the Democratic Party where they are funded by billionaire donors, and at the same time, they're trying to represent the working class. And in our opinion, you have to choose between the billionaire class and the working class. It's just impossible to satisfy all of them.
There's a lot of people.
Yeah, people got really mad about that. Okay. Here. A lot of people got mad at that quote or that statement. I mean, obviously, I 100% endorse it. It's what I've been saying for the longest time. When I say I have no loyalty to a brand, no loyalty to a party, and my loyalty lies with the American people, with the working class, this is what I mean. We're not trying to revitalize the brand of the Democratic Party. That's not the goal at all. We're trying to bring more people into the small d democratic process. Okay? That's it. And yes, the needs of the billionaire class is antagonistic to the needs of the working class. It's super simple.
They have a lot of negative stuff to say. There's a lot of people who have a lot of opinions. But when you prove them wrong, you really don't have to say to them.
That video clip is what New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani posted in the wake of a stunningly successful primary night for a slate of candidates he endorsed. In the lead up to the primary, the mayor made a risky move, backing 3 congressional candidates against the pull power of not just the Democratic Party, but really the institutional progressive movement of New York City. 2 of the candidates primaried sitting Democratic incumbents, which is risky. Last night, All three of those candidates won. As the New York Times put it in Sunday's headline, quote, Mamdani burns allies in making a big bet for Congress and the left. But as of this morning, it looks like the bet paid off. Joining me now is New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani, who will be speaking with House Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries later tonight. Mayor, congrats. I know my colleague Jen Psaki has leader Jeffries on the next hour to discuss what's going on. What are you looking for in your conversation with leader Jeffries tonight?
You know, I appreciate the relationship that I have with leader Jeffries, and it's one where we're united in looking to deliver for the people of the city. And as you heard from him, we have disagreements about endorsements. And I think you mentioned a number of those candidates that I was proud to endorse, and Daria Lisa Avila Chevalier and Claire Valdez and Brad Lander. And also, at the end of the day, what we're looking to do is to deliver for the working people of New York City. And I think last night we heard from New Yorkers a hunger for exactly that kind of work being done here in our city.
You know, I obviously I'm a lifelong New Yorker, know New York politics well. I should disclose that my brother actually worked on the Lander campaign, which I basically didn't cover for that reason in the run up to this entire race. You know, when you're in your race, I think you could really say, like, you had a laser focus on affordability. You really did. You were very.
You didn't want to be Chris Cuomo.
On message, interviews where I tried to push you off the message. You kept coming back to it. You know what you're doing. I think it's much harder to make that argument about these wins last night. I covered these races pretty closely. I mean, I followed them. They weren't really about affordability. I don't think you can say there was some big difference between Claire Valdez and Antonio Reynoso. So what were they about from your perspective?
You know, I think they were about clarity. They were about conscience. They were about conviction. And what I mean by that is when you're walking the streets with Claire, one of the things that she speaks often about is the importance of fighting income inequality and how the most effective tool to do so is increasing union density. And she knows that because she's somebody who rose through the union movement, rose through UAW. And this is somebody who has also made clear time and time again that we need to have a foreign policy that is not, as Daria Lisa would put it, investing in bombs as opposed to in babies. And I think what you've seen from New Yorkers, whether it's in Brad's race, Daria Lisa's race, or Claire's race, is an exhaustion with status quo politics and a desire for something that actually responds to the needs that they have in their own districts. In some of these districts we're talking about, you know, especially in Daria Lisa's case, this is one of the poorest congressional districts in the United States of America. The other night when I was walking with her through Harlem, we met a man coming out of a bodega who had his hands full with Huggies that he just bought. And in that same moment, she and I are having a conversation about how our government has spent more than $30 billion in bombs for the Israeli military to kill civilians, whether in Palestine or in Lebanon. And it just speaks to what New Yorkers are tired of and what they want to see. They want to see people who are willing to not just stand up to the federal administration, but also stand for a vision of working people at the heart of it.
There's a lot of folks, I would say, in New York who, let's say broadly in sort of pro-Israel coalition, I think that's how they would describe themselves, who view last night as about that single issue. Basically, what they will say is, particularly if you look at Goldman and Lander, like, this was really about Israel, and it was motivated by people's feelings about Israel. And I think the pro-Israel folks would say, you know, their anger, their rage. Some even say it's anti-Semitism. I don't necessarily sign on to that, but do you think it was, like, fundamentally, is that what it was about the people and the Democratic Party supporting fundamentally or not doing enough to oppose the actions of the Israeli government over the last several years and continuing actions in Gaza?
Yes and no. Israel is Israel is an unbelievably important issue because it is the moral crisis of our generation. Okay, it's a genocide. And we watched it unfold, and we have a moral culpability here because we are American taxpayers. And America aided and abetted in Israel's genocide. However, beyond that, for the average person, for the average American citizen, the average American voter, Israel is profoundly important because it's a fantastic litmus test to see if your representative that is elected will represent your interests or represent the interests of foreign lobbies or even other corporate lobbies. So Israel is not just about Israel. It's also about healthcare. It's also about climate justice. It's also about criminal justice reform. It's about justice for migrants. It's about housing. It is about a congressperson's willingness to fight for those issues rather than their willingness to collect checks from these corporate PACs with the hopes that those corporate PACs will protect them and will protect their seats. That's why I always use it as a litmus test.
I think that played a major role. And it played a major role because New Yorkers have had to watch as tens of billions of our tax dollars have been spent on bombs that not only shred international law, but also the lives of civilians. And what they've seen is that while it is a Republican administration that is doing it now, it was also something that was bipartisan and continues to be. And I think there is a desire to see a politics of life be at the center of what we are fighting for. And, you know, I think if you're looking at Brad and his race and his candidacy, he led with such a humanity and in many ways an embodiment of what Mr. Rogers would speak about in the actions of a good neighbor. And he would speak about the fact that he is going to Congress not only to fight against bigotry, whether it be anti-Semitism or Islamophobia, but also to make clear that he is going to fight against the occupation, against the genocide. He's going to co-sponsor, as well as Claire Valdez and Daria Lisa will, the Block the Bombs Act to stop our federal government from sending those kinds of shipments to the Israeli military. And I think that's what's in line with what so many New Yorkers are desperate to see. And all of this is all the more difficult for a New Yorker to accept when at the same time they're having trouble affording life in the nation's most expensive city. At the same time as we're greenlighting tens of billions of dollars for Netanyahu's wars, we're being told, sorry, we just can't help you make it a little bit easier.
Netanyahu's wars. All right, whatever.
To afford your rent check or your groceries or your childcare or even your public transit. And I think that what we saw is that New Yorkers were fed up with a status quo of our politics where we're stuck explaining why this is the best we're going to have, as opposed to advocating for the working person who's being left behind by that same status
That's
quo.
Bernie's worst, one of his worst qualities, man. You don't have to adopt that.
It's like trillions of dollars, depending whether you account for security. So in the grand scheme of things, I mean, you're right. There's been about $30 billion to Israel. There's lots and lots of billions of dollars that could be found for those things, even if we were to continue. In doing this, you clearly ticked off a bunch of people. You knew that. I mean, they weren't like shy about saying it, because generally the way it goes is you don't endorse against incumbents. Yeah, it really is kind of the unwritten rule in this. Tish James, who was a very vocal backer of yours when you were running for mayor, and even a backer of yours when I think it was pretty politically controversial to be so, had this to say. She said she and other political leaders she's spoken to are disappointed in Zohran Mamdani. All of us are a little frustrated with the Democratic Party, but you don't blow it up. That's what MAGA has done. What do you say to that?
I think, what is the Democratic Party if not its voters? And what we saw yesterday evening were Democrats across the city turning out and voting for a new kind of politics. And I've been clear time and time again that I believe the only majority in our country is that of the working class. And what we saw is that a focus on the working class, whether it's from Claire, whether it's from Daria Lisa, whether it's from Brad, is the kind of focus that New Yorkers want to see. And I have a deep amount of respect for my friend Attorney General James. And I also believe that these are the kinds of candidates that we need to see in Congress, as well as the 5 state legislative candidates that I endorsed that also won yesterday evening, if we want to truly fulfill the affordability agenda. And, you know, as I'm speaking to you, Chris, it marks 1 year since I won the nomination to become the Democratic nominee for mayor of our city. And I made a promise to New Yorkers that I'd use every tool at my disposal to actually transform the city into one that they could afford. And one of those tools is using your political capital to ensure that the people who will fight hardest for that same agenda are going to be there, whether it's in Albany or whether it's in D.C. And I'm so excited to say that in yesterday's 8 different campaigns that we endorsed, we saw 8 different victories for exactly that same message.
On that point about the working class, and I just want to be clear here, like, you win, right? Like, these were winning, like, all 8 won, and different winning candidates assemble different winning coalitions, particularly in primaries. But it also is the case, and you can go down to the census tract level, or you can look at the different parts where there is a correlation between the success of the candidates you backed and higher degrees of college education attainment and even higher degrees of household income in those areas, right? I mean, you can run the numbers. The Times had them today. In the Bronx, which I know pretty well, my home borough, Daria Lisa was lost by 30 points to the incumbent Adriana Espaillat in that part of the borough, which is a very poor part of the borough. What do you say to people who say this is fundamentally democratic social?
Daria Lisa ran up the numbers on black voters, okay, as opposed to the lead that Espaillat had on Hispanic voters. But the major area of impact for Daria Lisa was the white voters in the district. Having said that, however, the idea that she was like only winning because of wealthy voters is wrong. She won because she created the best coalition. First of all, these are not wealthy voters, okay? There aren't. It is a 98th percentile district. There aren't that many wealthy voters. There are voters that are, however, better off than the rest of the district. The reality of the matter is, it's still a fairly poor district because the white voters are literally also students, okay? They're not necessarily wealthy. They're just fucking students. Here's the thing. The reason why she won was because she was able to create a better coalition. That's it. She had the highest density of renters in the city, which all went to Daria Lisa. That's number one. And number two, she had a wider margin with the black vote than Espaillat had with the Hispanic vote over Daria Lisa. And it was like a 10-point or a 15-point swing when it came to the white voters in the district. That's why she won. Because she was able to run up the numbers of white voters in the district, run up the numbers of the renters in the district, specifically black voters in the district, and also still have a decent, sizable impact with the Hispanic voters in the district, regardless of Espaillat's position. Whenever these guys turn around and say, oh, it's like, well, it's clear that the wealthy voters in the district, the gentrifiers, actually voted for Daria Lisa, is bullshit, is wrong. Okay? It's just wrong. That's not the case. That's not what happened.
A kind of college affectation that basically, like, you talk about the working class, but really it's just a bunch of people who just got out of some college seminar who like to talk socialism.
Well, I think that everyone has their narratives. What I'll tell you is I'm excited to be able to speak to you as...
Also, as someone who worked closely with this, on this race, with this race, I can tell you what happened. It's also the same reason why Conrad Blackburn lost. Espaillat is a 5-term incumbent. So he's been in power for a decade. He was dog shit at constituent services, which Daria Lisa highlighted with the Mahmoud Khalil situation. That wasn't just about Mahmoud Khalil. That wasn't just about Israel. That was also highlighting how bad he is and reminding the voters how bad he is at never being there and not having decent constituent services. This is very important for politics. This is very important for maintaining your position. I'll give you another example. AOC will never be unseated in her district unless there is a complete revamp, like rewriting of the redistricting of AOC's district. She will be there for the rest of her life. Do you want to know why? Because AOC has some of the best constituent services in the entire country. Okay? Everything down to, like, my cat was, I lost my cat. My cat is missing. All the way up to, like, the running water in my business is no longer running. My landlord is fucking me over. Okay? That is unbelievably important. And a lot of people don't realize that when they're like, oh, AOC's never in her district or whatever. First of all, that's not even true. But constituent services is key to ensuring that your voters come back and vote for you. Okay? It's far more important than the ads and the AIPAC money and all this shit. And Espaillat showed that. So, can you explain what constituent services mean? Yes. For example, Adam Schiff, also known as Adam Shit, is my senator. Okay? So, as a part of his job, because senators also have constituent services. Obviously, it's the House of Representatives. Representatives are more hands-on in the district. But when my two friends that were arrested and tortured by the Israeli military on the Samud flotilla were being tortured and after being kidnapped by the Israeli military, a lot of people reached out to Adam Shit. They reached out to Adam Shit because we wanted Adam Shit to demand the release of his constituents. Because those two people I'm talking about, one is Quentin Quarantino, the other one is David Adler, Progressive International. They're both Jewish, and they're both technically constituents of Adam Shit. Adam Shit did nothing about that. That is what you are supposed to do. You address an issue that your constituents are experiencing, one that actually has international significance. And as a senator, you have a lot of power. As a senator, you have a lot of fucking power, and you're supposed to exercise that power to defend people that you represent. He did not do so. So that's one example of like what constituent services means, right? So, I'll give you another example. Chris Van Hollen pursuing Kilmar Abrego Garcia all the way down to El Salvador. That has tremendous impact for the rest of the people that live in your district, that are your constituents. They will remember that. They will say, this guy is fighting for me. This guy's putting his own body on the line to make sure that my neighbors are safe. So, that's another example. Now, why am I bringing this up? Because I was talking about Adriano Espaillat. He has dog shit constituent services. But the other reason I forgot the other reason. Never mind. I was chewing.
Someone who won more than 1 million votes in last year's election here in New York City. And what we saw is that we got those votes across New York City and across so many of the different demographics that make up our city. And when we're speaking about Daria Lisa, who will be the first Afro-Latina Dominican woman to represent.
Oh, I remembered. I will tell you the real reason why, like a big part of the reason why also Daria Lisa won. Okay? This isn't to undermine her candidacy. This isn't to undermine her advocacy. But a part of the reason why was Jordan Wright. Jordan Wright's dad is a very famous black politician in New York. Okay? He's a party boss. And when, 10 years ago, Adriano Espaillat challenged the incumbent in Harlem, who was black, he did so with a lot of racialized animus. Not dissimilar to the way that he was attacking Daria Lisa. That bad blood was so significant that even Hakeem Jeffries, who is, again, the most powerful black politician in the country, okay, a beloved figure by, not only the Congressional Black Caucus, but also a lot of the New York black politicos, right? Even Hakeem Jeffries could not get Jordan Wright's dad to fucking endorse Espaillat. Okay? Even after Espaillat endorsed Jordan Wright, who was running against Conrad Blackburn. So that's why you saw a lot of black voters in Harlem do split ticket voting. They voted for Dottie Eliza because they hated Espaillat, but also they voted for Jordan Wright as opposed to Conrad Blackburn, our DSA pick. Now, this doesn't mean that Jordan Wright is safe in that seat. He's not. But that is precisely what took place. There were a lot of, I assume, split ticket voters that voted for Jordan Wright and Dottie Eliza as well. You met Keith Wright. He dabbed you up at the poll site. Wait, what? I dabbed him up. I did not realize that was Keith Wright. Wait, that was talking to Merrill? The dude talking to Merrill and oh, the dude who was talking to Merrill and Dottie Eliza. I didn't dab him up. No, I know I didn't meet Jordan. I know what Jordan looks like. Join DSA chat. Yes. Huh. What did Pramila Jayapal endorse Diana DeGette? Yeah, that's a big L. Look. I mean, she's a Congressional Progressive Caucus person. Like, it's not surprising. CPC has also endorsed Diana DeGette. You know, it's just how it is, unfortunately. Is DAP not dab for the love of God? Yes, it's DAP. 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 I know. You're right. Nydia Velasquez was not helpful for my wife and I when her green card case was delayed. I went with Valdez partially because of it. Constituent services are important. Take advantage of them, chat. Yeah. CPC is so fucking fake. Pinot, progressive in name only. Do we have our own Tea Party movement and our own slanderous accusations? Pinot is awesome. You dapped me up on 135th and Lenox. You dabbed me up. Did I dab on you? The bodyguard in pink saw you embrace shooting the shit with two black guys and realized you weren't an op. I was watching vids of you reacting to true crime in 2022 and you truly look so much better. Congrats. Thanks, chatter. The fuck? Bro smoked weed on him? I did. I love Pinot, dude. Pinot is so funny. Yeah, CPC, unfortunately, is not the Communist Party of China. It's the Congressional Progressive Caucus, which, let's be real, is not very progressive, okay? I thought that CPC would be a power center, but they are, of course, very aggressively defending their incumbents because that's their job. Also, Pramila Jayapal is an interesting figure because I've often been critical of her at times, but she is literally one of the best advocates for Cuba in Congress. Like, not even a question, bar none. I will always defend Pramila Jayapal on that basis. Okay? Straight up. it don't matter that she basically a Warrenite. Also, new polls coming out of Mitchell Research. Here's what I'm going to tell you. The Republicans are highlighting Abdul. And I don't know why they're doing it, because Mitchell is a right-wing pollster that's been aggressively following the Democratic primaries. They're the ones who famously said that Abdul rose in the ranks after hanging out with anti-Semitic podcaster Hasan Piker. But this, paired up with the RNC attack ad that doesn't read like an attack ad at all, makes me feel like they're pushing Abdul because they think he'll be easier to defeat. He will be tougher to defeat, and they're fucking stupid. But we'll take those.
That district, she would not be able to win that nomination without the support of communities of color. And the same thing with Claire Valdez, who will be the first Mexican-American and indigenous woman to represent that district. She would not be there winning by 20 points if it was not also for the support of voters of color. And I think too often what happens after a race is an attempt to explain why that result happened, as opposed to listen to the voters who cast their ballot in that way. And what I heard from many voters is they do want a different kind of politics. And especially for all of the conversation of 2028 and where this party should go, I think it's wise to listen to voters about exactly what kind of politics they want to see. It's one that is much closer to what we used to see from our party in the days of FDR than what we've seen in a time when our only vision seems to be a responsive one to Trump, as opposed to one that goes beyond that.
FDR, if you ever read a biography, both charming and ruthless. An interesting combination. New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you for having me.
One of the worst parts about Zohran being such a fucking nationally prominent politician is that I have, unfortunately, similar speech patterns, like constantly saying for far too long. And now I have to limit it because he says it all the fucking time. Having said that, however, I do say that a lot. I do say that a lot too. Having said that, however, ultimately, at the end of the day, for far too long, I think it's partially because I speak for so long throughout the day that it's virtually impossible for me not to constantly use similar speech patterns. Regular frequency. What else? Out and about, formative role. One must ask the question, why? Make no mistake. Eviscerated spectacularly. I love Israel. I don't say that. You mean Zohran says that. That's precisely why. Virtually impossible. Okay, guys, enough. To the best of my abilities. Oh, I do say that a lot. Fuck. It's because you read, and I say that as a teacher of writing. Yeah, I know you like the number. I say that a lot. I'm a numbers guy. I know you like the number. All right, let's take a look. Dems far left lurch sparks heated outnumbered debate.
More Democratic candidates seem to be finding success after attacking Israel on the campaign trail. All three candidates endorsed by Democratic Socialist Mayor Zohran Mamdani made their anti-Israel stance a centerpiece of their campaigns. Incumbent Congressman Dan Goldman, who is Jewish, lost his primary to one of those candidates. And
yeah, Dan Goldman, who's Jewish, lost his campaign to one of those nasty ones. I don't even. No one cares about his background, of course. It's not relevant. It's not relevant to the conversation. A Jewish man was taken away from his seat of power.
He says his opponent's message wasn't just.
Also, it's like crazy. This is a wild thing. Like, can you imagine if we were like Hillary Rodham Clinton defeated anti-Semitically in the primaries Bernard Sanders, who is Jewish? Like it's just funny that it only works in one direction. Okay? It only works in one direction. Can you imagine if Fox News was like Hillary Rodham Clinton demonstrated peak anti-Semitism by taking out the presidential chances of a Jewish man?
Anti-Israel, but anti-Semitic. Watch.
Outright anti-Semitism, which is on the rise, something I certainly felt during this campaign, and is something that the entire Democratic Party, not just Jews, are going to have to grapple with. It cannot just be on the Jewish community itself to defend against anti-Semitism. It is going to have to be a unified effort for...
Dog. The Jews in your district voted for another Jewish politician over you. That's not anti-Semitism. Like, this argument does not make any sense. He's like, yeah, these Jews voted anti-Semitically for another Jew over me. Like, any other situation, it would still be stupid, but you could at least, like, kind of make it stick. But we're talking about Brad fucking Lander. Like, what do you mean? In a district that is also very Jewish. This argument makes no damn sense.
Everyone who believes in equal rights and civil rights and social justice to band together and to acknowledge that this is a form of hate.
That's funny. Dan Goldman, I think Jews will not replace us. Yeah, he said Jews will not replace me. Yeah. That's funny.
And it's not just New York. Far-left candidates with similar platforms.
They always love running this line. And it's so funny because they have Nita Allen, who lost, Sue Altman, who also lost to Adam Hamawi, Junaid Ahmed. Like, all these people have lost already.
Are running in state and federal races all across the country, many of them on your screen. And they're gaining traction in races against more moderate Democrats. Opposing Israel is just one part of the socialist platform that's dividing Democrats. Some establishment lawmakers have spoken.
Yeah, Brad Lander is hiding scared after Brad Lander's win 2 days ago.
Out against the far left's
35% off gifted subs.
rhetoric. But the DSA is reportedly plotting on ways to take their ideas all the way to 2028. Marie, let's start with you.
I knew that was coming to me. I could sense you turning.
Yeah, do you agree with this premise? Does it frighten you? Are there...
How much did Lander being Jewish factor into his decision to challenge Goldman instead of accepting a position by Mamdani? What? I don't think that played a role in anything. That's such a weird question. I don't even think you were trying to make it sound suspicious intentionally, but that's a strange question. I don't know how to answer that at all. Yeah, he didn't get a position in the mayoralty, right? And Mamdani knew that Brad is from that district and he's beloved in that district, and he urged him to do that, as opposed to the DSA cadre candidate that was supposed to run in that district at the time was a little bit, not to get into too much inside baseball, but, you know, at the time, that was a decision that was questioned, let's just say. Ultimately, it all worked out because Zoran Mamdani was, you know, making big money moves. I'll be honest, like, I was the one who was obviously upset about the Chiose situation with Hakeem Jeffries, but he actually did the fucking money spread. Straight up. He did the motherfucking money spread. Because I thought he had the bandwidth to push for, I thought he had the bandwidth, and not Zoran necessarily, but like DSA had the bandwidth to push for Chi off of this victory, right? To try and unseat Hakeem Jeffries, even though obviously Hakeem Jeffries had like a really high approval rating in his own district. And, and I think that would have ruined everything. That straight up would have ruined everything because Hakeem would have fucking come down like a lion on every race, which he probably still put a lot of investment into, but it would have made it so much more difficult, in my opinion. Yeah. I think Zoran and the DSA moved their political capital around perfectly. They played it perfectly. I'm really proud of them. I'm honored to have played, albeit a small role, in these sequence of victories. And I mean, look, it also kind of preserved Chi's career too. This was like the thing that I was worried about more so than anything else, because I love Chi. I think he's brilliant, and I think he has an insane career ahead of him. And I was worried that this would just cut him out, because it was a huge risk. And it would have expended tremendous amounts of resources from DSA rather than running multiple races at the same time, which was the counter argument that people presented. And she ended up looking great overall. Right? She ended up looking great in the end. You know, he took one for the team. He took an L for the cause, for a broader cause. And he also showed that he was a team player, a movement guy. And now he has, now he doesn't have a potential L, you know what I mean, under his belt.
Concerns emanating throughout the Democratic Party of what the anti-Semitism, how it has been fomented or has appearing?
Well, look, I have lots of thoughts on this. First, I would say what we are seeing across the country is an anti-incumbency, anti-establishment movement that people, you know, in both parties are like, we want you out, we want new leaders. On this issue, look, when it comes to Dan Goldman, he was beat by a fellow Jewish politician, Brad Lander, who calls himself a liberal Zionist. He doesn't support Israel killing civilians in Gaza. He doesn't support what the Israeli government is doing in the West Bank. But for Dan Goldman to say that is anti-Semitism, look, we are all opposed to anti-Semitism. I've worked on this issue for a long time, and we need to call it out.
What the fuck? I'm watching Fox News. For a second, I was like, what channel am I looking at? What? Bro, we don't hear this from CNN. What the fuck is going on? I literally thought, I was like, what is this, Democracy Now? Like, what? She does not have the style of someone who would be on Democracy Now. What am I looking at?
When it is there, and there are some Democratic candidates who I think are there, and I really do not want to be part of my party and do not support. But someone like Brad Lander, we have to have room in this country to oppose the Netanyahu administration in Israel, to say that Israeli policy is not good.
Yeah, I know he responded to me. I quote retweeted him. He said, it's pretty obviously not an attack ad. It's the NRSC telling you they want El Sayed to win the primary because they think he's easier to beat. Do with that information what you will, but it's what's happening. Republicans want him to be the nominee, which I don't disagree with. I just don't think that he's the weakest candidate out of the three. I think he's the strongest candidate out of the three, which is why I responded and I said, perhaps the Republicans are making a huge mistake, and you are too, with your assessment that Abdul's weaker than Haley Stevens and Mallory McMorrow. Lamau. Which, of course, is Matt Iglesias. Obviously, he's fucking wrong. He's always wrong. Hasanabi, my mom loves you. Thank you. Thank you to your mommy.
Without all being called anti-Semites. And to say that Brad Lander, who is Jewish, who got a lot of the Jewish community to support him in ousting Dan Goldman, is somehow anti-Israel and anti-Semitic, that is a cheap shot. And quite frankly, it weakens the argument when we do call out actual anti-Semitism, of which there is a lot on the right.
Goldman had his money refunded at a coffee shop. My gosh.
Are you
And
going
you're
to call
talking about Brad Lander. He's
Yeah, Dan Goldman had his money refunded at a coffee shop. This is a heinous act of anti-Semitic violence. This is literally the Holocaust. Why did that happen? Oh, like he wasn't denied service at the point of entry, of course. They just realized it was Dan fucking Goldman, Israel's strongest warrior, and the coffee shop, you know, had their feelings about that and wanted to make a statement. It is pretty funny to be like, wow, free coffee. What's next? This is literally what Adolf Hitler did.
calling out anti-Semitism because he was a victim of it 48 hours ago. And that should be the focus right now. Chevalier, okay, you want to talk about...
Wait, why should that be the focus? Dude, come on. No, you want that to be the focus. Dan Goldman didn't even fucking make a big deal out of it, dude. It's so funny that he was the person who was supposedly victimized in this heinous anti-Semitic hate crime. And literally he was like, yeah, it's fine. Like, yeah, sure, I got free coffee. I just wanted my daughter to use the restroom, so I bought something. Who gives a shit? And Fox News is like, this is the worst thing that has ever happened. If United States Representative and extremely publicly known and outspoken Israel supporter Dan Goldman can't go to this one particular coffee shop in New York City, what about the rest of the Jews? Which, again, I am going to repeat, it's also a very Jewish district. Like, it's not like this is, you know, we're not talking about like Dan Goldman entered a coffee shop in like fucking rural Mississippi or something where he was wearing a Star of David and he got weird looks. Like, this is literally, it's New York City. Most districts are very Jewish districts. This is one that is particularly higher as far as the demographics goes. So that's why it's even funnier. That's also like a couple things that people say about New York that always make me laugh. If you're anti-immigrant in any way, shape, or form in New York City, I laugh at that. I'm like, have you looked around? This is one of the most diverse places on the planet. Like, literally, it's New York and Toronto, two of the most diverse cities on the fucking planet. You're an idiot. And the other thing is, like, when you talk about heinous anti-Semitism and how dangerous it is for Jews to live in New York City, that's insane. Have you been to New York City? It is objectively the safest place for Jews to live on the planet. Like, literally safer than Tel Aviv by design, by default, because Tel Aviv is constantly getting into shit, constantly maintaining an apartheid, constantly doing wars on numerous fronts. So yeah, New York, objectively the safest place on the planet for Jews, aside from like Boca Raton, Sherman Oaks, my fucking neighborhood. You know what I mean? It's so stupid. It's one of the dumbest fucking arguments of all time. Like, oh, dude, Jews are under attack in New York City. Wow, that's crazy. Also, that guy wearing the Israeli flag blazer, like, wow, I wonder why you feel unsafe walking the streets with what has essentially become universally recognized symbol for atrocious genocide and hate crimes by Israel themselves. Yeah, he's like, but it was also funny. It was also funny. Wait, what is this? Dan Bongino quit his... Hey, Hasan Piker, these videos are never going away. Oh, so you want to cancel me? You want to do cancel culture, big dog? Anyway, let's continue.
Atlanta, let's talk about Chevalier, who after babies were put in ovens on October 7th, the day after, she attended a pro-Palestine rally where there were speakers who attempted to justify October 7th.
And I obviously don't support that, Kaylee.
Claire Valdez, when they put Goldman on the screen at the victory party, her victory party, the crowd was chanting F.
Thank you,
APAC.
Justin Case, for the 40 gifted. We're at level 5 hype train. Will we be able to carry the flame or not, ladies and gentlemen? We have tried to carry the flame twice today and failed twice. We have 1 minute remaining at level 5. If we get to level 6, perhaps we will be able to carry the motherfucking flame at least once today. It's also 35% off for gifted subs, 5 gifted subs and more.
You need to reckon with this part of your party. I'm going to quote Sarah Foreman, a Democratic strategist. She said, this is the version of the Democrats the voting population of New York wants. We need to stop pretending it is not the case. These are socialists, in most cases, anti-Semites. 66% of your party
Then why
wants
did so many
socialism.
Jews vote for them?
And
If they're
Marie,
all
in all due respect, 'cause I love you and you're a smart...
Then why do so many Jews vote for them? Is so funny. It's true. Yeah, why did that happen then? Explain that, please. Because here's the thing. Mortalo. Oh my God. Level 6 hype train complete already. What the frick? Mortalicious, thank you for the 20 gifted. Sig Fenmel, thank you for the 10. Solidarity with Gaza, thank you for the 10. God damn. BMO Flow, thank you for the 10 as well. Holy moly. Okay, y'all do want to fucking carry the flame. God damn it, we're at level 7 hype train already. Holy moly. Dobro, thank you for the 10. Cinezion, thank you for the 20 gifted. Rose Dog, thank you for the 5. Spencer W. Mead, thank you for the 5. Hype Train level 7 achieved. Soy Chorizo, thank you for the 10. Smelly Caster, thank you for the 10. Oh my lord. Level 15 gaming? Yeah, I mean, I can confidently... Xylax! I can confidently say level 15 gaming, knowing full well that it's never going to happen because we never get it to level 15. We stop at level 10. I do also... Spuddy the Great Potato, thank you for the 20. I also do low Kirkentually stop pushing for it once we hit level 10 because maybe I don't want level 15. Who knows? Big Bird Butt. And Athriran with the 100 big bones, level 9 complete. Oh my lord, we've been sitting on this all day. It's time to do it. I'm an ammo numbers guy. We hit that. Country remix? No. We are Charlie Kirk, version flamenco guitarro. Enough. Just stop right now. Wouldn't it be funny if you guys stopped right at this moment, though, and we never got to level 15? That would be really funny, I think. That would be really funny if you guys just stopped at level 14 and then we were gone and we're good. What is this? Wait, what the fuck? This goes hard. Oh God, it's at 91%. Come on, stop. Just stop right now. It's at 99%. Fuck! It's not right now. I'm gonna do it this week. It's not. It's never on the spot. You're wrong. All right, I'll download 007. Okay, this might be kind of a banger. Tomorrow's Friday, dingus? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, okay, this chatter is right. I literally said this month. And now I've whittled it down to this week. Okay, this one goes hard though, actually. Also, it's not even a joke. Y'all sons of bitches actually stopped. You literally tried to get it to 15 and then you stopped. I hate you so much. That's fucked up. Teacher, what about homework ass chatter? It's true. Thank God I have an honest. Okay. If you don't do it today, then you'll continue putting it off and lying like you always do. So lame. That's not true. That's not true. You ain't getting that spot back from Alvea's dog. Level 20, you become the next president. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I think I would need to be hype training every day for the rest of my life until I reach the age of 35 for me to have enough war coffers to run for president in a self-funded campaign. Actually, way more than that. I would need to level 100 train every day, probably. Like anti-Zionist presidential run with no institutional support from the Democratic Party. It's not happening. Level 16 finished Jubilee vid? Sure. We're all fucking almost already there anyway. I forgot that it was still going. No, stop gifting. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. The Jube. Level 30, you run for Prime Minister of Israel. Sure. Tom Suozzi, I'm proud to help lead the... Uh-oh. 1 minute remaining. Uh-oh. I'm proud to help lead the effort to promote common sense Democrats who will be vital in rebranding our party in a way that can win in 2026 and beyond. Promise that America secures signatures from 10 members of Congress. Oh, there it is. We'll break it down for you down below. Tom Suozzi, Adam Gray, Kristen McDonald Rivet, Susie Lee, Maggie Goodlander, Josh Gottheimer. Dude, I love that these fucking annoying centrists always find like another caucus to create. Oh my God. Centrists love... Centrists love making new caucuses. It's their favorite fucking thing.
Congressman Fine, what do you have to say to the family of Mohammed Ibrahim that was illegally detained in the West Bank under Israeli military law?
No idea what you're talking about.
You have no idea what I'm talking about? Secretary of State Marco Rubio and U.S. Ambassador to Israel Mike Huckabee secured Mohammed Ibrahim's release after relentless advocacy by CARE, by other advocacy groups that were securing the release of an American citizen, a child, who was illegally detained under Israeli military law under the apartheid regime in the West Bank.
Holy fuck. I just realized there's unlockable emotes, but they start at level 50. Pog Chomp. Level 100 Kappa Infinite. What the fuck would a level 50 hype train be? Do they think I'm Kai Cenat? Or can I set that? Do not attempt. No, we're not going to get there anyway. It doesn't matter, but yeah, it would be hundreds of thousands of dollars to unlock those. That's crazy. In like one hype train. At level 50, every single person watching would have to be subscribed. Every single person watching is, I have more subscribers than I have viewers right now. I've always had more subscribers than I have viewers because people come in and out throughout the day.
Have to say about that?
You lost my interest in your question.
Well, you better get used to it because I'm primarying Jared Moskowitz and I'm about to be your colleague in Congress, and we're going to fight for Palestinian self-determination, and we're going to stand up to this genocidal apartheid regime. And AIPAC, who supports genocide enablers like you, fine.
Wait, is that Chung? He kind of has like a Chung. What is this? I just sent into hustlings with my local labor MP. She says she's a socialist, keen to work with national and international organizations to promote community activism to affect change. I brought up the success of DSA this week and how you galvanize the community to help candidates get elected and prove that quick, effective change is possible with people with power. I asked why shining examples of local activism like yourself are being banned while Nick Shirley's are allowed to run rampant. She said she's not a fan of working with sexists. What the fuck? Why does a random local labor MP say I'm a sexist? Dude, oh my God. The fucking if you're anti-Israel, your everything propaganda apparatus reaches far and wide. Holy fuck. Like random local labor MPs are like, oh, he's a sexist. Get the fuck out of here. Nearly every leftist I see on social media uses that same line about you. I don't get it. Fucking no, dude. It's just there is no leftist figurehead that has been around for as long as I have that won't get called a million different smears. It just depends on how much people keep pushing it. You know what I mean? How much people keep pushing it. Like with Bernie Sanders, Bernie was called a fucking creep for like old poems that he wrote 60 fucking years ago. You know what I mean? It is what it is. Like they will find every avenue they can to attack you if you are not playing ball with the rest of the supposed progressive forces in the country that aren't really progressive but are Pinos, progressives in name only. Okay? Pinos.
Political person in mind. But if you think we were talking off air about Jon Ossoff that you think could win a Democratic primary, absolutely no way, no how. You're looking at an AOC winning a Democratic primary. Socialism is the way forward for your party. 66% of Democrats say it. And until you reckon with it, we're having a socialism takeover of a party that represents half the country.
Here's the challenge with Israel. I have never seen in my political career of 20 years any issue on the right and the left crater in public support over the last several years as much as support for Israel. And that is not because they're all anti-Semites. There are some, and we need to call them out. And I agree with you, Kayleigh. But a lot of that is because of what the Netanyahu government is doing. And look, yes, these candidates win in New York. These Democratic Socialists win in New York. That's not who Democrats are running in swing states. Jon Ossoff bridges the parts of the party, moderates, progressives, including on Israel.
Netanyahu didn't refund a man's money at a coffee shop.
Can I jump in on the nationwide thing?
I'm just saying that we have to, across the country, support for Israel is cratering. And for those of us who want Israel to be safe and secure, we need to grapple with why.
Israel and Jewish Americans are not the same thing.
I agree with you.
Wow. Really? Wait. No. Really? Okay. So I can say whatever the fuck I want about a foreign country without you, I assume, maybe even in the process of this exact news hit, calling someone like myself an anti-Semite then, right? Hold on. We're 5 minutes in. Let's take a look.
This is our country. And if you want to press against, a lobbyist, AIPAC, and you want to don't make it commensurate with hating Jews. Your party is in the place of, fine. Then rein in the people who are expressing hate.
Yeah, what about the people on the conservative side expressing hate that have been doing this, that have been talking?
Don't you? We're talking about
but
the
like if you call
takeover of
out
the
Democrats,
Democrat
call out Republicans
American
too.
Party.
This is not a Democratic problem.
Let's go nationwide.
This is not a Democratic
We don't
problem.
have anti-Semites, two of whom won a primary just Tuesday night.
Do you know how
Name
many?
for me the two Republican anti-Semites that won a primary.
I could give you a list.
Wait a minute. She just said criticisms of Israel have nothing to do with American Jews. Now you're saying Brad Lander, who is Jewish himself, and Daria Lisa and Claire are all anti-Semites for their anti-Israel sentiment. How interesting. That only took, 10 seconds? 10 seconds for you to drop the ball.
List of 100.
Okay, let's go nationwide. In Maine, an oyster farming Nazi,
That's not
Plagner.
true.
In Michigan, you've got El Sayed, who is Hasan Piker's most famous fan. You've got on
How many seconds was that? 6:04.
Don't you? We're talking about the
like if
takeover
you call
of the
out Democrats and hate that have been doing this, that have been talking.
Don't you? We're talking about
So approximately, it took the panel approximately 35 seconds to go from criticism of Israel has nothing to do with American Jews to one, saying Brad Lander, who is an American Jew, is anti-Semitic for his opinions on Israel, to then finally arrive at Hasan Piker, who, of course, notorious anti-Semite. None of the people that you brought up are anti-Semitic. As a matter of fact, every single person, myself included, have combated anti-Semitism over and over again. We also have issues with Israel. So I guess you don't believe it. How interesting.
This coming Tuesday, out in Denver, Colorado, you have a congresswoman, an incumbent moderate of sorts, Diana DeGette, who has been there for probably 30 years, running against a 29-year-old Malat Quiros. She has no political experience. She's fired from her New York lawyer job for writing anti-Semitic, anti-Israel.
You know what's really funny about this shit, by the way? Well, everything, first of all. But what is exceptional about this back and forth commentary is you know who else they said had no fucking experience and would suck as mayor? Zoran Kwame Mamdani. You know who has been a phenomenal mayor so far, regardless of his lack of experience in governance? Zoran Kwame Mamdani. So it turns out experience doesn't mean much. As a matter of fact, experience is bad. It just shows that you have nothing to show for after 30 fucking years of occupying a seat.
Stuff. You're seeing this happen all across the country. And the fact that the Democrat Socialists of America, in 2015, they had 6,000 people. Bernie Sanders launches a quasi-socialist campaign. They say, let's hitch our wagon up to this. Even though we're farther to the left, let's see where it takes us. Today, they just had a hat trick sweep in New York, and they have more than 100,000 members nationwide with their eyes set on taking down Hakeem Jeffries.
Because people know that the system isn't working for them. This is the thing. People, I don't think a lot of these voters that voted for Democratic Socialists also voted for Donald Trump in 2024. So some of it is about policies. I mean, we can look at the data. It's just the numbers don't lie.
Well, what hinges there is free stuff and affordability.
They want someone who's going to blow
We're talking
up the
about
system.
hatred for Jews in this country. Okay? And the press, the physical press against them, the threats against them up more than 400% in just the last few years.
Yes.
We cannot let that cook. This is 1933, by the way, where you've got people who want to go to a business who happen to be Jewish and they're being turned away. I remember, and I don't know if everybody has studied it this much, but that's really when it started. It didn't start with killing Jews. It started.
Oh my God, they get so woke, dude. It's so funny. By the way, I don't think any of them are Jewish. Not that it matters, but it's hell hath no fury like a woman scorned, and hell hath no fury like a Fox News panelist that is going to get absolutely hysterical about not really protecting Jews, by the way, but protecting people who are pro-Israel, okay? It is crazy. These guys literally, and I can say this comfortably because it's not even like DEI only for Jews at this point. It's just DEI only for people who are in defense of Israel, Jews who are in defense of Israel, because they're on the one hand calling a Jew who is against Israel, right? Who isn't even like all that against Israel, but is definitely very critical of Israel, a parasite, an anti-Semite. That's it. The only people in this country that are the recipients of true DEI are Jewish people who are pro-Israel. Okay, that's it. According to Fox News, those are the only people that you could talk about this way. Meanwhile, say anything of the sort about black people on this panel, which includes a black lady, and they will call you hysterical.
With push, please don't cut me off. Because I'm going to require that you know more than what you're saying about what they're going through right now.
I have studied this my entire life. And when Donald Trump...
What are they going through now? This is our moment not to let this happen.
Yeah, I tried to go to an Arab-owned restaurant with a Palestinian flag, wearing an IDF shirt and meta glasses, and they didn't want me there. This is Nazi Germany.
Then call out anyone who does it. And when Donald Trump says Chuck Schumer is a Palestinian,
I'm calling out on this couch today, the topic that we're on is in your party. And instead of you taking responsibility.
Damn, she's cooking, by the way, with this whole know you. It's such a potent tool. God, know you is so powerful. That and nuh-uh. I really feel like we don't give enough credit to the know you as a really, really reliable mechanism of deflection. I'm over here going, yeah, you're cooking, sis.
For that, with any kind of idea of how to stop it for Goldman even was against Trump. But look what happened to him. It happened because...
Yeah, why are you defending him? You guys called him heinous shit when he was leading the impeachment against Donald Trump. And now... all of a sudden, because he got unseated, because he got fucking unseated by a Jewish Democrat that's more progressive than he is on Israel, and boom, all of a sudden, he's like, this is the greatest guy around. Why are we? I can't believe they punished my favorite Democratic congressperson, Dan Goldman.
Because he's Jewish.
No, it didn't. It did not happen because he's Jewish. It happened because he gave a blank check to a right-wing Netanyahu government that is committing genocide in Gaza.
That is why. Because he's Jewish.
That's
Kamala
not why
Harris
he
said
lost.
Josh Shapiro,
That's not why
governor
he lost.
of Pennsylvania, didn't get picked on the bottom half of her ticket.
That's not why.
Because he was Jewish.
That is
in
not
the book,
why.
And she
Don't
said
tell
it
me about my party.
Well, call Kamala.
That's not
Tell
why
her.
Josh Shapiro didn't get picked. I promise
Call
you.
her.
That's
It's in
not
the
why
book.
he
She
didn't
said it
get
on
picked.
camera. Call her.
That's not why he didn't get picked. And when Donald Trump sits in the Oval
I'm the wrong
Office,
Harris. Call her. She's
when
your
Donald
friend.
Trump sits in the Oval Office and says Chuck Schumer is a bad Jew and a Palestinian because he doesn't support Bibi, that is classic anti-Semitism. And everyone on the right needs to call that out as much as they're calling out some Democratic Socialist congressional candidate in New York. That's all I'm asking for. That's it.
Can you answer for your own party?
I will answer for all.
Do you remember when I told you about a local coffee shop in San Francisco where a barista was wearing a Free Palestine hoodie and a Zionist went there and started debate lording them on their hoodie, and they got asked to leave and made one of those selfie videos about it, and my mom saw it and told me not to go there anymore because it's not safe for Jews, and it's literally my favorite coffee shop? Oh, that's awesome. She's just worried about you getting hate crimed, okay? Just like she's worried about how Dan Goldman got hate crimed by being unseated in Congress. Hate crimes are happening all around, okay? Yeah, earlier today, Representative Fine was a hate crime by Oliver Larkin for being asked a question about his complete indifference to the illegal detention of a 16-year-old Floridian, Mohammed Ibrahim, in the West Bank. You know, these are 10 bodies for the ADL, okay? Jonathan Greenblatt is waiting around, writing these down right now.
Day.
But you didn't.
I just did for 10 minutes. All right, sorry, Emily's trying to jump.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News links.
Welcome back to Squawk. This week's New York City primary results showing a lot of energy coming from the progressive wing of the Democrats.
What the fuck? Hakeem Jeffries was on Squawk Box? Okay, I want to issue a trigger warning. If you guys have any sort of sensitivity disorder, like if you get horny too fast, if you have a problem, like if it's laundry day and you're on your like last boxer or last panties, they're going to get soaking wet. You're going to nut. I'm just giving you a warning. It's a fair warning. My goat, my king, the Sex Panther himself, Hakeem Jeffries, is about to speak for 13 uninterrupted minutes. Okay, you will bust. You will bust harder than you ever have. Thick ropes.
Party joining us right now for what it means for Democrats, what it means for New York, what it means for the country. House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries, good morning to you. It's nice to see you. I think we've all been trying to make sense of what's just happened here and what I think is fair to say a lurch.
See, I lost.
Towards a more progressive left. And I'm curious, given where you think you sit.
Bro, please, my mom is watching. Yeah, well, guess what? She's pregnant. You're going to have another sibling. Sorry. That's just what, that's the kind of sexual aura that Hakeem Jeffries has.
Among the Democrats, what you think's happened and what you think it means.
Well, good morning. Great to be with you. I think it's important to remember, of course, that the two incumbent Democratic members of Congress who lost, Adriano Espaillat and Dan Goldman, were both members of the Congressional Progressive Caucus. These are progressive-leaning districts. And listen, my view has always been, with respect to primaries, is that it's a way of life in the United States House of Representatives, and it's part of representative democracy. In the House, we stand for re-election every 2 years. That's it. And we have a 2-year employment contract, and the voters have an opportunity to change direction. And often what we've seen in the House of Representatives every cycle is that a handful of incumbents have been defeated. It happened in New York City 2 days ago. I, of course, stood behind my colleagues, Representative Espaillat and Representative Goldman. And I know they're going to finish strong over the next 6 months.
But what does it say about the party? By the way, what does it say about New York? We always talk about this as a capital of capitalism. I would always argue that there was sort of a tacit agreement within the city that people might vote for socially liberal policies on the social side, but relatively fiscally at least capitalistic on the other. The folks that won are vocal. And out there about what they think of capitalism. And
by the way, this kind of fear mongering when Zoran was, when Zoran was running for mayor, also took place on CNBC quite a bit, right? Squawk had numerous videos on this matter. As a matter of fact, they kept repeatedly saying, "Oh, Zoran's a socialist. He's a socialist. He can't be in charge of the, heart of capital, the epicenter of capitalism in this country. This is where Wall Street is." Okay. Wait, why'd you guys ban this person? Why did I get gifted a sub to Diddy Piker, the dog striker lol? What's up, terrorist sympathizer? DGG sends its regards. Get off your phone, Mr. Streamer. Here we go. Twitter News Central. Once again, nothing ever changes here. Lemafayal. Thoughts on Destiny the video game. 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 DGG sends its regards. Dalaban sends its regards. Classic Hassan just leaves fucking stream with videos playing lol. Bad streamer. What's up, terrorist sympathizer? Why did I get gifted a sub to Diddy Piker, the dog striker lol? I'm unbanning this guy. This is It's a good person to have in the chat. Dude, hate watching since 2024 is crazy. Hell yeah. My biggest fans. It should be fairly embarrassing to admit that your favorite streamer that you're like running harassment operations for has admitted to having child sexual abuse material in his hard drive and also soliciting it from minors, and is currently in an active court case surrounding that. But hey, reason failed abortion. But hey, you know what? Keep doing it. I've been around for longer than... Thanks, man. Happy to be here. I've been around for longer. When Destiny birthed you, you were cooler back then. You kind of got lost in the sauce, though, dog. This is my favorite commentary that comes from the Sex Pestiny cult, because my positions have literally been identical. It's just your spiritual father, your cult leader's opinion changed, and not just on like, you know, political issues, but actually just on me. And he just decided to take the opposite position of whatever the fuck position I was taking, which is also part of the reason why he constantly finds himself on the wrong side of many issues. Genuinely, if you go back to like 2017, 2018, 2019, I think 2018, you would realize that back then, Epstein, the cult leader, your cult leader, had identical positions to mine on numerous issues. Somewhere along the line, he realized that I was growing too much and that I actually had a political perspective and had a political vision that I was seeking to advance, that I wasn't simply going to be orbiting him, which is also precisely the reason why he has lost all of his friends in this space, because whenever they like grow larger than he is, or whenever they have any disagreements with him, no matter how minor, he feels like his sense of superiority is threatened, and then he will take all of his fans and engage in harassment operations that go on for almost a decade. You are one of those people that advances this agenda for a person who most people understand is gross, selfish, narcissistic, not really advancing a political cause whatsoever. Yeah, over 7 years ago, Hasan posted this is one of his first videos on his YouTube channel before he even started streaming full-time. Since then, nothing has changed. It never began on October 7. The double standard of brutality in Palestine. Video from even before I was ever on Twitch, as a matter of fact. That's why I always laugh whenever motherfuckers say, oh, dude, that's why whenever people are like, dude, your position has changed. You used to be based. No, it's just that you don't have any real political worldview. You don't have any real politics. Whatever, dog, I'm going to go get pho. I don't care. Aw. You taking your ball and going home? What happened? So what took place here? You just came in, you admitted that you are a part of a cult, an increasingly smaller and smaller cult surrounding the personal enmity and personal goals of a narcissistic, egomaniacal sex pest. You got countered. I gave you some receipts. My positions didn't change. His did, and therefore yours did. And now you're running home. Got it. Hope you get out of it, though, man. He made the active calculation to move towards the neoliberate on purpose. He had to actively purge at least half of his audience before they had two decent politics, and he had to ban them all from his community. They noticed and called him out for his movement, and he couldn't stand for it. Yep. Stop wasting your time. Oh, I saw this. If he starts channeling all the petty drama, impulse, and fan base attention, feuding and ousting DNC establishment figures rather than beefs with former friendly niche micro e-celebs, I'll have no choice but to like him. He's in his element at his best here, though, lol. I'll say, if you ever see him in a streamer feud, it's 99% because other streamers started a year ago and has been posting about him nonstop. He didn't even address Destiny until like 3 years of nonstop harassment and doxing his house. That's as may be, to be honest, I don't begrudge him. Fans plus their rival streamers stand wars of attrition either way. I just personally don't find blistering indictments of individual YouTubers, characters, ongoing colleague, friend, group, interpersonal drama, minutia, compelling politics. I say this as someone who likes him, but it's very funny how much whiskey he needs to not be visibly autistic in any social setting. Oh my God. I feel a little bit called out there. That's fucked up. They just officially froze rent in New York City. Yeah, it's really funny. One of the people in the rent board actually quit earlier today, claiming that it was a done deal that they were going to freeze the rent. So she was going to the landlord representative, genuinely. There's a representative of landlords who resigned. Even the edgelords are seeing the truth. What is this? I'm sorry, 9 Lamau Digital. Okay, dude, come on. Did DuckTales leave? Aw. Well, I'm glad we unbanned him. God, I fucking love this thing so much. It's so awesome.
Of corporations and of business.
Listen, Richie Torres also won re-election decisively. Grace Meng won re-election decisively. Yvette Clarke won re-election decisively in New York's 17th congressional.
Blakeman released a statement doubling down on comments. Maybe Camp Guard was too strong, but certainly collaborator, he says. Now Lander responds to this comment. We named our son Marek Edelman, a leader of the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising. That's how seriously I take the legacy of Jews who fought Nazis. I don't know where Bruce Blakeman went to Hebrew school, but I was taught that never again means never again to anyone. Standing up for Palestinian human rights doesn't make me any less proud to be Jewish or any less serious about fighting anti-Semitism. New Yorkers, including Jewish New Yorkers, will resoundingly reject Blakeman's far-right MAGA bigotry this November. Dude, again, Brad Lander cycle, okay? Beast mode. He went beast mode. He went beast mode again. He goes beast mode and then he dials it back. He has been getting a lot better in his commentary, though, to be fair. And I don't know if it was just because he's running on the Zoran Claire Dottie Eliza ticket, kind of. But he has been very good. Representative Summer Lee feels speculation about a 2028 Senate primary challenge. The progressive congresswoman posted 2028 can't come fast enough for PA, a remark many interpreted as a shot at Senator John Fetterman, the lone Senate Democrat who to oppose the Iran War Powers Resolution and an increasingly isolated figure on the left over his support for Israel, his defense of ICE, and his broader willingness to align with President Trump. His Senate seat is up for election in 2028. It's going to be Summer Lee Summer, baby. I will die for her. Whatever she needs me to do, I'm there. You have to see this. Check QRT for context. What? Mayor Mamdani has talked with the mayor. Twitch and reveals an old username, AirNova2112, after Mars 2112. Apparently, a 15-year-old Mamdani used the username to come to the defense of his director mom, Mira Nair, from haters on online film chat boards. Oh my God, he's an amazing actor and his resume is just outstanding. Mahmoud Mamdani, that's so cute. Member since November 2004? Wait, what the fuck? He's a little baby. What a cutie pie.
District, Kate Conley emerged. She's a patriotic war veteran who served this country ably. And
so fucking boring, dude. Like they have such little emotion is hilarious. They have such unbelievably little emotion where they have to just be like, oh, you look at some of the boring, tepid neoliberals that won that no one fucking paid attention to. Wasn't like, that's awesome.
He's going to go on to defeat Mike Lawler in November. That perhaps is the most important outcome relative to the general election, clearly, that came out of the results in New York. And Michael Lasher, won a competitive four-way race to serve the Upper West Side and the Upper East Side. He, of course, is someone who's close to Jerry Nadler and worked for Michael Bloomberg along with Kathy Hochul.
Look, I get the argument. Both parties like to say they have a big tent, and maybe there's extremes on either side. My question is how are you going to work with some of these folks? I want to just read you. This is from the Wall Street Journal.
What is FaZe Banks doing?
Chevalier, who, as you know, just won, was the leader of the anti-Israel protests at Columbia University after the 2023 Hamas massacre. She was for Hamas, they write. She called for abolishing police, prisons, and borders. She called Joe Biden a rapist and a war criminal and said that the U.S. is occupied Native American land and called the country a effing disgrace and also favors seizing private property. What do you make of that?
Her views are clearly not my views, and that should be obvious to everyone. In terms of what brings Democrats together, listen, we believe that we've got to drive down the high cost of living. We've got to solve this affordability crisis. It's not a hoax. There are far too many people in this country who are working hard. They're playing by the rules, and they can't thrive. In fact, they can barely survive. That's not acceptable in the wealthiest country in the history of the world. We think we have a broken healthcare system that we need to fix, and we certainly have to clean up corruption. The smash and grab program that Donald Trump has been running, the largest pay-to-play scheme in the history of the country, is completely and totally unacceptable. Let me also make clear, I think that the Democratic Party at its best, the country at its best, believes in a strong floor and no ceiling. In other words, you work hard, you play by the rules in this country, you should be able to live an affordable life, a comfortable life, at minimum, a middle-class life. There should be no ceiling, in fact, to the success that you're able to achieve. But at the same period of time, there should be a strong floor. That's what the best of America has always been. And that's Social Security, that's Medicare, that's Medicaid, that's the Affordable Care Act, that's veterans benefits, that's nutritional assistance, the very things that Republicans are trying to destroy right now.
I remember last time you were on and you said almost the same thing that you just said, and we all nod. And I know it takes time from the interview and everything, but it doesn't really answer the question that Andrew said. We all agree with what you just said, but it totally shifted from what we're talking about is whether when the Democratic Party includes someone in that tent that believes these things, I don't think any of those things are going to solve what you just talked about or an answer to any of our problems that you delineate so eloquently. They were saying, you're next. About Hakeem Jeffries, you're next, you're next, you're next. You can't think this is a positive development in New York politics, can you? And they'll just, Dems will be Dems or something like that. I don't see how you can say that. You need to reject those things. I think.
First of all, I've clearly rejected those things. That's number one. Number two, and my record speaks for itself. This is not a Dems will be Dems situation. Donald Trump is the president of the United States of America right now. Are you kidding me? He just actually detonated a bipartisan housing bill that would help build housing in this country that is affordable for everyday Americans.
Is there any political movement that got outsized funding, like tremendous amounts of outside funding, that died just as fast as it was implemented as the Abundocrats? They really thought they were slick. Like they came out and they were like, guys, I think what we need to do is pivot to the center, deregulation, And then they slapped on the sticker of abundance on it. And no one gave a shit. Like, everyone was like, no. Everyone was like, either I don't know what the fuck that is, or they were like, I hate that. Thank you, but no thank you. Whereas from the ashes of the Abundocrats came the Democratic Socialist resurgence in this country. It's so funny. Like, there was so much money that was dumped into the abundance thing. Like, books were written and all this shit. And it is hilarious that it went nowhere. I think I, as a fucking Twitch streamer, might have more like a higher approval rating than abundance as a movement does. And I don't have a high approval rating at all. The New York Times keeps framing party leaders' moderate positions not as ideological preferences shaped by funding/class interests, but a good faith attempt to win purple America. Again, on key issues, Gaza opposing Medicare for all, abundance pablum, moderates promote deeply unpopular positions. Yes. Your approval rating was 100% in my household. Thank you. Yeah. Corporate media's routine and casual conflation of moderation with popularity or electability or issues that win over independent or swing voters is pure dogma and not supported by any evidence. It's a way of removing discussions of funding and class interest from Dem priorities. Yeah, that's not also like someone who sincerely believes that. They know that this position is actually unpopular. They just advance it regardless because they're paid to advance that position, because there's no other way to sell to the public, to the broader public, better things are not possible. Because at the end of the day, that's what it is, right? Like, opposing Medicare for all or refusing to reckon with Israel's unpopularity is idiotic. But you can't really sell that. You can't really turn around and sell it on its face. So you have to act as though you're doing this, you're taking this position, albeit with the recognition that it might be a little unpopular in the woke blue enclaves, but it's actually quite popular elsewhere. It's for electability, and that's not true. It's actually demonstrably untrue, and every single electoral defeat for those candidates who are running on a pro-Israel slant, for example, is yet another indication that this is an abject failure. Abundance nerds astroturf a $260 million annual budget to promote the interests of California billionaires, including $40 million from Facebook Meta founder Dustin Moskowitz and $100 million from Steve Ballmer. Incredible. I'm no longer macro hard, let me tell you.
Who are drowning and suffocating in Donald Trump and the Republicans' failed economy. He's the president right now. And so I'm happy to talk about primary elections in one of the bluest cities in the country. At the end of the day, listen, our focus is going to be on ending this national nightmare in this country that America is suffering. A reckless and costly war of choice that skyrocketed gas prices, the failure to lower costs, which Donald Trump promised that he would do, and a whole host of other challenges.
Hakeem, some Republicans were gloating about what happened because it makes, this could be.
Yeah, who cares, man? Who cares? Please turn off Hakeem. My brain needs blood flow. I'm dying. No, you're going to stay hard, okay? Just like I am right now. I can cut through fucking diamonds. You understand me? You're going to fucking stay macro hard. As long as Hakeem is on the television, we're flicking our beans, okay?
Detrimental to your efforts
to do what you just said, to make, to elect a Democrat in 2028, or to elect one in 2028. This might not be the greatest thing that people are witnessing, that normal people around the rest of the country say, what happened to the Democratic Party? That's my only point.
What Squawk Box is what I call my shit after I'm done beating it, watching Hakeem Jeffries be a sexual dynamo on CNBC. Feeding the bird? Okay. Jeffries received the most pro-Israel money out of all 435 House members in 2024, and he effectively ran unopposed in the primary in general. If he has a serious challenger in 2028, Apex cash withdrawals, the defendant will create a run on the banks and crash the global economy. Oh my God.
Yeah, I think that people are going to be concerned about the failure of Republicans to actually do the things they promised to do on the economy, the fact that ICE is out of control, the fact that there's a reckless and costly war of choice, and that no vision has been articulated to actually make life more affordable for the American people. And listen, the reality is primaries do happen. There are 435 members of the House of Representatives. And am I going to agree with every single member on the Democratic or Republican side on every issue? Of course not. But there are members, who were just or are on their way, into the Congress right now who, I have a long track record of having worked with, including people like Brad Lander. And I was on the other side of that race, but who's a hard-working public servant. He served his community in the city council ably. He served the city as the controller of the city of New York. And the community decided to elect Brad Lander, and we're going to serve together.
We've been talking to Brad for years in multiple roles that he's had in these as a civil servant for the city and the state now. My question to you is slightly different. I wanted to just talk about Iran for a second. You mentioned oil prices, and I think it's actually surprised people, at least some, depending on what political side you're on and other things, just how quickly we've seen prices come down. WTI crude this morning is $69.79. And by the way, I'll raise my hand and say, there was a time when I would talk to different analysts and others that would say, you know what, the price of oil is not going to come down for months before you actually have, or until you have not just a ceasefire, but a real deal. What do you think of whatever you think the deal is on the table? What do you think of the fact, these prices have come down at a level very similar to what the president said they would?
Well, first of all, the price of oil should have never skyrocketed to begin with. That's number one. Number two, perhaps even more importantly, prior to this reckless and costly war of choice being launched by Donald Trump, the price of gasoline was $2.98. Right now, it is $4.20. That's the average price right now, as of today.
It was under $4.
Everyday Americans are feeling that pain in a way that perhaps doesn't
there's a
hit the
national
same
average,
way
Hakeem.
for people who are wealthy, well off, and well connected.
It's 393 today, the national average, so it's not 420. We got it up on the screen.
The national average was 420 as of yesterday. This morning, it's 393. That's still much higher than the $2.98, and that has an impact on working class Americans, middle class Americans. But that's only part of the puzzle. Housing costs are too high.
This guy is such a dick rider of Trump, by the way. It's unbelievable. It's interesting that this interview should be directed at the audience here, but Hakeem is just the exact same, even though the window has moved. He's still confident in this shit message among the donors and constituents. Yes, because his job is to speak to the donors. Also, he's on CNBC. This is when he directly speaks to the donors. This should be read as like a de facto donor speech. Anyway. The rest of the interviews unrelated to the primary.
Big wins for Democratic Socialists in New York City, backed by...
Dude, I never thought I would see the motherfucking day, man. I know we've been doing victory laps a lot, but it's kind of a good opportunity to do it. Because, we're here. This is what winning looks like. Help us fund our organizing. We're trying to open 2 new offices and hire an additional 7. Okay, this is literally... isn't this literally just us? From the fundraiser that they did when we were on their fucking fundraising call. This is literally just our community, is it not? It's recurring donors by day. Yeah, no, this is literally when we raised 13 grand in one day. He said we are effective. Okay, Portland DSA, stop spamming, okay? I will link up with you when I'm in fucking Portland. Stop spamming. Yeah, Zoran also froze the rent today. As expected, the Rent Guidelines Board voted to freeze the rent on both 1- and 2-year leases for rent-stabilized units. The Rent Guidelines Board is independent, but Mayor Mamdani appointed a majority of the board members to fulfill his campaign promises to freeze the rent. And now they're mad. This is the first time the Rent Guidelines Board has ever voted to freeze the rent on 2-year leases. In the past, it has voted to freeze the rent on 1-year leases, but never on 2-year leases. Landlord lobbying groups immediately condemned the move. Oh, get fucked. Oh, that's so awesome. Oh my God, I love that. Oh, it's so fucking dope. Again, for all of the years of the Rent Guidelines Board's existence, when they do this at the behest of landlords, when the Guidelines Board is entirely filled with landlord advocates as opposed to tenants advocates, and they don't do this, there's never this much controversy. The one time where you work at the behest of the renters, all of a sudden, whoa, you're going up against the interests of capital? Excuse me. Not in my big, beautiful capitalist city. Landlord lobbyist group might be the most diabolical group I've ever heard of. I mean, there's more It's diabolical, but there's definitely even more diabolical. I mean, we have a private prison industry in this country, dude. There are people who lobby the government at the behest of private prisons. So, private healthcare, oil and gas industry, military industrial complex. It's pretty bad, actually.
By the popular Democratic Socialist Mayor Zoran Mamdani, already there are Republicans trying to tie the winners here to national Democrats, and already there are some national Democrats a little bit nervous about how their own party might be painted. With us now, CNN Chief Data Analyst Harry Etten. Sir, good to see you. So when we talk about Democratic Socialists, how are they perceived?
You know, I will tell you, there is a reason why Republicans nationwide are licking their chops and why there are at least some Democrats who are a little bit worried, because what is true in New York City in a Democratic primary ain't necessarily true nationwide with the general electorate. I mean, just take a look here. Net favorable rating of Democratic Socialists. If you look at Democrats nationwide, look at this. Democratic Socialists are on the positive side of the ledger at plus 17 points. This includes Democratic-leaning independents. But look at all voters. A completely different world. 27 points underwater Democratic Socialists of America are in the net favorable rating. So what are we talking about? A 44-point difference here in the wrong direction when we come to Democratic Socialists of America, jumping from being pretty popular among Democrats to being not popular at all among all voters.
What about just the word?
Holy Toledo. By the way, when they say all voters, they mean Republicans. Okay. What group, what political entity does not have a minus 27? Like, what do you think MAGA is? Do they run that? Like, that's just kind of how it goes. Okay. Oh, wow. Republicans don't like democratic socialists? That's shocking.
Socialist or socialism. How's that doing?
Yeah, okay. So, you know, one of the trends that we have seen is among Democrats, socialism has become more popular over the last decade and a half. But what about the rest of the electorate? And this, I think, gives the game away right here. Okay, positive view of socialism. Among Democrats, look at this. Up considerably from where we were in 2010, 50% to now 66% now. That's a jump of 16 points in a decade and a half. But look at all others. The number is the same. It was 29% back in 2010. It's 30% now. Socialism has become increasingly popular among Democrats, but it is a much tougher sell in the rest of the electorate. It's a much tougher sell among independents, and this is why Republicans...
Hey, +1, we take those. +1, baby. We take those. Okay, run the numbers on fascism. Run the numbers on MAGA, the purest expression of modern fascism, which quite literally is the entirety of the Republican Party.
I actually think that there could be some electoral opportunities because of these Democratic Socialists winning primaries, and why there are a number of mainstream Democrats who are going, I'm not quite sure about that.
Okay. Getting a lot of focus here in New York City. There are a lot of people, I occasionally one of them as a non-native New Yorker, think that New York gets
Isn't the rest of the electorate Republican? No, they're talking indies too. I want to know what this breakdown is for independents, because I'm willing to bet the popularity of socialism has gone up amongst independents, even though it hasn't reached majority amongst independents. And the popularity of socialism has gone down amongst Republicans because they've become more reactionary. Come on, numbers guy. I'm a numbers guy. I know you like the number. First time chatter to say the rent is frozen. Congratulations, chatter. The MAGA movement. Okay, where is it? Where is all? Oh God, this is too. Where I want to see the top line, man. This shit sucks. There's got to be someone who's graphed this out, right? I know I said I'm a numbers guy, but I don't want to fucking calculate this. Image of capitalism sits at 54% in the U.S. Yeah. From 60% down to 54%. Socialism's image from 36 to 39%. Among independents, the opinion of capitalism has dropped to 51% from 61%. And among Republicans, from 51% to 42%. So this, see? Okay, never mind. Maybe not. Maybe independents aren't more favorable towards socialism as opposed to where they were at 2019. Whereas Democrats were at 65%, now they're at 66%. Their peak favorability was in 2019 at 41%, now it's at 38%. Still higher than 2010. Whereas this is the craziest rise, I think, from 24% was the opinion of socialism for Republicans. How is that? What the fuck? What the fuck was going on? What the fuck was happening in 2012? Hello? Republicans since 2018 have increased, or no, not increased, sorry. 2018 was at 15%, and it's still at 14%. It dipped to 9%.
Proportionate focus. Is this something that really is only a New York thing in terms of how people are paying attention?
No. This is what is so important. when it comes to the popularity of democratic socialism, that may stay in the major urban corridors. But when it comes to it being an issue that people are being that are talking about, this is why I think Republicans really like what's going on here. And this is because take a look at Google searches for the DSA, the Democratic Socialists of America, up like a rocket, up 140% from when Mamdani, who of course burst on the scene about a year ago, up 140% from his primary win. And again, we're going to highlight it right here, reached an all-time high this week. More people are interested in finding out more about democratic socialism than they ever have been in the United States of America. And given what you see in a slide like this, where you see, hey, you know what, there's still socialism isn't popular, and when you see, oh my goodness gracious, among all voters, it really isn't popular, Democratic Socialists of America, that's why Republicans are saying, hey, there could be electoral opportunities here.
Okay, there were incumbents who were felled here in New York City, won by a Democratic Socialist here. So in terms of how many more incumbents might go, what are the prediction markets saying?
Yeah, if you take a look at the Kalshi prediction market, we have already seen 4 incumbents, 4 House Democratic incumbents lose so far. How about the chance that 6+ House Democratic incumbents lose their primaries in 2026? Look at this. According to Kalshi, a 66% chance. The highest in the 21st century before this year in a non-census year was just 3. We're talking about a real chance it will double that previous record.
That's in a primary. Fascinating to see, Harry, and thank you very much.
Thank you, my friend.
Democrats are in shock, at least the ones who consider themselves moderate. Socialist candidates across the nation are not only winning primaries, they're also taking leadership positions in American cities. New York is the latest example, as all of Zohran Mamdani's endorsements won their contest, sending the establishment into a tailspin. Former DNC chair Jamie Harrison, without naming names, argued online, quote, "If you hate the Democratic Party, then please don't run for our nomination." He said, don't use the party's resources, volunteers, and infrastructure. And he added that if you don't believe in the party, then don't ask its members.
By the way, Stu's coming after me again, of the Manhattan Institute. And one of the guys that's picked up on Stu's lines of attack has been our least favorite transphobe, Matt motherfucking Walsh. Food Congress car says, what the fuck? Matt Walsh goes full fast on camera. He literally begs for a new era of McCarthyism and systematically destroy everyone who opposes corrupt conservative agenda. He's absolutely terrified of Zohran Mamdani's brilliant grassroots movement taking over. And then Matt Walsh goes, first of all, you live in Turkey. My country is none of your business, foreigner. Second, yes, I absolutely want a new era of McCarthyism to crush the communists. McCarthy was right and fully justified. Live from the door itself, live and alive from the heart of the inflection point of the American communist movement.
This has nothing to do with Zoran's clout. This has everything to do with whether or not Democratic Socialists can door knock and have the capacity to mobilize against tremendous amounts of money pouring in from outside expenditures. It's an inside-outside movement. You obviously have to keep applying pressure with direct action. You have to, engage in labor militancy, work stoppages, things of that nature. But then also simultaneously, you got to have people on the inside as well.
Issues that you just described. It's the decade of socialism. It's coming to a neighborhood near you. When I said we were going to let 1,000 Zorros bloom, this is what I meant.
McCarthy was right. McCarthyism was fully justified. And we need a new wave of it if we don't want to end up exactly like the Soviet Union did. McCarthy helped save us from going down this direction in the 1950s. And by following his lead, we can do it again. We can wage a war on third world communism and destroy anyone who subscribes to this ideology.
Bro, Matt's looking like shit, dude. Like extra bad. Someone said, you can oppose communism and not be pro-McCarthy. Okay, but I am. Bro, you were literally crying about what's happening in Europe all month. How about you stop talking about Europe since you don't live there? He didn't go far enough. I encourage every American that runs across this to just block the man. I began a new policy a few months back. If you're a foreigner chiming in on American policy, I just block you. You should all do the same. Itself, live and alive. Did he have a stroke? What's up with his eye? I think Ben's been whipping him too hard. Every time Matt Walsh thinks a mean thought about Israel, whoosh, you know what I mean? He looks like a broken down man, dude. They subbed 1,000 Zorons to as 1,000 Soros. Zoran's clout. Thousand Soros bloom. Oh, God, they're so stupid. Yeah, his brand is dying. And he's basically stuck in the Daily Wire because he hitched his wagon to Ben Shapiro, who literally cares about nothing but defending Israel. At a time when, in the independent media sphere at least, defending Israel is impossible. So all he has at his disposal is to increase the intensity, the Charlie Kirk method, ironically enough. Basically, create more drama, create more controversy, yell more, cry more, be more racist, be more transphobic. Anything to keep the attention off of Israel. His audience obviously wants him to, not just shit on Israel. They want him to shit on Jews. That's part of the reason why they don't like Ben Shapiro anymore, because he's not only pro-Israel, but also Jewish while being pro-Israel. At least with Asmongold, he can play that delicate tightrope a little bit better every now and then, saying like anti-Semitic things, but then also talking about how like, yo, you guys should just stop talking about Israel altogether. It's fucking stupid, And he's also not Jewish, so a lot of these anti-Semites, they're fine with what Asmongold has to say. Vanity Fair defending Ben Shapiro. What the fuck is this? The Daily Wire is losing audience. Shapiro's former friends are on the attack, and even he started to notice creeping anti-Semitism on the right. But the pundit tells Vanity Fair he's sticking to his guns. Most of my critiques are the opposite of everyone else's critiques. I think Israel should have gone harder and faster in Gaza. Yeah, meanwhile, Daily Wire is obviously trying to it blew through 50 million of its failed Game of Thrones knockoff Pendragon cycle and is now mulling an IPO at $2 billion. Yeah, a Daily Wire IPO would be pretty bold given that subscriptions are going down. Oh my God. From 2021 to their last year not in the red was 2023 and 2024, only to now lose their growth altogether. You will never convince me that this was organic. That was the one thing that I did not believe when Ashley St. Clair was telling me that it was all organic, that there are real, genuine people out there that are spending money on this. And it's not just like a mechanism for super wealthy interests to just hide their fundraising to really boost these numbers in the same way that they do with the New York Times bestsellers list. I still 100p do not believe that the Free Press has that many individual subscribers. I do not believe the Daily Wire ever had that many individual subscribers. Guess what? Now, it's not even a matter of speculation. Why do I know that that's not the case? Well, because there's one area where they can't really fake the numbers too much. Okay? Wait, hold on. There's one area where they can't fake the numbers. I'm a numbers guy, and you can't fake the number. It's organic viewership on the famous public media property. You go to the YouTube, Ben Shapiro, and I love Ben Shapiro. Great guy. Loves Israel. I love Israel too. Patrick Bet-David, you already know. But I look at the number and I see a downward trend. I go to ChatGPT. I say, what has happened to Ben Shapiro's subscriptions? And ChatGPT tells me, it's not looking too good. You are not going to like this number. Okay? Advertising numbers also down 2023. They're trying to bring it back up with the advertising. It's not working. Those aren't real, reliable viewers. So to Ben Shapiro, I got to say, I'm a numbers guy. You got to ChatGPT it. You got to grok it. You got to make it happen. You got to grok it. Lots of numbers, guys, in the DSA orientation last night. 400 strong. That was awesome. Ben Shapiro can't reconcile his conviction that Democrats are institutionally anti-Semitic with the fact that most Jewish people vote Democratic, so he just concludes that most Jewish people are bad Jews. I also thought about how the vast majority of self-identified American Jews vote for Democrats. In 2011, Shapiro addressed this in a post. The Jewish people has always been plagued by bad Jews who undermine it from within. In America, those bad Jews largely vote Democrat. He echoed that sentiment in 2019 when he differentiated between Jews who care about Judaism and Jews on the left, whom he described as ethnic or cultural Jews. Yeah. It's fucked up how they're keeping you off Patrick Bet-David. I agree. You're acting like their new movie with Jonathan Majors won't solve all of this? Okay. It's time we have to look at that. This is something way more important than just the number. Okay? I'm a numbers guy. But there's something more important than the number. That is a new media property. I just watched The Back Rooms and I really liked it. It was a really good movie. And Back Rooms makes, with $75,000, Back Rooms made $750 million. Now, Daily Wire could turn everything around. They could turn everything around with this new movie. Let's take a look at this new movie.
We have a terror warning in Northern Virginia. Radical Islam has designs openly on the West.
The FBI thwarted a terror plot on New Year's Eve. Violent attack over the Halloween weekend in Michigan.
Protests on college campuses showing no signs of stopping.
What? Tudikas and Abu coming soon or already here. So this is, and I'm going to read you the log line for the new Jonathan Majors new film for the Daily Wire. When radical Islamic terrorists hijack a liberal college's pro-Palestine encampment to enforce Sharia law on students, a ragtag band of red-blooded students, a security guard tired of Uncle Tom smears, and a Delta Force veteran must arm up to save their clueless peers and keep America from surrendering to the enemy on its own soil. Fucking amazing. I cannot wait for this movie to come out. And I mean that sincerely. It's going to be awesome. Because, like, Uwe Boll movie about the white racist guy going on a rampage, killing like every Muslim in Europe, is doing numbers with the racists on Twitter right now. And it's really funny that they have to act like it's a fantastic movie, right? They have to act like it's the greatest movie of all time whenever they watch another shit ass movie. But this one I think will be really good. Also, incredible stuff considering that, you know, these people have to sit there and act as though they enjoy this dog shit. Or maybe it's a fate worse than that. They do enjoy this dog shit. Yes, Jonathan Majors, the actor from Lovecraft Country who got arrested for beating his girlfriend. I don't even know exactly what happened with Jonathan Majors. I think he was like caught doing domestic abuse or something, right? But of course, immediately Daily Wire picks them up because he got blacklisted. He thought his girlfriend was Hamas. Oh, nice. Wait, he died? No, he didn't die. He got deleted from being the next primary Marvel villain. Wait, he didn't die, but did he fall out of a window when filming this fucking dog shit movie? Jonathan Majors' window? Oh my God, Jonathan Majors falls out of a window on set.
And camera set. After being found guilty of harassment and assault in 2023, Jonathan Majors was dropped from his major roles, including his Marvel role as Kang, that's being produced by the right-wing media company, The Daily Wire.
Here we go, guys. Ready? In 3, 2, 1, action!
The production has been poorly organized, and the crew have expressed... No! Oh. Yeah, so the glass...
No, he didn't die, dude. The fucking producer goes, oh. The aftermath?
We shot it. Use it. Yeah, that's Jonathan, and yeah, they might as well use it in the film now, because yeah, at least they did that fall for something.
He fell out of the first floor window. Zachary Levi is also in this movie, but he's so washed that no one cares. Bonus on this film, Majors falls out of the window while shooting. Deadline reached out for comment about unsafe conditions on the set. The producer said they don't negotiate with communists. It's one of the funniest things. Yeah, he's not dead. It's just his career that's dead. One of the funniest things about people that like work with these right wingers is that, you know, a buck is a buck, right? Like a lot of people are just like, okay, I'll just fucking make money wherever I can. I'm desperate. But then when these like anti-communist, anti-trade unionist right wingers will treat them like shit and the job site conditions will be awful, they get shocked. And it's not like they were hiding their position. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, you're not getting workers' comp for falling out of that window, big dog. Guess what? You don't miss your football game? Dude, it starts at 7 p.m. It starts at 7 p.m. Okay? What do you want me to do? Do you want me to go there and fucking pregame? Like 7 p.m. PSD is when it starts. E.L. Jacoby is Belden posting. Oh yeah, I saw this. This was really funny. Here's Ryan Grimm, a frequent on Megyn Kelly's show, hanging out with Daria Lisa Chevalieri. He really fucking didn't even try to write this correctly. Many of us spent the last year defending Trump and urging people to vote. Others have promoted woke communists. My favorite in this photo is the Brace Belden being spotted.
I do not feel safe. Let me be clear. I do not feel safe.
I love that. Do people not start 1 hour early? What do you mean? What does that even start? What? Tight security took me an hour to get into the Jordan-Algeria match. It'll be fine. I thought I saw this morning and I thought it was fake. Is this real? It's not, right? There's no way this is real, right? Because like, look at this from the back. It straight up looks like he's got a schlong on him. What's up with these fucking horrifying statues of famous soccer legends? From the back, it looks like he's got a dong. From the front, he looks like he's about to sit on it. Like, it literally looks like, you know, he's about to start an OnlyFans career sitting on a bad dragon. Someone with this PFP like my mom. Okay, but there are dudes in Hezbollah that look like this without even looks maxing. They're fucking mogging old Clavicular, not even Clavicular 2.0, who looks way worse than Clavicular 1.0. Why do you know about Bad Dragons, Hasan? Buddy, come on. I've been a demon on the internet for however many years at this point. You think I don't know about fucking Bad Dragons? What are you, crazy?
To carry you across the finish line. An hour later, he clarified that he doesn't care if you're a progressive, a moderate, or a conservative, but he highlighted that there was always an understanding that building a stronger party was part of the job. Senator Chris Murphy responded to that, arguing that the party is the voters and that leaders need to listen to the voters who are demanding that the party be bolder. Joining us now in our fifth seat is Jumaane Williams. He's the public advocate for the city of New York. And Jumaane, I wonder if, just to respond to what Jamie Harrison is saying, is he right to say, if you're not a card-carrying Democrat, get out of our party, don't even bother running?
First, I start off every sentence with Nixon 5, so I just have to put that out there.
Okay.
But the truth is, he's incorrect. Like the whole context is wrong. And we keep pretending somehow that the people in power in a lot of places were not folks from outside who came into the party one way or the other, didn't like what was happening, said, I'm going to try to make some change. And that's what's happening here. And quite honestly, what we see happen in New York City.
Dude, what is going on with Abdul, man? This is the second video that he's done that's cringe.
And Medicare for all.
Here's the mail, it never fails. It makes me want to wag my tail. When it comes, I want to wail.
I didn't even play the last one. The last one is even more cringe than this. What the fuck's he doing? Leave him alone. No, no, it worries me, man. You can't be cringe. You don't know, but these go hard with millennials. No, 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 no. Come on, man. Come on. We can't be. No, farm aura. Farm aura. Have powerful aura farming moments. Bro, you're harming the campaign. Stop now. This is not going to work. Are you talking to me? No, dude, he should be aura farming, not jester maxing. Y'all are wrong for this. Yes, you delete the VOD. Okay, well, you guys fucking kept spamming it, and you spammed the other one. You spammed the other one even more. Jay Mershon constantly was spamming him dancing and singing. That one was even more cringe. As a Michigander, I can tell you this will work. We're corny as fuck. I hope not. Wait.
President
Scott Libido was interviewed?
Trump has done to make this city safe. You contrast that, Scott, with New York and the jihadist communists that have taken over. As a New Yorker, how do you fix this?
Look, I've been preaching for 3 decades to people about this day that would come for cities like New York, and nobody listened to us. Tinfoil hat guys. But they're listening now. And I'm happy that it's happening now as opposed to 4 years from now, because they would have just built up a lot more, and a lot more of us Americans who I see are so spoiled that all they want is us to fail. They hate this man so much. They don't want the reflecting pool to be pretty. They don't want the statues to be pretty. They don't want the crime to be down.
They hate us so much. They don't want the reflecting pool to be pretty. Buddy, I think there's only one guy who's responsible for the reflecting pool not being pretty, okay? You're not going to like the answer to who that is. It's Trump. Zorak Tabimi. What the fuck? Zarak Mamdapadu.
They don't want the borders to be secure. It's self-loathing that these people have, and it's because they live in this time of milk and honey. A lot of this generation never got punched in the face or had defending a woman in the bar. They never got a splinter doing a hard day's work. They never changed a flat tire for some little old lady on the side of the road. They suck up the milk and honey, and most of them are sons and daughters of capitalism that embrace this socialism, like in New York City. So it's going to bite them in the ass. It really is going to bite them in the ass. So I'm sitting back and watching, as they say, and I like to say it all the time. It's a negative statement, but it is a positive statement at the end, because the forest needs to burn. When the forest is completely burned to the ground, what happens? It rejuvenates itself back to its original self. And here we are, very emotional.
He's crying. I'm very emotional. I hate this.
250 years of this incredible concept, the greatest invention in the history of the world is America. And we're right on this battlefield once again. And we're going to win. We're going to be victorious. And this 2 weeks where I'm going to be planted doing what I've been doing for 30, 40 years is painting Old Glory, celebrating America. And I'm going to be smack dab in the middle of it. And it is going to prove to the world and the rest of this country, you know what? We can actually come together. We don't have to look.
This is my favorite type of guy, bro. Straight up. Guy who's like, oh, we're going to shock the world with my art. And then his art is just him fucking finger blasting a canvas. I like it a lot more when he's talking about Zorak, Babadoobie. I don't like it when he's crying. I don't like to see my goat cry, shed real tears. You know, he cried, I cried, we crowed. I don't like it.
Each other, I love discourse. That's the beauty of this country. It's called balance. If it was all one-sided, this is what's happening right now. The liberals, the Democrats have let the wild radicals take over. They took over. They let them go too far. And look at what's happening. We need to bring that back down. The Democrats need to make that move.
Zoran Mumdandy. He's replacing every pizza parlor with a halal stand. I can't fucking stand it. Latest attack is crazy. Private ownership bashing. Daria Lisa Avila Chevalier's father is a landlord and rents Miami condo for $1,750 a month. Wait, isn't that fucking cheap as hell? Am I crazy? But $1,750, that's like, isn't that quite affordable? Or am I busted from Los Angeles, guys? Like, because $1,750, you get like a shoebox in LA. that's not that it's like, you know, relevant to the point. What the fuck does that have to do with Daria Lisa? I pay $17.50 in fucking Minneapolis. And yeah, Minneapolis also doesn't really have like that big of an issue with housing, if I'm not mistaken. They've like pumped those units numbers up. If you look at the article of Sweetwater, it's like 10 miles away from Miami Beach. Oh yeah, way better than other spots. So what's the thing I don't understand is like, not only is her dad just like renting a relatively cheap Miami condo, but like, what the fuck does that have to do with Daria Lisa? Why is this the only answer always? This is always the method. They're like, oh, well, she wears expensive glasses. Her parents have a fucking retirement nest egg. Like, okay. Her father uses Dari the enforcer, who goes in and claims the limbs of tenants who don't pay rent 7 days early with a 15% tip. That's why it's a big deal. Yeah, the average rent in Miami is approximately $2,700 to $3,200 a month. This kind of shit is so funny because like they'll talk about telling an Afro-Latino man from the Brooklyn he better act right. Fuck out of here, dick lips. New York City, you're allowing this arrogant, clueless non-New Yorkers who I guarantee you can't find Brooklyn on a map from the Bronx to tell New Yorkers what's good for New York. Fuck these con artists, each and every one of them. Look at this dickhead. Yeah, Michael Rappaport wants to fuck me, I think. Like, it's very strange. Yes, Raphael Warnock is a fucking op, dude. Yeah. This guy used to have sermons before he was a senator where he said Israel's a colonial apartheid state. I look down on the character of someone like this even more than a lifelong Zionist. Yes. Raphael Warnock is one of my biggest disappointments as far as like people that I've, you know, campaigns that I've like aided in the past. In that special election, I was so stoked. I was like, damn, he's going to be sick. Like, I really thought he was going to be sick because he was a liberation theologist and he preached that shit. I freaking modded for him, says Fizz. Yeah, you did this. And then he fucking got in. He got in office. He got into office and he just bloop, dialed it the fuck back.
From Georgia, which is a state that's at the center of the political conversation because it's a swing state. And it is a place, a purple state, where Democrats are really going to have to win if they want to try to carry the White House in 2028. What do you think the future of the party is? Is it the Democratic Socialists of America who won in New York last night?
We are a big tent party. That's who we are. And while we are expanding the bounds of our family and who is a part of the conversation, the Republican Party has become the MAGA cult.
I don't even know what he has to lose because his opponent literally ran on him being a radical liberal communist. Then the voters in Georgia said, yeah, I'm cool with that. To be fair, he's still better than every other purple state senator, including Ossoff. I know, but I have a way, way higher expectation of Raphael Warnock because of his starting point. Like, it's ironic because both of the senators from Georgia were a lot more radical before they ran for Senate in Georgia. John Ossoff was like a woke journalist, okay? So both of these guys Both of these guys were very different in their attitude and the way that they saw the world before they ran for office, before they became senators in Georgia. Now, that's one. But Raphael Warnock's drop-off is so much worse than even fucking John Ossoff's drop-off, because Raphael Warnock was straight up delivering sermons, as Muhammad pointed to, where he was talking about like the evils of American empire and how Israel is a part of that, and it's an imperial vestige and all this shit. So like, I know he knows the truth. At least with John Ossoff, like I could be like, okay, sure, he was woker, but he was like maybe liberal Zionist growing up, his upbringing, he's Jewish. You know what I mean? Whereas like, I know he knew the truth. It's like Van Jones, who was a fucking Mao's third worldist, who literally wrote poetry, like spoken word poetry songs about fucking Israel's apartheid in like the 90s. Yeah.
I heard a very clever politician running for re-election as prime minister suddenly announce no two-state solution. And some of you acted like that. You didn't understand the magnitude of what he just said. No, that's tantamount to saying occupation today, occupation tomorrow, occupation forever.
By the way, you know who did say that? Fucking Hakeem Jeffries. And it's the original is obviously segregation. The original quote that he's referencing is what is it? Segregation yesterday, segregation tomorrow. Was it Strom Thurmond who said it, or George Wallace? Yeah. The original quote that he is like turning into Israel's apartheid, the quote that he's quoting is a George Wallace quote. Hakeem Jeffries said that about Israel.
And you had to deal with the first intifada, and Israel prevailed.
By the way, this is the only time I've seen him energized. What the fuck is wrong with these people, bro? Like, Hakeem Jeffries, when talking about combating Trump, was like, yeah, maybe tomorrow, Mr. Trump, you will see what's up. Hakeem Jeffries talking about Israel.
And then you had to deal with the first intifada, and Israel prevailed. And Israel had to deal with the second intifada, and Israel prevailed. And then missiles were flying in December of 2008, and Israel prevailed. And then missiles were flying in November of 2012, and Israel prevailed. And so I'm confident that when it's all said and done, we're going to stand together. Israel today, Israel tomorrow, Israel forever. God bless you.
I love having the speaker, minority speaker, Hakeem Jeffries. Because, you know, I'm a political nerd. Like, I love talking
Charlemagne
politics.
hates him.
You do?
I don't hate him. I just don't think he stands for anything.
Well,
I think that I call him AIPAC Shakur. Like,
well, he definitely, we did talk about messaging. And I actually went to the Capitol and had a meeting with him. And we talked about messaging and how I was like, the frustration with the party is y'all have to get more gangster. Like, stop going by the politics of the late 2000s, you know, in 2010. And you have to, like, rise to the occasion in the messaging. And he did. I saw him.
Yeah, he really did. Yeah, I mean, look. There was a trip down memory lane over there, but Hakeem Jeffries was way more robust in his speech when he's talking about busting for Israel. But then again, you also have Raphael Warnock, who's like, oh, I love Israel, blah, 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 all this shit now, right?
About what actually matters. Ideological arguments.
Let's hear what he had to say here, and then we'll look at what he had to say in the past.
Who sees the poor, struggling family that's trying to afford rent? Who sees the young person who's trying to buy their first home or figure out how they're going to pay for college or pay off the loans? Now they're finding themselves buried in debt. And there are various ways in which we've centered that conversation. I'd rather be having the conversation we're having, which is about the people, than the conversation that they're having on the other side, which is about Donald Trump.
You say Democrats are a big tent party. There have been some episodes recently that have made some Jewish Americans or pro-Israel Americans feel like they're not welcome in the Democratic tent. In fact, Congressman Dan Goldman, who is Jewish and a staunch supporter of Israel, during the course of this campaign was talking about being banned from coffee shops in New York over the issue. Do you think that the Democratic Party should be fundamentally pro-Israel?
We are a party that believes in Israel's right to exist. It is our most important ally in the region. But as a pastor in the Senate, what I try to do every day is to center people's humanity, center the humanity of Palestinian people as they fight for their right to be. And that's what is my North Star, what's right.
Bro, you can see, like, I know he doesn't believe this. He's not even doing a good job. It's like, the Palestinian independence, right? I mean, that's like, I care about that. Bro, you know the truth. Just say the truth. What do you mean? Oh, I believe in Israel's right to exist, of course. Like, he has to get permission to say, like, as a pastor, I obviously care about the victims of Israel. Just fucking as a human being, how about you say it's a genocide? No country has a right to do a genocide, and we must hold Israel accountable.
Every single day, the notion that all of us are children of the living God. I think Israeli mothers and Palestinian mothers put their children to bed every night, and they want for their children what every parent wants for their child, that they might live in safety, that they might go to sleep in peace, and that they might awaken to a world that affirms their humanity fully and completely. And that's the work that I try to do.
He doesn't want to get massied. It doesn't work like that. In the Democratic Party, it doesn't work like that. Dude, what are we talking about? This entire conversation is happening off the heels of like a sequence of Democrats who just got cast out of the party for being in defense of Israel. That's the reason why she's asking Raphael Warnock about his position and the rest of the party's position on the nation state of Israel, because this is one day after the Democratic Socialists swept okay? It still kind of does. Cori Bush v. Wesley Bell. No. Cori Bush is going to win her race. That's one. Number two, Cori Bush and Jamal Bowman. They unfortunately were right, but too early. Jamal Bowman especially got hit with the redistricting regardless, so that was already going to be a tough race. But with Cori Bush, they were right, but they were too early, okay? We are no longer living in the same messaging universe. It's 2026. We knew the truth, but many Americans have only recently found out.
What I want is
like, there is no world where in 2024 you have a sequence of electoral victories coming back to back like this with like a Brad Lander, Dan Goldman margin, right? That Brad Lander race is probably the most important one. As far as an upset goes, obviously Daria Liza's is the most important one. But as far as like the issue of Israel goes, Brad Lander versus Dan Goldman was the Israel election. Okay? That's it. That's it. That's a wipeout. That is an unbelievable wipeout, which is part of the reason why they don't want to talk about the margins, and they don't want to talk about the demographic profile of the voters, many of them Jewish, and they don't want to talk about Brad Lander also being Jewish. Okay? Brad Lander fucking smoked Dan Goldman. Absolutely cumstered and dumpstered him. Destroyed him. And this guy was a notable Democrat with a national profile for leading the impeachment trials. What are we talking about? It's an entirely different world, dude. The strategy of trying to write candidates out of viability by declaring them insufficiently supportive of Israel or suggesting that their positions mean they're anti-Semitic hasn't just not worked, it's backfired disastrously, increasing the political salience of Israel in ways that hurt support for Israel in Congress. J.D. Forward, I wrote about how Israel was so salient in New York's Democratic primaries in part because the staunch Israel supporters made it so. Yes. Now you hear Raphael Warnock from back then. Let's hear what he had to say in 2015 when he was still a pastor preaching liberation theology.
I heard a very clever politician running for re-election as prime minister suddenly announce no two-state solution. And some of you acted like that. You didn't understand the magnitude of what he just said. No, that's tantamount to saying occupation today, occupation tomorrow, occupation forever. Why? Because...
Isn't that crazy? That's literally what Hakeem Jeffries said.
When you look at the demographic trends, the Arabs will outnumber the Jews. And so if you don't have a Palestinian state, you cannot have a Jewish democracy. The state will either be Jewish or it will be a democracy. It cannot be both if you do not have a Palestinian state.
By the way, speaking of which, this sentiment that he's echoing ironically came from John Kerry. So like in some ways, there's always been people who have been very honest about Israel, even people in Democratic Party politics. What he's saying right there about you can only have a Jewish state or you can have a Democratic state. You can't have both. John Kerry said that around this exact same time frame, as a matter of fact. So just remember that too. So like in some ways, it's not that far-fetched.
State. You will have to have apartheid in Israel that denies other citizens, sisters and brothers citizenship. Or you will have a democracy that is not a Jewish state.
Yeah. Anyway, I got to go because I'm going to be late if I don't go now. And you guys are yelling at me. I'm officially cutting it close to game time. All right, shut up. I know. Anyway, love you guys. I will obviously see you tomorrow. So much more fun. So much more stuff. I mean, I don't know what's going to happen. I'm going with Tadic and my brother and a bunch of other friends. But what do you call it? Turkey or USA? Turkey, duh. Obviously, guys. Yes, of course I'm fucking championing Turkey. What are you talking about? Like, you think I would support America against Turkey in a fucking game of soccer? You have to root for the underdog. What do you mean? Turkey's not even making it out of the goddamn group. It doesn't matter. Even if they beat America, which they probably won't because the United States has actually a very good team. But yes, if you're asking me who I'm in support of in this game, of course it's Turkey. Anyway, but yeah.
What can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll do your advice real soon. Just you wait. But hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. Brought on by viewers like you. Just you wait. Just you wait.